Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Underworld god Hades? Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The wind blew cold as the child walked, shaking the hand of the satyr who accompanied him. Wide-eyed and fearful, the boy stared at the ground ahead while his companion, Gray, guided him with kind and encouraging words. "Don't be afraid, baby," Gray said with a gentle smile. "You'll be safe here. No one will hurt you." But the child remained silent, confused and terrified. Every sound around him seemed threatening, and the world seemed bigger and more hostile than he could bear. When they arrived at a large house at the edge of the woods, the boy squeezed the satyr's warm hand even tighter. Tense, the boy followed Gray into the big house. A majestic figure awaited them inside, half man and half horse. His presence filled the room, but his gaze was gentle. "Welcome," the figure said warmly, bowing slightly to appear less intimidating. "My name is Chiron. What's your name?" The boy partially hid behind Gray, squeezing the satyr's hand even tighter. He had never had a proper name. The uncles who had raised him called him only boy, or, in their best days, you. No one had ever bothered to give him something that was truly his. Chiron waits patiently, unhurriedly. His gentle eyes encouraged the boy to break the silence. Then, in his mind, a warm and reassuring voice spoke quickly. It was like a whisper, but clearer than anything I'd ever heard before. "Damien," said the voice. The boy looked up timidly and whispered uncertainly, "My name is Damien." A wide smile spreads across Chiron's face. "Damien. It's a beautiful name. You're safe now, Damien. This is Camp Half-Blood, a sanctuary for special children like you." Gray stepped forward to calmly explain what had happened. "I found him in a dark alley, hidden behind some abandoned crates. He was restless and cautious. I knew right away that he was a demigod, but he didn't say a word the whole way." Those were the first words he ever spoke. Chiron nodded, with a serious but gentle expression. "You did well to bring him here, Gray. Damien, here you will find friends, protection and answers to many of your questions. But first, are you hungry?" Damien nodded slowly, a small spark of confidence lit in his eyes. That night, sitting among the new faces at the camp, Damien felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, after all, the world was not only fear and loneliness. Chiron explained to Damien the new world he had entered. He spoke of gods and monsters, of demigods like himself born from the union of mortals and gods. The story also of the Half-Blood Camp, a refuge for young heroes, and the challenges of discovering its potential. Damiano did not answer. His large eyes reflected a mixture of curiosity and fear. At the end of the conversation, Gray smiled at the boy and motioned for him to follow him. They walked along the paths of the camp, passing through the cabins. Each house had its own individuality and Damien noticed that some seemed to emit a strange vibration, as if they were alive. Soon they stopped in front of a peculiar cabin from which loud chatter could be heard. Gray knocked, and the noise stopped abruptly. A moment later, the door opened, revealing a tall, blond boy with a smirk. With a friendly smile, Gray said, "Luke, this is Damien. He is new here and very scared. I trust that you will take him under your wing." Luke glanced at the boy who stood timidly behind the satyr. His eyes softened and he crouched at their level. "Hi, Damien," he said gently. "Don't worry, here you are safe. Do you want to come in?" Damien did not respond immediately. He realized that Gray was about to leave, and the thought tightened his chest with anxiety. He wanted to protest, but his throat was tight. Noticing the boy's anguish, Gray knelt beside him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Damien, I know it's hard, but you have to trust me. Luke is a good guy. It will help you feel at home. And don't worry, you'll see me again. I'm not going anywhere." Still hesitant, the boy clung to the satyr's arm a little longer before nodding weakly. Gray gave him one last encouraging smile, then stood up and handed Damien to Luke with a nod of approval. Luke stepped aside and held the door open. "Come in. Let me take you for a ride." Damien walked through the door, looking around nervously. Yet something in Luke's welcoming smile and Gray's reassuring words gave him the strength to keep going. This new world was strange and scary, but maybe, just as Gray had promised, he would find a place of his own there. Luke greeted Damien with a gentle smile and led him into the cabin. Lit by the glow of torches. It was simple but cozy, with bunk beds arranged along the walls and objects scattered everywhere, reflecting the turbulent lives woven into it. "Welcome to Hermes' cabin," Luke said. "We are a large group, but it is a good starting point. This is where Hermes welcomes all the unclaimed demigods. You will see, you will feel at home here." Damien looked around, shy but curious, noticing that some children in the room watched him curiously. Luke pointed to the upper bunk bed. "That's yours. I hope you enjoy staying high for now." Damien nodded, hesitant, climbing onto the mattress and sitting on the edge, looking down at the room from above. The bunk bed creaked slightly and a boy peeked out from underneath, his face lit up with a cheerful smile. "Hey, I'm Simon," the boy said, holding out a hand to Damien. "Son of Hermes. But don't worry, I won't steal anything, for now." Damien smiled slightly and shook Simon's hand. It was his first interaction with someone in this formidable new world. "Well, folks, it's late," Luke interrupted in a firm but friendly tone. "Lights out. Tomorrow will be a long day." The boys dispersed, some grumbling, others laughing softly. Damien curled up in his bed, staring at the ceiling above him too. Wait, it was soft, softer than any surface she'd ever slept on before. A warm blanket wrapped around him, and a sense of security he had never experienced before warmed his heart. He closed his eyes, his body finally relaxed. That was the first night Damien slept in a bed and the first night he was able to fall asleep without fear of being woken up by something in the middle of the night. Adjusting to life in the Hermes cabin was not easy for Damien. Hermes children were exactly what most people would consider mischievous, chaotic. They joked all the time and got into trouble. For a quiet and anxious child like Damien, the endless chaos seemed overwhelming, testing his patience every day. Mornings were another obstacle. Waking up at dawn and diving right away into the camp routine wasn't for everyone. At 7 o'clock precisely, Luke was yelling at everyone to wake up, turning the room into a hive of activity. Still groggy, Damien leaned on his new friends and simply followed them into the cafeteria. A fundamental rule of the field was clear: each table belonged to a specific deity. Damien sat at Hermes' table, which was always the most crowded, silently watching the other children burn some of their food as offered to the gods. Damien followed the ritual, but it had a deeper meaning for him. Closing his eyes, clenching his fists, he whispered a silent prayer. "Please claim me." It was almost a plea, an urgent desire that ached in his chest every time he received no answer. The mornings were dedicated to training. However, Damien did not participate immediately. He began the day by watching other demigods wield swords and fight with a confidence that intimidated him. His all stature made it impossible to wield a sword, but Luke took him under his wing and gave him a dagger. Damien found the dagger more manageable, but the training sessions were hard and often discouraging became too intense or overwhelming, he withdrew. Sometimes, he would find Gray, who spent his time listening to the stories of the satyr. At other times, he sought refuge at the archery range, where Chiron taught others. Although he never actively participated, he found comfort in observing the centaur, whose calm demeanor was always reassuring. After lunch, Damien returned to the cabin for his favorite moment of the day, napping. He curled up in his bed, letting fatigue lull him into a deep sleep. The awakening, however, was another story. Simon, always cheerful, often took responsibility for getting Damien out of bed, sometimes taking him to the rest of the cabin. Grumpy and half asleep, Damien clung to Simon for a few minutes before reluctantly heading to boot camp. There, He settled in the shade of a tree, observing the others train. Although he did not participate, observing helped him learn, and his sharp, analytical gaze revealed a sharp and insightful mind. The evening was another challenge. After dinner, the campfire would gather all the demigods to sing, share stories, and enjoy moments of camaraderie. But Damien always felt out of place under the curious and sometimes critical looks of others. He often sought refuge behind Simon or Luke, hoping to go unnoticed. When the weight of attention became unbearable, someone gently accompanied him back to the cabin, where he fell asleep almost immediately. Exhausted but a little more comfortable every day. Chapter 2. The Hunt for the Flag. Although life at Camp Half-Blood was tough and full of challenges, Damien was slowly finding his place. He hadn't been claimed yet, but for the first time in his life, he didn't feel entirely alone. Over time, he began to feel more comfortable at camp. Though the weight of not being claimed still lingered, each day the world around him seemed a little less foreign. Even without finding the words to express himself, Damien began to communicate through small gestures and reactions. The Hermes kids, especially Simon, helped him understand that speaking wasn't always necessary to be understood. Sometimes, a shy smile, a nod, or a curious glance was enough to connect with others. Slowly, Damien started opening up to other campers. During training or around the evening campfire, he observed the demigods around him more closely and occasionally joined in activities. For instance, he approached a girl from the Athena cabin who often read under a tree. Without exchanging words, Damien sat beside her a few times, curiously touching the books. She respected his silence. She would sometimes explain the stories she was reading, and Damien listened attentively. Another day, Damien watched from a distance as some Apollo campers practiced archery. When one of them noticed his interest, they offered him a smaller bow with a smile, asking if he'd like to try. Hesitant, Damien shook his head, but his curious gaze didn't go unnoticed. Simon and Luke saw these changes and couldn't help but smile. Though Damien remained quiet and reserved, it was clear he was starting to trust those around him. His eyes were brighter, and his reactions more vivid, as if he was finding his own way to communicate. Damien still spent much time alone, exploring camp or observing others. Yet, his silence was no longer heavy with fear or isolation. It was his way of taking in the world, step by step. Through each small gesture, shy smile, or spark of curiosity, Damien was slowly building connections, showing others that even without words, he had much to say. One afternoon, as Damien watched the Apollo campers train, a determined-looking blonde girl passed by, carrying a short sword and a notebook under her arm. Her focused expression softened as she noticed him. "You must be Damien," she said, stopping a few steps away. Her voice was steady but not harsh. Damien lowered his gaze, clutching the dagger Luke had given him. "Don't worry, I don't bite," the girl added with a half-smile. "I'm Annabeth, daughter of Athena." Damien didn't reply, but he slowly lifted his eyes, curious. Annabeth was different from the other demigods he'd met. She didn't try to comfort him with jokes or reassurances like Simon and Luke did. Her presence was calm, direct, almost reassuring in its straightforwardness. "I heard you like to keep to yourself," Annabeth continued, crouching to meet his gaze. "That's okay, you know. When I first got here, I needed time too." Damien looked at her, surprised. He hadn't expected someone so confident to have ever felt like him. Annabeth showed him her notebook, flipping it open to reveal sketches of architecture and detailed notes. "This is how I feel safe," she said, pointing to the pages. "Designing, planning, keeping my mind busy. Do you like building or drawing?" Damien hesitated, then shook his head. Instead, he gestured toward the dagger in his hand. Annabeth followed his gaze and nodded. "You like training with that, huh? Good. Not everyone's meant for swords. A dagger can be just as effective if you know how to use it." Even without words, Annabeth seemed to understand him. "If you'd like, I can teach you a few tricks with it," she offered. "Not now, but when you're ready." Quote. Damien gave her a small, almost imperceptible nod, which Annabeth took as a yes. It wasn't much, but for Damien, it was a meaningful step. Annabeth smiled once more before heading toward the arena. "See you around, Damien. And remember, it's okay to take your time." That encounter left a deep impression on Damien. Annabeth hadn't treated him like a fragile child or someone who needed protecting but as an equal. From that day on, Damien started looking for her around camp, often watching her as she sketched or trained, finding inspiration in her calm determination. The day of Capture the Flag was one of the most anticipated events at Camp Half-Blood. The demigods buzzed with energy, preparing strategies, weapons, and alliances. Even Damien could feel the excitement in the air, though, being young and inexperienced, he wouldn't actively participate. Chiron, noticing his uncertain expression, smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Damien," he said. "We'll watch together from a safe spot. It'll be a great opportunity to learn." Trusting the centaur more than anyone else at camp, Damien nodded and stayed by his side. As the demigods formed their teams, Damien followed every movement attentively, his eyes fixed on the older campers preparing for battle. Chiron pointed out key strategic details as the demigods moved into position. "See Annabeth, she's the one with the polished helmet. She's giving orders because she's a natural strategist, like every child of Athena. And that's Luke," he continued, indicating the boy with the golden sword. "He's one of the best fighters at camp. Watch how he organizes the defense of their flag." Damien listened silently, absorbing every word. Though he didn't speak, Chiron could sense that the young demigod was taking it all in, preparing his mind for when his turn would come. When the game began, Damien crouched beside Chiron, watching the action unfold. The demigods moved with skill and determination, employing strategies and engaging in close combat to capture the opposing team's flag. Damien was particularly fascinated by Luke's speed and precision and by Annabeth's calm demeanor as she directed her teammates with clear signals and quick commands. At one point, an overexcited child of Ares ventured too close to where Damien and Chiron were observing. Damien instinctively pulled back, seeking comfort near the centaur. Chiron remained calm, resting a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. "It's all right, Damien," he said gently. The energy and chaos of Capture the Flag were overwhelming. Yet Damien couldn't tear his eyes away. Something stirred within him, a mix of curiosity and desire. Despite his shyness, he wanted to be part of that world, to fight alongside the other demigods and prove that he, too, could be strong. At the game's end, as the victorious team celebrated and the defeated exchanged playful banter, Damien turned to Chiron. For the first time, his eyes shone with determination Chiron had never seen before. One day, Damien murmured, his voice trembling but resolute, "I'll be out there too." Chiron smiled proudly. "I have no doubt, Damien. And when that day comes, I know you'll be ready." That night, Damien's sleep was restless. He closed his eyes and was immediately plunged into a nightmare that wouldn't let go. A blinding green light filled his mind, mingling with a woman's anguished scream and a malicious laugh that seemed to come from a shadowed corner. The sound of the laughter haunted him, making him tremble in the depths of his dream. Each time he tried to wake, the light returned, more intense and oppressive, as the laughter grew louder, as though an ominous presence was drawing closer. When he finally woke, gasping for breath and with his heart racing, his first thought was that the dream was more than a mere nightmare. It felt so real, like a message or a warning. Gripping the edge of his bed to steady himself, Damien couldn't shake the lingering sense of dread. The day of Capture the Flag had been exhausting, and the fatigue in his body and mind only amplified his unease. Though he had felt a surge of energy on the battlefield, his mind remained trapped in the dream that haunted him. His movements were sluggish, as if his body craved more rest, but every time he closed his eyes, the green light and the laughter returned to torment him. When Chiron saw him later, he immediately noticed something different about Damien. His usually curious eyes were now dull, as if a part of him had drifted far away from the reality of camp. His shy, introverted behavior seemed more pronounced, and he didn't even respond to greetings from the other campers. "Damien," Chiron said gently but with concern, "you look tired. I can tell something's bothering you. Do you need to rest?" Damien hesitated before nodding faintly. "I can't sleep," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "There's a light, a green light, and a scream. A laugh. I can't make it stop." Chiron studied him carefully, his wise eyes filled with worry. "The world of the gods is often more complicated than it seems, Damien," he said slowly. "Sometimes, dreams can be messages or warnings. Have you ever heard of Gaia or the forces that govern Tartarus? Damien shook his head, confused. No, Gaia is the Mother Earth, and some say there are dark ties between dreams and the underworld. Chiron explained. The laughter you hear might belong to an ancient, malevolent force. It could just be a dream, but demigods like you have powers they don't fully understand. And your dreams might be the gods' way of sending you a warning. Damien felt even more confused. He didn't understand what Chiron's words meant, but the fact that the centaur took him seriously made him feel slightly more at ease. Don't worry, Chiron added. It's possible you're simply adjusting to this new world. But if the dreams persist, you should talk to someone about them. Annabeth might have some ideas, or Luke, who understands certain dynamics better. Damien nodded but remained unsettled. As he returned to his cabin, he sought peace but couldn't escape the memory of the green light and the malevolent laughter. It didn't feel like just a hallucination. Something dark was trying to enter his life, and Damien didn't yet know if he was ready to face it. Chapter 3. New Demigod. It was a warm, sunny morning, and Damien found himself wandering alone among the trees surrounding Camp Half-Blood, still shaken by the unsettling dreams of the night. His mind was clouded with fatigue, and as he tried to distract himself, he didn't realize he had strayed too far from the safer areas. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps startled him. Looking up, he saw a group of kids approaching. Their smiles were sardonic, their gazes menacing. The children of Ares. And at the center of the group was her, Clarice, the daughter of Ares, with her hardened face and imposing stature, a sword already gripped in her hand. Damien quickly stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't ready to face them. He didn't know how he could defend himself. His dagger was still too small for serious combat, and he doubted he could do anything against the brute strength of those kids. Clarice fixed him with a look of disdain, taking a step closer. "Hey, kid," she said with a mocking smile. "Where do you think you're going? Don't you think it's a little early for you to be wandering around alone? Why don't you join us for a bit?" Damien tried to stay calm, but fear was building inside him. He had heard stories about Clarice and the children of Ares. They were notorious for their cruelty and the joy they took in making life difficult for other demigods. In that moment, he didn't know how to defend himself. But just as Clarice raised her sword and the group began to circle him, another voice cut through the tension. "Leave the kid alone, Clarice." Damien spun around and saw Annabeth emerging from the shadows of the trees, her expression calm and determined, but also unmistakably serious. It was clear she wasn't the least bit afraid of the Ares kids. "Annabeth," Clarice growled, her tone dripping with venom. "I can't believe you're stepping in for this little brat. Are you trying to make me look bad?" Annabeth didn't seem the slightest bit intimidated. She moved close to Damien and positioned herself between him and the children of Ares. "No, Clarice, I'm just trying to prevent someone from being bullied for no reason." Damien hid behind her, feeling an immediate sense of protection at her side. It was strange to feel safe with someone he had known for so little time, but Annabeth exuded an aura of confidence that reassured him. She didn't speak often, but when she did, her words carried weight and authority. The children of Ares exchanged uneasy glances. Clarice looked like she was about to lunge, but Annabeth held her ground, her face unflinching. "Do you really think it's worth going up against me, Clarice?" she asked, her tone cold. Clarice huffed but seemed to think better of it for a moment. Then, with a burst of anger, she lowered her sword and gestured to her companions. "Let's go, guys," she snapped. "If that's how it is, it's not worth the trouble. But next time, remember, kids, you won't always have someone to protect you." As the group walked away, Annabeth turned to Damien and gave him a calm smile. "It's all right, you're safe now." Still hiding behind her, Damien didn't respond immediately. His mind was still racing, but seeing Annabeth step in without a trace of fear made him feel less alone. Finally, he managed to meet her gaze. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice still trembling. Annabeth smirked, but her smile remained kind. "Don't worry, next time, be careful not to wander too far. But I can see you're already starting to figure out how to stay more alert." Damien nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he understood what had just happened. Still, he felt that if he ever needed help, Annabeth would be there for him. and that certainty comforted him. After a year at Camp Half-Blood, Damien was starting to feel a bit more at home. Even though he remained introverted, life at camp, with all its oddities and dangers, was slowly becoming a sort of routine, even if it was never easy for him to fully open up to others. He didn't like to talk much, and when he did, his voice was almost a whisper, meant only for those he felt truly close to, like Simon, Luke, or Annabeth. The day before, however, something happened that once again shook the camp. A minotaur, a monster known for its brute strength, had broken through the outer defenses while a new demigod was arriving. The boy, a 12-year-old with a frightened expression and wide eyes, had been saved by Grover, a satyr Damien knew quite well. Grover had done his best to protect the boy, but the minotaur was too strong an opponent to stop without help from others. The chaos that followed the incident was inevitable. Many demigods rushed to distract the monster and ensure the younger campers' short but intense, and Damien had taken cover behind a rock, as he often did when danger became too evident. Though he had a certain amount of courage, he preferred not to expose himself in battle, feeling that his moment would come later when he was ready. Not everyone had the bravery to face the minotaur like Annabeth or Luke. Damien still felt a bit too small for that kind of fight. The boy Grover had brought to camp was quickly taken to the infirmary, where Annabeth rushed to check on him. Curious but also concerned for the boy, Damien had crept up to the infirmary door, trying to sneak a peek inside. He could hear voices but didn't dare to enter. "He's fine, but he needs rest," Annabeth's calm voice drifted through the door. "The minotaur can do damage even without killing. But the boy is strong. I saw him face his fear with determination." Damien leaned against the wall, trying to make sense of Annabeth's words. He was grateful that the boy had been saved, but something inside him stirred. Another demigod, another companion in battle. Damien wondered if he, like that boy, would one day be able to face monsters with the same strength. For now, though, he needed to focus on becoming stronger, preparing for the moment his chance would come. Later, when silence reigned over the camp, Damien approached the infirmary again, curious to see how the boy was doing. He managed to catch a glimpse through the slightly ajar door and saw the young demigod lying on a bed, his eyes open but visibly tired. The next day, as Damien walked among the camp's facilities, he noticed a familiar movement near the entrance to the central area. He crept closer, trying not to be seen, but his curiosity drove him to take a better look. It was the boy Grover had brought in the day before, the 12-year-old Damien had only briefly seen in the infirmary. The boy was walking alongside Grover, who was trying to show him around the camp. Although he still looked a bit shaken and disoriented, his gaze grew more attentive with each step. Grover pointed out various areas of the camp, explaining the training grounds, the cabins, and, of course, the dangers lurking around every corner. The boy seemed to be taking it all in, but his expression betrayed an underlying unease, a clear sign that he hadn't yet fully grasped the world around him. Damien stayed in the shadows, watching the scene closely. Though he was used to staying unnoticed, this time he couldn't take his eyes off the new arrival. His mind raced with all the questions he'd asked himself when he saw the boy in the infirmary. How would he adapt? Would he be able to overcome his fear of monsters and the challenges of camp? Damien knew how hard it was, but also how necessary. He had learned the hard way that Camp Half-Blood offered no respite. Grover continued talking to the boy, trying to reassure him, while the young demigod occasionally paused, casting puzzled glances at the other cabins or training fields. Grover seemed intent on providing comfort, but a subtle worry lingered in his eyes. Unintentionally, Damien had stepped a bit too close, and when Grover noticed him, he turned with a surprised but understanding smile. "Hey, Damien," he said in a friendly tone, though tinged with mild surprise. "I didn't think you'd come over." Grover's boy, who hadn't noticed Damien until then, looked up at him. "Hi," he said timidly, his face still marked by fear. "Are you one of the kids here?" Damien nodded but couldn't find the words. He only gave a small gesture of his head, as if to reassure the boy. He felt awkward, but something about the boy made him want to do more. Something beyond just staying hidden. Grover, noticing Damien's silence, stepped in smoothly. "This is Damien," he explained calmly. "He's been here for a year now, but he's not much of a talker. Still, he's one of the bravest kids at camp, even if he doesn't like to say much. The boy seemed relieved by Grover's kindness. Nice to meet you, Damien, he said with a hesitant smile, still a bit tense but showing signs of opening up. Damien gave a small wave but remained silent. He felt a connection to the boy, though he couldn't explain why. Perhaps it was their shared loneliness, the fear of never being enough. Despite everything, he felt he needed to do something to help him, even if speaking felt like a challenge. Grover, observing the interaction, smiled to himself, then said, "Come on, let's take a tour. I'll show you where the archery range is and where the others practice sword fighting." "Damien, why don't you come with us?" Damien hesitated for a moment but then nodded. He wasn't one for socializing. But he felt he needed to do something for the boy, even if it just meant being there silently, offering a reassuring presence. He walked alongside Grover and the newcomer, as the camp around them buzzed with its usual lively chaos. The tour continued, with Grover patiently showing Percy the various corners of Camp Half-Blood. Damien followed quietly, watching Percy's reactions. The boy seemed calmer, but now and then he cast uncertain glances at the demigods he passed. Damien understood that kind of confusion. Well, the feeling of being in a new place and not knowing what to expect. Chapter 4. The Newcomers' Tour. The tour brought them near the area where the kids were training with swords, under Annabeth's supervision. She was guiding a group of young demigods. When Percy saw her, his face lit up, not in the way one might hope. A hint of apprehension appeared, as if he sensed this encounter wouldn't go particularly well. Annabeth, with her usual determination, was demonstrating sword techniques to a couple of kids. When she noticed Grover, Damien, and Percy, she looked up. Her expression turned serious but brightened briefly when she saw Grover. "Grover, everything okay?" she asked, her tone firm but still friendly. Then her gaze landed on Percy. "And you, what are you doing here?" Percy, clearly unprepared for a serious conversation, scratched his head and replied awkwardly, I'm new. Grover's showing me around." Annabeth stared at him for a moment, her icy eyes making it clear she wasn't thrilled about his presence, as if she had just noticed some glaring flaw in him. "Grover," she said, with a smile that wasn't quite affectionate, "you brought along a kid who doesn't even know where to step." Percy stiffened, visibly uneasy. He still hadn't figured out who he was dealing with, but one thing was clear, Annabeth wasn't in her best mood. No, I do know where to step," Percy stammered, trying to defend himself, but Annabeth didn't seem impressed. "Oh, really?" Annabeth raised an eyebrow with a sarcastic smile. "Are you sure you know how to avoid the monsters around here? This place isn't exactly a playground, you know." Damien, watching the exchange, couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Percy. He had seen how direct Annabeth could be, but clearly, Percy wasn't ready for her bluntness. Every word out of Annabeth's mouth seemed to chip away at Percy's confidence, leaving him both amused and frustrated. "Well, Grover said I'd get used to it," Percy finally said, trying to muster some courage. "I mean, it can't be that hard, right? Just avoid the monsters, I guess." Annabeth didn't seem particularly satisfied with his response, but her tone softened slightly, perhaps realizing she wasn't helping the poor boy feel at ease. "We'll see soon enough," she said, with a faint smile that, while still a challenge, hinted at some respect for the boy. "Anyway, if you want to survive here, get ready to fight. There's no room for hesitation." Damien observed the interaction with a curious expression, noting the tension between Annabeth and Percy. He knew Annabeth wasn't the most patient with anyone prepared for the harsh reality of the camp, but the way she treated Percy seemed more like a test than outright hostility. Damien realized that, gruff and aloof as she was, Annabeth had a knack for pushing demigods to face their challenges head-on. Grover, sensing the conversation veering into a mild conflict, "Why, no need for harsh words," he said with a nervous smile, trying to lighten the mood. "How about we check out the archery range instead? Percy could use some fun. Something less intense, yes." Annabeth looked at him for a moment before nodding, reluctantly agreeing to Grover's suggestion. "Fine, Grover, but remember, you can't always go easy on them." Some of these kids need a wake-up call, or they'll never make it. Damien watched the brief exchange with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. If there was one thing he'd learned, it was that every demigod had their own hurdles to overcome, and Percy, with all his enthusiasm but also his clumsiness, would be no different. As Damien, Grover, and Percy left the training area, heading toward the archery range, the tension from their encounter with Annabeth began to dissipate. But Damien had learned one important lesson at Camp Half-Blood: peace never lasted long. As they walked, Grover tried to explain how training at the camp worked, hoping to distract Percy from the worries still likely swirling in his mind. Damien, ever the quiet observer, followed closely, his senses alert. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made him turn sharply, his instincts warning him that something was about to happen. It wasn't long before a familiar figure appeared on the horizon: Clarice, the daughter of Ares, flanked by some of her siblings. Her expression was typical of someone ready to stir up trouble, and her eyes gleamed with a wicked intensity. Clarice stopped a few steps away, wearing her usual sardonic grin. There was nothing kind in her gaze, only the desire to test the resolve of whoever was unlucky enough to cross her path. "Grover, our new friend," Clarice said with a mocking smile, her eyes settling on Percy as if he had just become her next target. "Don't you ever get tired of looking so unsure of yourself?" Percy tensed, clearly unprepared for Clarice's intensity. "I don't need to feel unsure to deal with someone like you," he replied, trying to sound confident, though Damien could tell his voice wavered slightly. Clarice chuckled, her laughter almost menacing. "Oh, look who's talking. You're new here, right? Guess I'll have to show you how things really work around here." She turned to her siblings, her grin widening as if she were planning something. Damien stepped back, sensing the tension in the air rise sharply. He wasn't one to seek trouble, but trouble always seemed to follow Clarice. Today, she didn't seem to be joking, and that was never a good sign. Later, when silence reigned over the camp, Damien approached the infirmary again, curious to see how the boy was doing. He managed to catch a glimpse through the slightly ajar door and saw the young demigod lying on a bed, his eyes open but visibly tired. The next day, as Damien walked among the camp's facilities, he noticed a familiar movement near the entrance to the central area. He crept closer, trying not to be seen, but his curiosity drove him to take a better look. It was the boy Grover had brought in the day before. The 12-year-old Damien had only briefly seen in the infirmary. The boy was walking alongside Grover, who was trying to show him around the camp. Although he still looked a bit shaken and disoriented, his gaze grew more attentive with each step. Grover pointed out various areas of the camp, explaining the training grounds, the cabins, and, of course, the dangers lurking around every corner. The boy seemed to be taking it all in, but his expression betrayed an underlying unease, a clear sign that he hadn't yet fully grasped the world around him. Damien stayed in the shadows, watching the scene closely. Though he was used to staying unnoticed, this time he couldn't take his eyes off the new arrival. His mind raced with all the questions he'd asked himself when he saw the boy in the infirmary. How would he adapt? Would he be able to overcome his fear of monsters and the challenges of camp? Damien knew how hard it was, but also how necessary. He had learned the hard way that Camp Half-Blood offered no respite. Grover continued talking to the boy, trying to reassure him, while the young demigod occasionally paused, casting puzzled glances at the other cabins or training fields. Grover seemed intent on providing comfort, but a subtle worry lingered in his eyes. Unintentionally, Damien had stepped a bit too close, and when Grover noticed him, he turned with a surprised but understanding smile. "Hey, Damien," he said in a friendly tone, though tinged with mild surprise. "I didn't think you'd come over." Grover's boy, who hadn't noticed Damien until then, looked up at him. "Hi," he said timidly, his face still marked by fear. "Are you one of the kids here?" Damien nodded but couldn't find the words. He only gave a small gesture of his head, as if to reassure the boy. He felt awkward, but something about the boy made him want to do more. Something beyond just staying hidden. Grover, noticing Damien's silence, stepped in smoothly. "This is Damien," he explained calmly. "He's been here for a year now, but he's not much of a talker. Still, he's one of the bravest kids at camp, even if he doesn't like to say much." The boy seemed relieved by Grover's kindness. "Nice to meet you, Damien," he said with a hesitant smile, still a bit tense but showing signs of opening up. Damien gave a small wave but remained silent. He felt a connection to the boy, though he couldn't explain why. Perhaps it was their shared loneliness, the fear of never being enough. Despite everything, he felt he needed to do something to help him, even if speaking felt like a challenge. Grover, observing the interaction, smiled to himself, then said, "Come on, let's take a tour. I'll show you where the archery range is and where the others practice sword fighting." "Damien, why don't you come with us?" Damien hesitated for a moment but then nodded. He wasn't one for socializing, but he felt he needed to do something for the boy, even if it just meant being there silently, offering a reassuring presence. He walked alongside Grover and the newcomer as the camp around them buzzed with its usual lively chaos. The tour continued, with Grover patiently showing Percy the various corners of Camp Half-Blood. Damien followed quietly, watching Percy's reactions. The boy seemed calmer, but now and then he cast uncertain glances at the demigods he passed. Damien understood that kind of confusio. The feeling of being in a new place and not knowing what to expect. Grover, noticing the shift in atmosphere, tried to intervene. "Clarice, leave him alone," he said, his tone calm but clearly apprehensive about a confrontation. "Percy just got here, there's no need to cause trouble." Clarice ignored him and stepped closer to Percy. "You know, Camp Half-Blood is a tough place for anyone who doesn't know how to defend themselves," she said, her words as sharp as stone. "And you, kid, don't look like you've got a clue how to handle yourself." Percy, visibly uneasy, took a step back, but Damien stepped forward. Even if just slightly, he wasn't one to confront Ares's children, but watching Percy become a target was something he couldn't tolerate. Even a small gesture felt necessary. Taking a deep breath, Damien spoke. His voice low but steady. "Enough, Clarice," he said, locking eyes with her. "This isn't the time for childish games." Clarice looked at him with disdain but didn't move right away. "Oh, look who's speaking up. The quiet boy who never has the guts to say anything," she said, almost amused. "You're standing up for your friend now, Damien. Let's see how long you last." Percy turned to Damien, surprised. He hadn't expected this. But Damien wasn't looking for a fight. He simply wanted to stop the aggression before it escalated. If there was one thing he'd learned in his year at camp, it was that not every challenge had to be met with force. Sometimes, just being present was enough to diffuse chaos. Clarice seemed to realize she wouldn't get the reaction she wanted from Damien. She turned to her siblings and gestured for them to follow. "This isn't worth it. But remember this, Percy, your place here isn't guaranteed." Grover exhaled in relief as Clarice and her siblings strode away, leaving a tense atmosphere in their wake. Damien felt relieved that the situation hadn't devolved into a full-blown conflict, but he knew it wouldn't be the last time he'd have to deal with Clarice and her gang. Percy, still a bit shaken, turned to Damien, trying to mask his embarrassment. "Thanks for stepping in," he said, though his voice betrayed his lingering unease. Damien nodded but didn't reply. There was no need for words. His small gesture had already spoken volumes. He decided to step away from the scene, feeling it was best to let Percy and Grover see onto their tour without further interruptions. After the encounter with Clarice, he felt the need for a moment of solitude to reflect. His mind was crowded with thoughts and questions about who he truly was in his connection to this new world that was slowly drawing him in. He made his way to the archery range, where he knew Chiron was teaching young demigods how to improve their aim and handle ranged combat. Damien didn't particularly enjoy being in the spotlight, but the thought of spending some time with Chiron made him feel more at ease. Chiron's calm demeanor and reassuring presence had always been a source of comfort for Damien, especially in moments of uncertainty. When Damien arrived at the range, he saw Chiron giving instructions to a group of campers. At first, Chiron didn't seem to notice him, too focused on guiding one of the students. Damien stayed at the edge of the field, observing in silence. The sound of arrows cutting through the air fascinated him, and every now and then, the sharp thud of an arrow hitting its mark was a satisfying reminder of precision and control. Eventually, Chiron noticed him and gave a small nod of acknowledgement, inviting him to approach. Damien, Chiron said in his calm yet engaging tone. Are you ready to try a few shots today? Damien hesitated for a moment before nodding. He'd always had a knack for handling weapons, though he preferred not to rely on violence. Archery, however, gave him a sense of focus, a rare moment where he could set aside his worries and fully immerse himself in the present. He stepped closer, and Chiron handed him an arrow. You don't have to be perfect, Damien. You just need to focus and trust your instincts, Chiron said, offering a wise smile. Every arrow is a small step toward understanding yourself better. Damien took a deep breath as he gripped the bow, letting his mind clear of distractions. He closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply, and when he reopened them, his focus was locked on the target. The weight of the bow in his hands felt grounding, and with each breath, his tension seemed to dissipate. In a fluid motion, he drew the bowstring, aimed, and released the arrow. It hit the target. Chiron nodded with quiet approval, not overstating the achievement. Well done, Damien. Every shot you take brings you closer to realizing your true potential. Damien felt a small but gratifying sense of accomplishment. For a moment, he wasn't just a confused and frightened boy, he was a demigod starting to uncover his capabilities. He stayed at the range for a while, practicing, releasing arrow after arrow, each one improving his technique and sharpening his focus. It was a reprieve from the complications of the day, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Life at Camp Half-Blood was always intense and full of surprises. Even though he felt a little more at home in that moment, Damien knew the real challenges still lay ahead. Chapter 5. Hail to the son of Poseidon. The day of the capture the flag had finally arrived, and Damien felt a mix of emotions as he walked alongside Chiron. Though it was a cherished camp tradition, he couldn't hide the growing anxiety within him. The ceremony was always a significant moment, a celebration of the demigods who, thanks to their powers, could face battles or achieve extraordinary feats. But for Damien, who had yet to feel a deep connection to his divine parent, every step carried a quiet sadness. Percy, the new arrival, seemed to be the center of attention, and Damien couldn't help but notice the shimmering trident that now gleamed above Percy's head. A symbol of his lineage from Poseidon. His presence was a true assertion of strength, and despite his natural shyness, Damien felt incredible joy for Percy. Seeing the boy finally acknowledged by his divine parent filled him with happiness, but it also brought a twinge of sorrow. He felt as though his wait for a similar sign would never end. When Chiron began the ceremony, Damien knelt like everyone else, following the flow of his fellow demigods. It was a gesture of respect and a connection to camp tradition. He watched the smiling faces of the other campers as, one by one, they were recognized by their divine parents. But for Damien, the moment stretched on endlessly. He had never received such a sign. Chiron's voice rang out, strong and clear, sending a shiver down Damien's spine. Hail Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, lord of the seas. The words filled the air, and all the demigods rose to their feet to cheer and celebrate Percy's official entry into their world. Damien couldn't help but smile, watching Percy, who looked a little surprised but also proud of his recognition. Damien stood slowly, feeling a faint ache in his heart. He glanced at Chiron, who looked at him with understanding. Words weren't needed to convey the boy's struggle. Don't worry, Damien, Chiron said, as if sensing his thoughts. Signs don't always come when we wish for them. Sometimes, our divine parents have their reasons for staying silent. And perhaps your journey is still unfolding. Damien nodded, trying not to let the sadness consume him. I think I understand, he replied, his voice low but sincere. Chiron smiled at him. Not all demigods receive an immediate sign, Damien. Growth and recognition often come at the most unexpected moments. Chiron's words, though comforting, didn't completely untangle the small knot in Damien's heart. Yet it was true that every day at Camp Half-Blood, he was growing. Every moment, every small step, brought him closer to understanding not only himself but also his bond with his divine father. Meanwhile, Percy was surrounded by friends and fellow demigods congratulating him and welcoming him into their world. Damien watched the boy for a moment, smiling, proud, and yet slightly vulnerable. Maybe one day I'll have my moment too, he thought, as he turned and walked away from the group to find some distance. It was a strange feeling. To be in a world he didn't yet fully belong to, but Damien knew he wouldn't stop searching. Despite his sadness, part of him knew he would eventually find his place. For now, though, he had to keep moving forward, as always. Damien awoke slowly, his body heavy as if it had been dragged by a rushing river. The infirmary smelled of medicine, clean but sharp. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chiron's face, watching him with concern. "You're finally awake," Chiron said, his voice calm but tinged with worry. "You had a nasty fever, Damien. Exhaustion. You pushed your body too hard, and now you're paying the price." Damien tried to move, but his body felt like a block of stone. The fatigue, that crushing weight, pinned him to the ground. He sighed, trying to focus. "I feel strange," he murmured, his voice weak. "It was expected," Chiron replied with a smile that aimed to be reassuring but betrayed a hint of concern. "When a demigod begins to fight against their nature, especially with their powers, it's not uncommon for their body to tire more quickly than they anticipate. The physical and mental exhaustion has caught up with you. You need to rest, Damien." Damien nodded slowly, trying to process what was happening. He had always tried to do too much, to prove something, to show his worth. But now, lying there, he felt his body had no strength left to carry on. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I didn't think I was this," eyed him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You're not weak, Damien. Every demigod has their own path, and each one needs time to understand how to best use their strengths. There's no rush. Learning your limits is one of the first steps you must take." Damien remained silent for a moment, reflecting on Chiron's words. He felt like he was failing. Like he wasn't strong enough to face this world of gods and monsters. And yet, the sense of relief he felt lying in the quiet of the infirmary also brought a peace he hadn't felt in a long time. "I'm just scared I'll never find my place here," he confessed without thinking too much. "I'm afraid I'll never be able to prove who I am." Chiron observed him closely, as though searching for the right words. "This isn't a competition, Damien. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. It doesn't matter how long it takes or if your divine parent hasn't given you a sign yet. What matters is that you continue being yourself. The gods have their ways, but here, we are a family. And like any family, no one is left behind." Damien tried to smile, though his heart still felt heavy. He had always struggled to fully trust others. But perhaps here, in this camp, something was slowly changing. He spent the rest of the day resting, trying to regain his energy. He couldn't stop thinking about how exhausted he was. But he knew he needed to take the time to heal. The fever and exhaustion were clear signals he couldn't ignore. By the end of the day, as the sun set and its warm golden light spread across the camp, Damien felt a bit better. The dizziness had passed, and the discomfort was now just a distant memory. He wasn't fully recovered yet, but he felt ready to move forward. Tomorrow would be a new day. And perhaps it would be the day he found his place, not in a rush to prove anything, but with the understanding that the journey was long and, in the end, he would find his way. Chapter 6. A mission for Percy. At the end of the day, as the sun set and a warm golden light spread across the camp, Damien already felt a little better. The dizziness had faded, and the discomfort was now just a vague memory. He wasn't fully healed yet, but he felt ready to move forward. Tomorrow would be another day, and perhaps it would be the one where he found his place, not in a rush to prove anything, but with the awareness that the journey was long and that, eventually, he would find his way. The time following his physical collapse was different for Damien. Not only did his body need to recover, but his mind, stretched too taut for too long, found solace in the ability to finally slow down. The Hermes cabin took care of him, like a family that never left anyone behind, even when it wasn't asked for. Simon and the other kids, though rowdy and full of energy, had learned to respect his space, letting him rest whenever he needed. It was a kindness Damien hadn't expected but silently appreciated. Annabeth, who had watched him with concern since his arrival, didn't just stand by. One day, she approached him while he rested in the shade of a tree. "Come on, Damien," she said with a reassuring smile. "I'll teach you how to draw. You know, it has its perks." It helps you focus, and you can express things you can't put into words. Damien looked up at her, intrigued by the suggestion. Draw, he asked, his voice still low but curious. Yes, I'll teach you to sketch. It's like a form of meditation. It'll help you relax and focus on what really matters. And besides, every demigod has their way of expressing themselves. This could be yours, Annabeth replied, sitting down next to him with a sketchpad and pencil. Damien, initially hesitant, agreed. He wasn't sure what he could possibly draw, but the idea of focusing on something other than the chaos of his world was appealing. He took the pencil in hand and began to trace uncertain lines. Annabeth watched carefully, occasionally adjusting his hand position or the shape of the lines, but never forcing him. Don't worry, she said gently. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just let your hands do what they want. As the days passed, Damien found that this simple, quiet practice genuinely helped him clear his mind. Each line, every small stroke on the paper, seemed to lighten his burden, as if the pencil was a tool to release the dark thoughts and fears that had built up inside him. He didn't do it for others, but for himself. Even Gray, who had always been by Damien's side, occasionally joined them, bringing a sense of calm. He was less focused on monitoring Damien as before and more on letting him find his rhythm. He often spoke to Damien in a calm tone, as if trying to convey a serenity Damien had never known. Take all the time you need, Gray would say, watching him intently as he sketched. There's no rush, there's no urgency. Though still as quiet as ever, Damien began to feel more at ease with the routine he was building. Gradually, the training camp, which had once seemed to him like pure chaos, started to feel like a place where he could be himself, even if he didn't always have the words to express it. His fever had subsided, and his body was recovering, but more importantly, he was beginning to understand that there was nothing wrong with taking his time, with going at his own pace. He didn't have to prove anything to anyone, not even his divine parents, who still felt distant. One afternoon, while sitting under the tree with Annabeth, sketching, Damien felt a weight lift off his chest. The drawing he was creating wasn't perfect, but it was his. And for the first time since his arrival, he felt, in a way, at peace. The calm and serenity Damien had started to build around himself abruptly interrupted by news everyone seemed to dread but that, inevitably, arrived, a prophecy. Everything began with Percy Jackson, who was no longer just a lost boy in the world of demigods. Poor Percy, always at the center of chaos, found himself accused of stealing Zeus's lightning bolt, an accusation that, as incredible as it seemed, was quickly spreading among the camp's ranks. Damien's heart raced as he listened to the story. How could they blame Percy for something so grave when he'd only just discovered who he really was? His thoughts drifted back to his own arrival at camp, when he, too, knew nothing of this world. But Percy, as innocent as he seemed, was already too involved. Annabeth, always ready to step up and take responsibility, had already made a decision. I want to be part of the quest, she declared with determination, without hesitation. She knew this would be her chance to prove what she was capable of. Damien watched her in silence, admiring her unwavering resolve. Chiron, however, didn't seem as thrilled about the idea. Percy still needs more training, he said in his calm yet firm tone. He's not ready to take on a quest of this magnitude. Percy, for his part, didn't seem at all pleased with the idea of waiting. Though he accepted the compromise, Damien could sense that the boy would act impulsively. The idea of staying at camp and training didn't suit him. And, predictably, that night Percy wouldn't stick to the plan. Meanwhile, Damien was sleeping soundly. It had been a long day, and his tired body had finally granted him a well-deserved rest. Even if it meant stealing Simon's bed, who was sleeping farther away. Oblivious to everything, but when the quiet of the Hermes cabin was broken by the creak of the door opening, Damien woke, sensing that something was happening. It was Percy, Annabeth, and Grover, sneaking into the cabin to talk to Luke. Damien, half asleep, curled up under the blankets, trying not to be noticed, but his curious eyes couldn't help but watch. Luke, the only one who had faced a similar situation before, looked at the three with a serious expression that promised nothing good. "Don't wake Damien," he said immediately, noticing his presence. He needs his rest. And you, if you decide to undertake this quest, remember that what awaits you is no game. His voice was grave, but a shadow of concern crossed his face. Then, without Ke bent down and began distributing the items needed for the mission. Damien, now more alert, watched closely. A bag for Annabeth with a javelin, Luke's copper sword, the winged sandals for Grover, and other mysterious objects that might help them along the way. Damien couldn't help but wonder how they would use all of this, but he realized that even as he stayed on the sidelines, there was a part of him that wanted to be part of the adventure. "See you soon," Luke said with a forced smile. "Be careful, things are about to get serious." Percy and Annabeth exchanged a glance, but neither spoke a word. They had a mission to complete. The cabin door closed behind them, leaving Damien in the silence of the night, reflecting on everything that was happening. The sense of his connection that had always followed him seemed to intensify. He wanted to be part of something, to make a difference. However, another feeling, less defined, was emerging within him, the awareness that every choice, every step, was taking them further from the safety of camp. Perhaps, Damien thought, he shouldn't have stayed behind. But now, there was no time to reflect. The mission was underway, and who knew what would happen by the next morning. After giving Percy, Annabeth, and Grover some final advice, Luke headed to the area where Damien was resting. When he entered Hermes' cabin, the silence was almost tangible. Damien, wrapped in the warmth of his blankets, seemed to be in a deep sleep. Luke observed him for a moment, worried about his health and how he was coping with everything happening around him. But before stepping closer, he noticed Damien stirring slightly, as if trying to wake up. When Damien slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was still a bit dazed, and Luke smiled faintly, attempting to hide any worry. "Damien, are you awake?" he asked calmly, knowing full well the boy was pretending not to have heard anything earlier. Still groggy, Damien made a small effort to appear awake and chose his words carefully. "Did something happen?" he asked, trying to sound indifferent, though his curious gaze betrayed an uneasiness he couldn't entirely hide. Luke, who had come to understand how sensitive Damien was and how easily overwhelmed he could get by the events around him, responded with a reassuring smile. "Nothing you need to worry about," he said, sitting down beside the bed. "Everything's fine, don't worry. Get some more rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." With a gentle gesture, Luke tucked Damien in, almost like an older brother taking care of a younger sibling. "Sleep is the best thing for you right now. There will be tougher days, but today is not one of them. Rest, Damien." Damien nodded slowly, though his mind was still troubled by the recent office and the mysterious circumstances surrounding Percy and the imminent mission. He didn't want to appear weak, but at that moment, he didn't have the strength to ask more questions. The sound of Luke's voice and the warmth of the blankets lulled him, and his eyes began to close again. "Thank you, Luke," he murmured as sleep enveloped him once more. Luke watched him for a moment, his face turning into an expression of serene calm. Perhaps, he thought, Damien was beginning to find a small refuge amid the chaos surrounding the camp and everything about to unfold. Luke left the cabin quietly, leaving Damien to rest. The boy needed more than just sleep to overcome the fatigue accumulated over the past few days, but there was something deeper within him that needed healing. Luke wondered how much longer it would take before Damien finally joined them. But for now, the boy needed to stay away from the turmoil. Without Annabeth at camp, Damien's days grew heavy and monotonous. The time that once seemed reassuring now felt oppressive. Hours spent under the tree, sketching and trying to keep his mind occupied, felt endless. Annabeth, with her passionate way of explaining everything, had always made those moments special. Whenever she showed him something or spoke about the ancient stories of demigods and gods, Damien felt like he was learning something greater than himself. His place in the world was slowly taking shape. But without her, his drawings turned into mere scribbles, and his thoughts wandered aimlessly. Gray, the satyr who had welcomed him to camp, was kind and patient. But he couldn't replace the intensity of Annabeth's discussions. Gray was a good companion but lacked the same enthusiasm for teaching or pushing Damien to reflect on deeper matters. High's presence couldn't fill the void Annabeth had left. Not that Damien was annoyed with him, but he simply felt that something was missing. His mind, often drawn to the past and his divine parents, became more distracted and less motivated. In those days of boredom, Damien's thoughts mixed with worries about Percy, the prophecy, and the mysteries beginning to surround the camp. He often wondered what would happen when it was his turn to face his destiny. A part of him knew that, sooner or later, he too would have to make a choice, like Annabeth and Percy, but that moment seemed distant, unattainable. When the camp was quieter, Damien would retreat to his favorite tree, watching the others train or chat among themselves. Even in those moments of calm, though, the shadow of the prophecy, the voices of the gods, and the weight of uncertainty about his true identity haunted him. He wondered if his divine parent was watching him from somewhere or if they were too far away, caught up in their duties. Damien searched for answers, but all he found was a growing sense of loneliness. Thankfully, the moments of monotony didn't last forever. Occasionally, Simon or one of the other kids would seek him out, pulling him away from his darker thoughts. Although Damien accepted their company, he felt deep inside that something or someone was still missing. Chapter 7. Returning from the company, Damien, after a long conversation with Chiron and Mr. D, found himself watching them as they prepared to play Pinnacle, a game that seemed oddly out of place in a setting like Camp Half-Blood, where odds and monsters were part of everyday life. Yet, for Chiron and Mr. D, it was a routine, a way to escape the chaos of their existence. Chiron, always composed, settled into his chair with an almost regal elegance, arranging the cards with the precision only an experienced centaur could possess. Mr. D, on the other hand, slouched into his armchair with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm, sighing occasionally but seemingly content to enjoy a moment of peace away from the demigod's worries. Leaning against the wall in silence, Damien watched them play without saying a word. It was a scene that felt almost out of place in the camp's context, where everything always seemed to be in motion, always preparing for the next battle. Yet, in that moment, as he watched Chiron and Mr. D focus on their game, Damien felt a rare sense of peace, a calm that seldom came amidst his constant anxieties. Chiron dealt the cards swiftly, while Mr. D complained about every unfavorable hand, though his sarcastic smile never left his face. Despite his grumbles, it was clear that both of them appreciated this small slice of normalcy they created together, a refuge of tranquility that Damien couldn't help but envy. He remained silent, observing, until he noticed how the game seemed to foster a different kind of communication. Chiron wasn't just focused on the cards, he seemed to be subtly monitoring Mr. D's every move. Meanwhile, Mr. D, though pretending not to care about the game, had a spark of attentiveness in his eyes. Perhaps, Damien thought, there was something to learn even from these small moments of normalcy. Even the most powerful, even the wisest, needed to pause and let their minds rest. Yet, as he watched their game, a sense of frustration grew within him. He needed to act, to feel part of something greater. But maybe, as Chiron had said, it was still too soon. His moment would come, even if he couldn't yet imagine how. "I never thought I'd find myself watching a Pinnacle game, by God," Damien finally said, breaking the silence with a tired smile. Chiron looked up from his cards, amused. "A demigod's life is never dull, Damien. Sometimes, finding a little peace is exactly what we need." Without looking up from his cards, Mr. D added with his usual sarcasm, "Otherwise, we'd have gone extinct ages ago, wouldn't we?" Damien smiled more openly, amused by the comment, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something important was about to happen. The camp was changing, and so was he. In that moment, as the game continued, his thoughts wandered back to the silence under the tree, to the sketches and thoughts that haunted him. Despite the light-hearted moment, the weight of his future mission lingered. The summer solstice was approaching, and the tension at camp was palpable. Damien felt more nervous than ever. The mission to retrieve Zeus's lightning bolt loomed closer with each passing day, and with it, the fates of Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. Each day seemed to bring them closer to that crucial deadline. But Damien couldn't shake the apprehension that gnawed at him. He knew the burden of the mission fell mostly on Percy, yet he felt a growing sense of helplessness. As a demigod, he had grown accustomed to facing challenges and dangers, but this was different. The outcome of Percy's journey seemed to hang on a string of unpredictable factors, and more than anything, his own destiny, which felt increasingly imminent, filled him with unease. The sense that his moment was near but arriving too soon made him feel lonelier than ever. Walking along the training grounds, he watched his cabin mates practicing. Their determination and courage inspired him, yet also made him feel even more out of place. What can I do? He wondered as he drifted away from the group, seeking a quiet corner to reflect. The summer solstice was approaching, bringing with it the possibility of change. Damien didn't know what that date would mean, but his thoughts kept returning to the prophecy, the stolen bolt, and the need to return it. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something he could do to help, something he hadn't yet figured out. That night, before falling asleep, he thought about the green light he'd seen in his dreams. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the woman's scream that echoed in his nightmares. What does it mean? He asked himself, but the answer seemed out of reach. His connection to the world of the gods was still so uncertain and fragmented. The voice that had called to him years ago, when he had chosen to go by the name Damien, occasionally resurfaced in his mind. But it never seemed to offer clear answers. Despite the exhaustion weighing on him, Damien stayed awake for a while, staring at the ceiling of his cabin and trying to piece together a puzzle he couldn't complete. The mission was nearing its end, and everything depended on Percy's courage. Yet, a small part of him felt that he had a role to play too, even if he couldn't yet understand what it was. The summer solstice was drawing closer. The countdown had begun. Damien stood at the entrance to the big house, his heart pounding in his chest. News of the mission's success had brought relief to everyone. But for Damien, there was a part of that victory that felt deeply personal. Annabeth, Grover, Percy, they had returned. Safe and sound, having retrieved the bolt, peace had been maintained among the gods. But what made him most eager was seeing Annabeth again. A long season had passed without her, and now that she was finally back at camp, he couldn't wait to embrace her. It was as if a part of him, the part that had felt incomplete in her absence, was finally finding its place. Annabeth had always been one of the few people Damien truly felt comfortable around, someone who could help him see the world differently. And now, after so long, he knew he had to tell her how much he had missed her. He wasn't sure how she would react, but the need to express it was too strong. When he finally saw them all together, emerging from the big house, Damien couldn't hold back. He ran toward Annabeth, bypassing the rest of the group, and hugged her with all the strength he could muster. His heart was full of emotion, a feeling he didn't experience often but that seemed to overflow in that moment. Annabeth, surprised by the spontaneity of the gesture, froze for a moment. Damien had never taken such a step before, he had never shown so much openness or such a deep need for someone. But when she realized how genuine he was, she returned the hug, smiling warmly. "Damien," she said, her voice soft but incredulous. "I missed you." Damien pulled back slightly, though not completely, as if he didn't want to lose the connection he had just regained. His expression was more relaxed, and his eyes shone with an emotion he couldn't hide. "So did I," he replied simply, the most sincere words he had ever spoken. He didn't say anything more, but his smile and the way he looked at her said everything. His reserved nature, the trait that had always defined him, seemed to melt away whenever Annabeth was near. It was as if she were a source of safety for him, a refuge he could return to. The rest of the group stood at a distance, watching silently with smiles. Percy, who had already seen Damien grow a little during the mission, exchanged a knowing glance with Grover. Both pleased to see the boy finally take this step. Annabeth gently pulled away, but Damien didn't let go immediately. He needed to feel that it was real, that everything they had faced was truly over, and that Annabeth was back at his side. "We still need to celebrate, but don't worry," Annabeth said with a smile. "We're all alive and intact. And that's what matters most." Damien nodded, though he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Thank you," he added, as if he wanted to say more but couldn't find the words. He had rehearsed them in his mind many times, but when the moment came, he always felt too inadequate. Annabeth gave his arm a reassuring squeeze, and he smiled shyly, though with an intensity no one at camp had ever seen in him before. In that moment, with the mission behind them and Annabeth by his side, Damien felt that perhaps, at last, things would be okay. Chapter 8. Luke's betrayal. Damien, still half asleep, got out of bed, driven by curiosity and the strange noises coming from the cabin. He wasn't used to waking in the middle of the night, but something compelled him to investigate. The faint torchlight flickered along the corridors as the silence of the Ning camp was broken only by the soft sound of his cautious footsteps. When he reached the cabin door, he found it slightly ajar. Fueled by a mix of concern and curiosity, he moved closer. Peeking inside, he saw Luke sitting on his bed, his gaze distant and tense, his body rigid. He didn't look like the usual Luke, the one who could calm everyone with a smile and make everything seem easier. Now, he seemed like a stranger, nervous and agitated. Damien couldn't help but notice, and his mind filled with questions. Luke, what's wrong? Damien asked, his voice groggy with sleep but tinged with apprehension as he slowly stepped closer. Luke looked up, visibly startled to see him out of bed at this hour. Damien, what are you doing up? It's too late to be awake, he said, trying to sound calm. But his tone betrayed a subtle tension. Go back to bed and get some sleep. Even in his sleepy state, Damien could tell something was off. He couldn't imagine Luke as someone vulnerable or worried. But tonight, he was different. Are you sure everything's okay? Damien asked, his eyes still a bit blurry but filled with genuine concern. His mind couldn't shake the feeling that Luke wasn't himself. Luke sighed, lowering his gaze for a moment. Don't worry about me, Damien. You need to rest. Go back to bed, he replied, though his voice carried the weight of exhaustion from the past days. It was clear he wouldn't be sleeping that night, yet he knew Damien needed to. Damien didn't respond immediately, standing there with a look that spoke volumes. He answers, but he felt something strange. Was happening, something involving Luke, and perhaps even more. Realizing that Luke would only insist he return to bed, Damien murmured under his breath. But I don't want to sleep. I want to understand, he said, his voice a little louder now. What's going on? Luke held his gaze for a moment, as if searching for the right words. Then, almost instinctively, he stood and approached Damien. This isn't the time for questions. Damien, rest. Now, I promise everything will be fine, he said, gently lifting him and guiding him back to bed. With a gesture that was almost affectionate, he tucked Damien in, pulling the covers snugly around him. Though familiar, Luke's tension was palpable, and his smile felt more like a mask than a genuine expression of calm. Though confused and curious, Damien didn't resist. He let Luke settle him back into bed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. His body, however, was weary, and he couldn't resist the pull of sleep. As Luke tucked him in, Damien felt a strange sense of unease. But before he could think further, sleep overtook him, drawing him into a deep, quiet slumber, with the hope that tomorrow might bring answers. Damien couldn't think straight as Chiron's voice echoed through the air. Luke had betrayed the camp and the gods, aligning himself with Kronos. The words made no sense in his mind. What was happening? How could Luke, the one who had cared for him, the only one who seemed to understand his loneliness, betray them like that? He couldn't stop trembling, his tear-filled eyes streaming silently down his face as he clung tightly to Annabeth. She didn't need to say anything, he already knew. He knew because, just like him, Annabeth couldn't fully believe what was happening. But the truth seemed undeniable. Luke was gone, and with him everything Damien had known to be safe. Confusion and pain churned uncontrollably in his heart. Annabeth, despite the turmoil in her own heart, held him close. Her hands gently brushed his back, trying to soothe the pain that seemed endless. But every attempt to speak, every attempt to comfort, felt almost futile. Damien couldn't stop. He couldn't stop the tears from falling. Nor could he understand how Luke, the boy who had shown him kindness and protection, could have become a traitor. Why did he do it? Damien murmured through his sobs, his voice broken by confusion and pain. I can't believe he was really like that. Annabeth looked at him with eyes full of sorrow but also understanding. I don't know, Damien. I don't know, but I promise you, you're not alone in this, she said, trying to reassure him, even though she herself had no answers. There's always a reason, even if we don't see it right away. But we'll find a way to face this together. Her words didn't erase the pain, but Damien felt the comfort of her presence, a small light in the darkness. The tears kept falling, but Annabeth didn't leave his side. She hugged him tighter, trying to give him the strength he couldn't find in himself. Despite the chaos around them, despite the betrayal they had just uncovered, she knew they would face anything together. Luke's betrayal had left a deep wound in Damien. More than just disappointment. He couldn't understand how it had happened, and every time he tried to think about it, his heart grew heavy, as if an invisible wall separated him from the rest of the world. The bond he had with Luke, that figure who had been a guide and a reassuring presence for so long, now seemed like a distant memory, distorted by the truth. Damien felt as though his body was present, but his mind wandered elsewhere, as if he had lost touch with himself. Every time he tried to focus on something, his thoughts scattered, unable to settle. His voice, usually quiet, now felt like a distant echo, as if even words had lost their meaning. He walked through the camp but no longer felt connected to it. Even the sunlight seemed dimmer, and the laugh chair of the other demigods sounded far away. The confusion in his heart mirrored every corner of the camp, and Damien couldn't find a place where he felt safe. He no longer understood what it meant to be a demigod, nor what he himself had become. Loneliness consumed him. Despite Annabeth and the others being there, he felt distant, as though he had become a shadow of the boy he was before the betrayal. Even the bonds he had started to build seemed to unravel because, in that moment, Damien couldn't believe in anything. He couldn't trust anything. That night, as he lay in his bed, the thoughts still tormented him. The silence felt more oppressive than ever, and every emotion seemed amplified by the emptiness around him. Damien felt as though he had lost a part of himself, and more than anything, he feared he would never find it again. "Why, Luke?" he whispered into the darkness, as though the answer was still there, just out of reach. "Why didn't you ever tell me? Why didn't you talk to anyone?" The tears, though rare now, began to fall again, and Damien couldn't stop them. In that moment, he felt only the weight of solitude, as though he was destined to remain trapped in a world he could no longer understand. Chapter 9. Sally, Percy's mother. Damien watched the outside world through the van window, feeling slightly overwhelmed. It had been over a year since he last left camp, and the chaos and energy of the city felt like an entirely different world. Sitting next to Annabeth, he tried to focus on what was familiar, the sound of her voice discussing mythology with Percy or the watchful gaze of Argus, keeping an eye on everything with his many eyes. When they finally stopped, Annabeth helped Damien out of the van. Percy looked a bit lost and out of place, while Annabeth, as always, was confident and ready to lead them through the city. Argus set a meeting point and stayed nearby, his omnipresent gaze ever vigilant. Chiron had given each of them a small amount of US dollars. And Damien began thinking about what he could buy. The first thing that came to mind was clothes. His were getting a bit too small and worn. Then he thought about art supplies. Drawing had become his refuge. And Annabeth had taught him many techniques he wanted to try. Maybe a journal, he thought. Writing down his thoughts and feelings might help him organize the confusion inside him. Annabeth noticed his distant look and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Everything okay, Damien? Have you decided what you want to buy?" Damien nodded slowly, keeping his usual silence, then added in a whisper, "Clothes. And a journal." Annabeth smiled, always patient. "All right, let's find a good place." Meanwhile, Percy seemed fascinated by everything, from the advertising screens to the grocery stores, looking even more out of place in the mortal world than Damien felt. But Annabeth had a plan. She first took them to a budget clothing store, where Damien found a few simple but comfortable pieces. Annabeth helped him choose and check prices, while Percy joked about how hard it was to pick between two nearly identical shirts. After choosing the clothes, Annabeth brought Damien to a stationery shop. His face lit up at the sight of shelves filled with pencils, notebooks, and colors. He carefully picked a small dark-covered journal and some drawing pencils. When he paid at the counter, he felt almost happy, as if those items gave him something tangible to hold onto. "Do you want to stop anywhere else?" Annabeth asked as they left. Damien shook his head, clutching the bag with his purchases. "No, Thanks, he murmured. Percy returned shortly after, carrying a bag of snacks and a bottle of water. I found an amazing bakery, he exclaimed, as Annabeth rolled her eyes. Damien managed a small smile, watching him with curiosity. Percy seemed so at ease, as if he had all the time in the world. In that moment, Damien wished he could feel the same. Damien felt a bit out of place as they entered the Jacksons' apartment. It was his first time in a real home in a long while, and the warm, welcoming atmosphere Struth's apartment was modest but thoughtfully decorated. The walls were adorned with photographs and small objects that told a story of love and resilience. Sally Jackson greeted them with a radiant smile and a warm hug for Percy. Annabeth already seemed at ease, but Damien hesitated, staying close behind her. Sally quickly noticed his reserved demeanor and bent slightly to speak to him in a gentle voice. "It's nice to meet you, Damien. I'm Sally. No need to call me Mrs. Jackson, it makes me feel old," she joked, coaxing a small, uncertain smile from him. Percy chuckled. Damien doesn't talk much, but he's a great listener. Sally nodded understandingly. "That's perfectly fine. You're welcome here, Damien, and you don't have to talk if you don't want to." Those simple words eased some of the tension Damien felt inside. While Sally prepared lunch, Damien observed intently. The kitchen, though small, was highly functional, and a delicious aroma began to fill the air. Percy and Annabeth helped set the table, while Damien hung back, quietly watching. When Sally placed a small makeshift hearth with a lit candle on the table, she explained, "I know you're used to offering to the gods, so I thought this might be helpful." Damien was touched by the gesture. It was clear Sally wasn't a demigod, yet she showed genuine respect for their world. When it came time for the offerings, Percy murmured a prayer to Poseidon, Annabeth dedicated hers to Athena, and Damien, with a hint of melancholy, offered his prayer to his unknown divine parent. Lunch was extraordinary. Sally had made a meat pie with vegetables on the side and an apple pie for dessert. Damien ate slowly, savoring every bite. It was different from the camp food, not only delicious but made with genuine care. During the meal, Sally spoke casually, sharing little anecdotes about Percy as a child, which made him blush and laugh at the same time. Annabeth listened with interest, while Damien observed silently. He wasn't used to this kind of familiarity, the ease of sharing stories and exchanging smiles. He wondered if this was what a family felt like, something he had never truly experienced. After lunch, Sally served the pie with tea, and they all settled on the couch or scattered chairs, chatting. Percy seemed more relaxed than ever, and even Annabeth had let her guard down a bit. Damien, with a full stomach and a slightly lighter heart, realized that this moment would stay with him. It wasn't quite his family, but for now, he felt accepted and safe. Chapter 10. The Magic Sweatshirt. Damien's birthday turned out to be one of the most special days of his life. The day began with a sudden wake-up when Simon, with his contagious enthusiasm, gathered everyone to sing him the birthday song. Damien, blushing, felt overwhelmed but embraced the moment despite his shyness. The gifts were an emotional moment, symbolizing the bonds he had formed with those he cared about. Simon gave him a celestial bronze dagger engraved with his name in ancient Greek, explaining it as a symbol of protection. Annabeth, ever practical, gave him a book on ancient Greek and promised to help him learn the language. Gray, thoughtful as ever, gave him an ocarina and offered to teach him how to play. Damien, touched, eagerly accepted. Chiron gave him a magical bow and quiver that could transform into a bracelet, leaving Damien overwhelmed with emotion. He hugged Chiron, a spontaneous gesture that made everyone smile. Lastly, Annabeth gave him a small gift from Percy, a fossilized starfish, which Damien immediately cherished. The day was filled with laughter, shared moments, and surprises. After lunch, Annabeth and Gray organized a mini scavenger hunt, and Damien, initially nervous, found himself enjoying it. As the sun set, the campfire was dedicated to him, and for the first time, he felt part of a real family. That night, after a long day, Damien discovered a small package with a letter from his divine parent, who wished him a happy birthday and assured him of their care, though their identity remained a mystery. Damien, moved, wore a necklace with a black stone, feeling closer to his father. The day ended with a smile, a sense of hope, and the promise of new beginnings. Even though he didn't have all the answers. The necklace and those words gave him hope. Damien's days were filling up with new routines that, though demanding, made him feel more alive. Annabeth seemed genuine, Nellie excited about her role as a teacher. After his usual drawing session under the tree, she called him to begin the ancient Greek lesson. Patiently, she explained the words, their roots, and variations in speech, correcting his mistakes with precision but never making him feel uncomfortable. Gray, of course, never missed an opportunity to be present. Damien was convinced that the satyr Thurol enjoyed hearing his attempts to pronounce certain words, chuckling every time he stumbled over the complex sounds. However, even Damien couldn't help but laugh from time to time, making the lesson lighter and more enjoyable. After ancient Greek, it was time for his music lesson with Gray. The ocarina Gray had given him was starting to seem less mysterious, and Damien was discovering that he wasn't a total disaster with the instrument. Every correct note was met with a nod of approval from Gray, and every mistake became an opportunity for a joke. The hours spent with Annabeth and Gray had become some of his favorites. Not only did they offer him new learning opportunities, but they made him feel accepted, supported, and, in a way, normal. As the cold arrived, the atmosphere at Camp Half-Blood changed. Though the magical barrier protected them from the worst weather, the air had grown cooler, with a touch of humidity signaling the season's shift. However, Damien didn't seem bothered by the climate at all. In fact, he seemed almost thrilled to wear an oversized hoodie, so large it seemed to envelop him completely. That hoodie had become his favorite refuge, when he wanted to avoid conversations or simply relax. All he had to do was pull up the hood and hide his face in the soft fabric. The other kids in the Hermes cabin enjoyed calling him Snail, or Gnome, for the way he curled up inside it, but Damien just huffed with a half-smile, knowing they teased him affectionately. One day, Annabeth found him under the usual tree, his hoodie pulled up over his nose while he was drawing in his notebook. "You know," she said with a mischievous smile, "if you keep hiding in there, you'll be mistaken for a piece of furniture." Damien looked up, his cheeks slightly flushed. "It's comfortable," he mumbled, his voice muffled by the hood. "Comfortable or not," Annabeth replied, "it won't protect you from monsters." Damien played the piano, but deep down he was grateful for having a little refuge of his own. Even amidst the chaos of camp. "It protects me from Clarice." Annabeth raised an eyebrow, her expression bordering on amused. "Oh really? Your magical hoodie saves you from Clarice and her brothers? Is this your new secret weapon?" Damien nodded seriously, though a smile trembled at the corners of his mouth. "You don't understand," he whispered. "When they see me with this, they think I'm not even worth bothering. And then," he lowered his voice as though revealing a secret, "I can curl up in a corner and become invisible. They never find me." Annabeth burst out laughing, shaking her head. "You know you can't hide forever, right? Sooner or later, you'll have to face them." Damien shrugged, pulling himself even tighter into the hoodie. "Maybe. But for now, the hoodie works. And if it kept Clarice away, who's to say it can't do the same with monsters? If I ever see it repel a dragon, maybe I'll start believing you," Annabeth joked, but her look was filled with affection. "Anyway, you better hope Clarice doesn't hear you. If she finds out you're bragging about your secret weapon, she might find a way to test it." Damien made a face and snuggled deeper into the hood. "If I hear her coming, I'll pull up the sleeves too. I'll become a cocoon." "Untouchable game," shaking her head. "You're impossible," she said, but deep down she was glad to see that, despite everything, Damien was finding ways to deal with camp, even if in an unconventional way. Chiron listened carefully to Damien's story, his gaze amused yet affectionate. "So," the centaur said with a hint of laughter in his voice, "you're saying your hoodie has a special power. It makes you invisible, almost untouchable. A true secret weapon against Clarice and her brothers." Damien nodded seriously, though a smile hid in his eyes. "It really works," he murmured. "But don't tell anyone, or I'll lose my advantage." Chiron raised his hand as if to swear an oath. "I promise not to tell. Your secret is safe with me." Mr. D, sipping his Diet Coke, snorted but wore a rare smile on his lips. "What a great strategist," he commented sarcastically. "Hiding in a hoodie. Brilliant. I wonder why no one thought of that before." Then he looked at Damien with an almost indulgent gaze. But all right, kid, I won't say a word. However, don't expect it to work with monsters. Those things aren't afraid of cotton. Damien shrugged. Never say never. And anyway, it works with Clarice. That's something. Chiron chuckled softly, shaking his head. You have a unique talent for finding creative solutions, Damien. But remember, he added in a fatherly tone, your true strength doesn't come from the hoodie, but from you. It's just a matter of time before you realize that. Damien lowered his gaze, a bit embarrassed. But there was a spark of gratitude in his eyes. Thanks, he whispered. Before leaving, Damien turned to them with a serious look. You really won't tell anyone, right? Chiron nodded solemnly. My word, Mr. D raised his can in a sarcastic toast. Absolute silence, especially since your little secret is the funniest thing I've heard in centuries. Damien smiled slightly, satisfied, and pulled the hood back up, disappearing into his cocoon. Chapter 11. Snow. Damien, still a bit sleepy, watched in silence as Simon carefully dressed him. Each layer he put on was an affectionate gesture that made Damien feel safe. The snow falling from the sky seemed like a dream, something pure and peaceful that he had never experienced before. Wrapped in his oversized hoodie, Ian allowed himself to be embraced by the feeling of protection, not having to worry about anything. When Simon lifted him up and carried him outside the cabin, the cold hit him immediately, making his skin shiver. Damien's cheeks turned bright red, but he didn't mind. In fact, he was a little happy with the coolness. You'll like it, Simon said, smiling as he held him in his arms. Damien looked at him with an expression that, though slightly puzzled, betrayed a hint of curiosity. Snow was something completely new to him, an experience he had never had before. The camp, usually chaotic with training and activities, seemed calm on this snowy day. The sounds were muffled by the snow, and the sky above them was gray, but strangely serene. Damien let himself be rocked by the moment, not thinking about anything too complicated. The peace he felt made him feel light, as if the snow could wash away his worries. Simon gently set him down on the ground, allowing him to observe the footprints left by his steps in the fresh snow. What do you think? Simon asked with a smile. Damien, without saying a word, simply contemplated the scenery around him, his eyes shining with simple joy, while the snow continued to fall slowly, covering everything with its white blanket. It was a happy day, a day Damien would remember, for the serenity that the moment brought him and the warmth he felt around him. Both physical and emotional. He wasn't alone. There were people who cared for him, who protected him. And on this snowy day, everything seemed perfect. Snowball fights at Camp Half-Blood had become a real tradition, and Damien found himself involved, albeit in a slightly different way from the others. With his usual stealth, he had devised a strategy that seemed to work, hiding behind snow mounds and launching surprise attacks. Clarice, always ready to challenge anyone, immediately took the front line, but Damien managed to surprise her more than once. With his small body hidden among the fresh snow, he was able to strike without being noticed, causing Annabeth to laugh as she watched, amused. I can't believe it, Annabeth exclaimed, laughing as she watched Clarice shake the snow off, frustrated but amused. Damien, you're a real genius at strategy. Damien, with his face hidden under the hood of his hoodie, couldn't help but smile. He wasn't the type to seek attention, but Ian, Clarice and Annabeth's reactions filled him with joy. The camp felt like a celebration, and he, although still the reserved guy, felt part of something special. Even Simon, who joined the battle with his lively style, laughed as he saw Damien hit with precision. We should call you the Ghost of the Snow, Simon said, tossing another snowball, this time aimed at Clarice. Damien didn't respond, but the smile that lit up his face was more than enough to show how much he was enjoying himself, like never before. The snow, the laughter, and the moments shared with the other demigods made him feel more at home than ever. After all, this snowball fight wasn't just a game but a way to feel part of a family, even if it was a bit strange and chaotic. Chiron and Mr. D watched the demigods from the porch of the big house, both a little detached but amused by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Chiron, as usual, seemed to appreciate the camaraderie forming among the kids, despite their fighter nature and the challenges they faced every day. You see, Mr. D, he said with a pleased smile, every now and then, a little madness like this helps keep morale high. Mr. D, sitting uncomfo, RTABLY in a chair with his usual bored expression, rolled his eyes. Yes, fine, but let's not forget they're demigods, not elementary school children. Every now and then, it's better they focus on more important things. Every now and then, they need a little lightness too, Chiron replied with a subtle smile. A bit of healthy fun won't hurt. Mr. D huffed. Right, but if I have to see another one of their ridiculous games, I'll probably turn into a dolphin and dive into the water forever. Anyway, if it keeps them calm, who am I to say anything? As the two observed the demigods, Damien, hidden behind a snow mound, threw another snowball skillfully, hitting Clarice with a precision that left everyone speechless. Annabeth, laughing under her hood, glanced at Chiron, as if asking him if he noticed too. Chiron nodded, amused. Damien has a rather original strategy, Chiron said, sipping his tea. And it seems he's learning to have a bit more fun, which shouldn't be underestimated. Mr. D raised an eyebrow. I didn't think demigods needed lessons on fun, but maybe you're right. As long as they don't get into too much trouble, it's all good. Chiron smiled, watching the kids play, with the snow swirling in the air and laughter filling the camp. Sometimes, it's the little things that show us how much they've grown. Damien was curled up under the blankets, his face flew, shed from the cold and his body wrapped in a warm embrace of sheets and blankets. Despite his fatigue and discomfort, he tried to maintain a positive attitude, remembering the fun of the snowball fight the day before. His nose was stuffy, and his throat was sore, but the thought of the day spent with his friends brought him some comfort. Annabeth, who was in the infirmary due to a similar cold, watched him from the bed next to his. Even though she wasn't feeling well, she tried to smile to cheer him up. Bet you miss the snowball fights, huh? She said, trying to lift his spirits. Damien nodded weakly, his voice a bit nasal. Yes. But at least, yesterday I had some fun. Annabeth smiled, gently touching his hand in a gesture of solidarity. Don't worry, it'll pass soon. And when you're feeling better, we can do plenty more fun things. Maybe. Damien whispered the warmth the hot broth gave him. Grover, who was making his rounds to check on the demigods, approached Damien with a cup of tea. Hey, buddy, you really caught a bad cold. Don't worry, though, with some rest and a little magical potion, you'll feel better in no time. Damien gave a small smile, appreciating the kindness of his friends. But he was battling the exhaustion that enveloped him. He sank back into the blankets, hoping the day would pass quickly. Chapter 12. Scars. Damien slept deeply, his face relaxed despite the cold that troubled him. He was unaware of the concerns around him, nor of Chiron's worried gaze from the doorway of the infirmary. The children of Apollo had gathered around the centaur, their head medic speaking softly, but with an intensity that revealed his anger at what they had discovered. The scars on his back aren't recent, explained one of the boys, looking at Chiron with eyes full of repressed rage. But with the cold, they're getting inflamed. And they're deep. They can't just be the result of accidents. Chiron nodded, his gaze serious as his tail twitched nervously. It was hard for him to imagine such a dark past for a boy so young. Damien, with his reserved and kind nature, had never openly talked about what had happened to him before arriving at Camp Half-Blood. And now, the marks on his body told a story the boy had never had the courage to share. He'll never go back to them, Chiron declared firmly. I won't allow those mortals to ever have access to him again. We'll find a solution. One of the children of Apollo lowered his gaze, still shaken by the thought that anyone could inflict such suffering on a child. We'll do everything we can to help him heal, Chiron. But it will take time, not just for the body, but for the mind. Chiron looked at Damien, who had wrapped himself more tightly in the blankets, his peaceful expression unaware of the conversation taking place. He's come a long way since he arrived here, he said, more to himself than to the others. But we need to do more. This place must be his home, his protection. And we must never allow him to feel threatened again. The children of Apollo nodded, determined to care for Damien and do everything possible to help him heal, not only from the cold but also from the invisible wounds in his heart. Chiron had spoken with Annabeth with the gravity of someone sharing a heavy secret. He had told her about Damien's scars and the past behind them. Annabeth listened in silence, her fists clenched at her sides. It was hard to imagine that anyone could hurt Damien, that shy and kind boy who rarely raised his voice. "Don't tell him," Chiron said finally. "He's not ready, but I think you can help him, Annabeth. You're one of the few people he truly trusts." Annabeth nodded. She was used to carrying responsibility, and this wouldn't be any different. She decided not to force Damien to speak, but to make sure he knew he wasn't alone. Her strategy was simple: spend more time together, without ever directly addressing the subject. So, in addition to Greek and drawing lessons, Annabeth introduced dagger training. "It's always useful to know how to defend yourself," she said one day, handing him a wooden dagger. "And we don't want Clarice to have too much of an advantage over us." Damien gave a weak smile at the joke and let himself be involved. He wasn't a natural fighter, but Annabeth was patient and encouraging. She showed him how to move, how to defend himself, and most importantly, how to find confidence in himself. Each lesson was a small step. They never spoke of what he had gone through, but Annabeth noticed in his eyes that the gesture didn't go unnoticed. In his own way, Damien was accepting that silent support, and slowly, it seemed he was gaining strength. For Annabeth, this was enough. She would never let Damien face his past alone, and even though he didn't know it, she was ready to fight by his side, dagger in hand. With the arrival of spring, the camp seemed to awaken slowly, just like nature. Damien, still wrapped in his beloved hoodie, was finally seeing the fruits of his efforts. The ancient Greek lessons with Annabeth had become less intimidating, and now he could hold simple conversations. Although he still stumbled over some words, Annabeth encouraged him with a smile. Every mistake is a step forward. Gray, always patient and passionate, was teaching him more complex songs for the ocarina. Damien was finally becoming comfortable with the instrument, and there were moments when he played alone, letting the notes carry him away. Several times, the other demigods stopped to listen, leaving him with a sense of satisfaction he couldn't explain. With the dagger, Damien had gained more confidence. Annabeth, though a demanding teacher, also knew how to encourage him, and every time he managed to complete a sequence without mistakes, she rewarded him with a nod. "See, I told you, you have talent," she'd say. Damien wasn't an expert yet, but his determination during training was truly admirable. Even Simon watched him with pride, joking that soon he would be asking Damien for advice on how to fight. Winter was giving way to spring, and with it, it seemed Damien was blossoming as well. He was no longer the lost silent boy who had arrived at the camp long ago. Now he was part of something bigger, a family, and every progress he made was a step forward towards self-confidence. Chapter 13. Tyson. When Beth suggested adding Latin to their lessons, Damien was initially surprised but accepted with enthusiasm. Despite the already heavy workload, the idea of learning another language intrigued him. Annabeth, with her strategic mind, explained that knowing Latin could be an advantage in the world of demigods, especially during quests or in deciphering ancient texts. Latin is the foundation of many languages, including much of Greek. And since you don't have dyslexia, it will be easier for you to learn, Annabeth said with an encouraging smile. Damien found Latin fascinating. Its grammatical structure, the musicality of the words, and its deep connection to culture and history. Annabeth taught with patience, integrating practical phrases and historical curiosities, making each lesson engaging. "Learning languages gives you a chance to better understand the world," she had told him one day. Damien nodded, feeling a new awareness grow within him. The more he studied, the more he realized that knowing different languages opened a universe of possibilities not just for reading and understanding, but also for communicating and forming connections with people from different cultures. Gray, always curious about the lessons, joined them occasionally, trying to pick up a word or two, although he preferred to stay focused on music. Damien, however, made an effort to share what he was learning, turning studying into a more social activity. Over time, Damien realized he had a new passion: Languages had become a way to feel stronger, more connected to the world, and, in a sense, closer to what could be his future as a demigod. When Percy returned to Camp Half-Blood, he brought a huge boy who seemed like a real giant. Damien, both curious and intimidated, instinctively hid behind Annabeth. Although the newcomer seemed kind and had a reassuring smile, Damien remained skeptical. Annabeth, who knew Damien well, placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, Damien, this is Tyson. He's Percy's friend." Tyson seemed harmless, with an innocent and friendly demeanor, but Damien couldn't shake the feeling of being small and vulnerable next to someone so imposing. However, Tyson noticed Damien peeking shyly from behind Annabeth and bent down a little to greet him. "Hi," he exclaimed enthusiastically. "You're small, but you look nice." Damien pressed his lips together and nodded slowly, moving closer to Annabeth, who was trying to hold back a laugh. "Damien's just a little shy," Annabeth explained, giving the boy a reassuring glance. Percy, for his part, seemed amused by the scene. "Don't worry, Tyson's the Mo is. Damien, you might not believe it right away, but he's one of us." That statement struck Damien, who studied Tyson more closely, trying to understand what Percy meant. Annabeth whispered something in Damien's ear, trying to encourage him to give the newcomer a chance. Although his wariness didn't entirely disappear, Damien decided to observe from afar, little by little. The giant that everyone seemed to welcome so warmly. The chaos at Camp Half-Blood came suddenly and was overwhelming. Damien, who had been enjoying the peacefulness of the day until then, was shaken by the screams and the sound of explosions in the distance. He turned sharply toward the main camp and saw the mechanical bulls, enormous metallic creatures with sharp horns and gleaming bodies, destroying everything in their path. More experienced demigods were trying to stop them, but they were knocked down like leaves in the wind. Damien's heart was pounding in his chest. He knew he wasn't ready to face such a situation, but he couldn't stay still. He started running, looking for Chiron, weaving through the tents and trying to avoid danger. He reached the big house just as Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson were preparing to intervene. "Damien," called Chiron as soon as he saw him. "Come here, stay with me." Breathless, Damien took shelter beside the centaur. As he watched the battle from a distance, he saw Tyson courageously charge at one of the bulls, grabbing its horns and facing it with incredible strength. It was then that Chiron explained what was happening. Quote, "The camp is under attack because Talia's tree has been poisoned," he said gravely. "The barrier protecting the camp is weakening." Damien looked at Talia's tree in the distance. The sight saddened him. The once lush tree seemed withered, its branches devoid of life. Annabeth joined them, her face marked with worry and determination. "This isn't a random attack," she said. "Someone wants the camp to fall." Damien nodded slowly, the fear and confusion he felt mixing with a sense of helplessness. He hoped that Percy, Tyson, and the others could stop the monsters, but he couldn't help wondering, who could commit such a vile act? And why? With Annabeth and Percy gone to the Sea of Monsters, Damien's days at the camp seemed never-ending. The routine that once was full of activity now felt empty. Without Annabeth, Damien felt disoriented. The lessons that had given rhythm to his life were on hold, and he missed their conversations terribly. Damien spent a lot of time under his favorite tree, with his notebook and pencil always within reach. He drew imaginary scenes of Percy and Annabeth during their mission, trying to guess what challenges they were facing. Drawing helped him calm down, but sometimes he wondered if he would ever be brave enough to go on a quest like theirs. Gray was a constant support, and the music lessons with the ocarina became moments of escape. Damien appreciated Gray's patience, even though the melodies they played seemed melancholic, reflecting his mood. Simon, on the other hand, tried to distract him by taking him to shoot with the bow or involving him in games at the Hermes cabin. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, the camp felt less alive without Annabeth and Percy. The hardest thing for Damien was the absence of the stories and curiosities Annabeth shared during their chats. Every now and then, he tried to read something from the book she had given him, but without her guidance, it was easy to lose focus. Chapter 14. The Torment of Tantalus. Before their departure, Damien was skeptical of Tyson. The Cyclops' imposing stature and slightly clumsy demeanor made him uncomfortable. However, over time, he began to notice Tyson's sweet and genuine nature. One afternoon, while Tyson was repairing a shield for another demigod, Damien stopped to watch. Tyson noticed his curiosity, smiled warmly, and invited him closer. "Shield broken, but not impossible to fix," Tyson said enthusiastically. Damien was struck by Tyson's simplicity in tackling problems and the passion he poured into his work. Before leaving, Tyson gave Damien a small pen, and he had crafted from leftover metal pieces an anchor-shaped amulet. "For protection," Tyson said. The gesture deeply moved Damien, who began to see Tyson in a new light. After Tyson's departure, Damien often carried the pendant, feeling it symbolized a special bond with someone who, despite his size, had a gentle heart. Chiron's departure was a heavy blow to the camp. When Tantalus took over, Damien didn't know what to expect, but it took only a few days to realize things were going downhill. Tantalus seized every opportunity to belittle the demigods, constantly reminding them of his superiority without ever lifting a finger to help. Damien tried to remain as invisible as possible. During meals, he kept to himself, training alone or with Gray and Simon to avoid Tantalus' attention. Though naturally reserved, Damien couldn't ignore the growing discontent among the demigods. The loss of Chiron and the absence of strong leadership were palpable. The situation worsened with Tantalus' new rules, which seemed more punitive than helpful. Damien watched his friends grow, increasingly frustrated. Even the usually calm children of Apollo appeared weary and irritable. One day, during archery practice, Tantalus stopped to observe Damien. "Ah, one of the quiet ones," he remarked sarcastically. "Too silent to be useful in battle." Damien stiffened but said nothing, knowing that any response would only worsen the situation. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Damien found some solace spending time with Chiron when possible, though the centaur now spent more time away from camp. Chiron reassured him that things would eventually improve. Meanwhile, Damien continued to adapt as best he could. He drew, trained, and clung to the hope that Percy, Annabeth, and Tyson would succeed in restoring order to the camp. Unexpectedly, Damien found refuge in the big house, where Mr. D often spent his time. Though the god's sarcasm and irritable demeanor were hard to tolerate, Damien felt more at ease with him than with Tantalus. Mr. D represented a strange semblance of normalcy during such turbulent times. Frequently, Mr. D invited Damien to play pinochle, one of his favorite pastimes. Initially skeptical, Damien soon realized the game, though somewhat frustrating, distracted him from his thoughts. While Mr. D never missed a chance to make snarky comments, Damien sensed a hint of affection behind the sarcasm, or perhaps just the god's way of masking his loneliness. In quieter moments, Mr. D opened up a bit, sharing fragments of his past with bitter disillusionment about the restrictions imposed by Zeus. Despite his apparent anger, Damien sensed a certain sadness behind the god's irritable exterior. These conversations, full of complaints and sarcasm, made Damien feel less isolated, even if they never grew truly deep. When Tantalus announced that Clarice and 2 other demigods would be tasked with retrieving the Golden Fleece, the camp erupted with anxiety and skepticism. Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson distrusted Tantalus and his leadership. Determined to do things right, they decided to leave the camp secretly and undertake the quest themselves. Damien, however, didn't feel ready for such a dangerous mission. In the end, he stayed behind, held back by doubts and the sense that he couldn't do much to help at that moment. As Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson departed silently, Damien watched the scene from a distance. Overcome by a profound sense of helplessness. Though he wanted to join them, he knew he wasn't ready to face the dangers that awaited them. Meanwhile, the camp remained under the control of Tantalus, who, despite the chaos brought on by the chariot races and the attack of the Stymphalian birds, fancied himself a leader of some kind. Damien spent most of his time at the big house with Mr. D, who did his best to make the camp tolerable. Yet, not even the sarcasm and irony of the god of wine could disguise the fact that, without Annabeth and Percy maintaining order, the camp collapsed. Tantalus, with his sheer incompetence and disdain for the demigods, was far from the figure needed to lead the camp during such a critical time. Damien wondered how the mission would unfold without Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson stepping in. Each day, the situation seemed to deteriorate further. While Mr. D appeared resigned to the chaos, Damien tried to stay useful in small ways. He trained alone with his dagger, continued perfecting his skills with the ocarina, and studied the books Annabeth had given him. Occasionally, he spoke with Tyson, who proved to be a more capable companion despite his cyclopean nature and towering stature. Still, not a day went by that Damien didn't wonder how things were going outside the camp. Every noise, every movement in the woods filled him with unease. What if something went wrong? What if his friends failed to retrieve the golden fleece? The thought tormented him, but he knew there was little he could do from his current position. Meanwhile, Tantalus's presence only worsened the atmosphere. His relentless sarcasm, always ready to mock anyone, exacerbated tensions among the demigods. Damien found himself spending more time alone, reflecting on the words Annabeth and Percy had said before they left. "Stay safe, Damien," Annabeth had told him. He had responded, but deep down, he felt something was amiss. He couldn't help but think that if he had joined the mission, things might have turned out differently. But he couldn't change what had happened, and now the camp was in Tantalus's hands, a figure Damien deeply resented. Tantalus's inability to manage the camp, his arrogance, and his complete lack of leadership made him a far greater threat than anyone imagined. Each time Damien saw Mr. D grow irritated or heard Tantalus's sarcastic laughter, his heart sank. He felt trapped in a camp that was steadily losing its safety and stability. Tantalus, in truth, cared little for protecting the demigods. He was uninterested in their safety or the increasingly dire mission at hand. Yet Damien had no choice but to wait and hope his friends returned safely with the golden fleece, ready to put an end to this madness. Weeks passed, and with them, Damien's sense of helplessness grew day by day. The camp's atmosphere continued to worsen, with Tantalus's incompetence and biting sarcasm only adding to the frustration among the demigods. As Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson remained absent, Damien sought solace in anything he could, but nothing truly distracted him from thoughts of his friends and their perilous quest. Every day, thoughts of how things might be going beyond the camp tormented him. What would happen if they failed to retrieve the golden fleece? What if something went wrong during their journey? Damien silently prayed to his father, who had yet to reveal his identity, hoping that somehow, he might intervene to help his friends. He didn't know what else to do. It didn't feel like the right time to step forward. But the hope that his father might do something to save Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson kept him praying. Days turned into weeks and then months, but the golden fleece still seemed so far away. Damien continued his routine at camp, training, studying, and trying to stay busy. Tyson, who had continued working on building trust with the other demigods, was a comforting presence, but the loneliness Damien felt was hard to ignore. Even though Tyson was kind and always available, Damien couldn't stop thinking about how different his life would be if he were with his friends. Sometimes, he wondered if he was missing an opportunity to grow, but deep down, he felt that staying at the camp was the right choice. All he could do was hope for the best, that Annabeth, Percy, and Tyson would return with the golden fleece and save them all. Meanwhile, tensions at the camp grew. The demigods felt the pressure mounting. The children of Ares were more restless than usual, and even Mr. D seemed to have lost some of his usual sarcastic spirit, overwhelmed by the chaos reigning under Tantalus's leadership. His irritation grew with each passing day, but without strong leaders like Annabeth or Percy, the camp increasingly resembled a place of internal conflict rather than true unity. Damien found refuge in his thoughts and prayers, trying to keep hope alive. During the long, lonely nights, he wondered if there was more he could do. But all he could do was wait, pray, and hope. Hope that fate would smile on his friends and that, eventually, their mission would end in success. Lunch at the camp was usually a time for light chatter and laughter, but that day, the air was tense as never before. The demigods sat at their respective cabins, eyes fixed on their plates, trying to ignore the nervousness in the air. Damien, as always, remained quiet, but he could feel the weight of the silence around him. Mr. D did nothing to ease the tension. If anything, his sarcasm was sharper than usual. The atmosphere was thick with unease that refused to dissipate. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a brilliant light. An iridescent message, brimming with energy, materialized before the eyes of all the demigods, illuminating the sky above Camp Half-Blood in a surreal display. What appeared was as shocking as it was revealing. A voice rang out through the iris, announcing that it was not Chiron who had poisoned Talia's tree, but Luke. Damien froze. A pang of pain struck his heart as he watched, as if in a movie, Luke, his former friend, battling Percy. He couldn't believe what was happening. The boy he had known, who had treated him with such kindness, was now an enemy to everyone. Damien's heart ached at the thought of such a betrayal. He couldn't understand how Luke could bring himself to commit such a cruel act. The message cut off abruptly, leaving the camp enveloped in an almost unnatural silence. Only the distant sounds of chaos persisted. Mr. D seemed smug about the situation and, with a sly smile, sent Tantalus back to where he came from. A small victory for everyone, but Damien knew the peace was only temporary. Many things were yet to unfold. When Chiron finally returned to the camp, a collective sigh of relief spread among the demigods. His presence was reassuring, a protective aura that enveloped them. But that day, Damien felt the weight of Luke's betrayal more intensely. The wound he had tried to ignore seemed open, more painful than ever. That evening, as he often did when he felt overwhelmed, Damien decided to make an offering. Not to the usual god or entity he turned to, but as a symbolic gesture. With a hint of malice that had crept into his heart, he burned his offering in the sacred fire, letting the flames consume the incense and the sacrifice. With a bitter smile, he burned a portion of the offering for his unknown father, hoping that, even if he had never revealed himself, he might sense his cry for help. Then, with a gaze betraying a deeper unease, he burned a second portion for Hades, asking him to increase Tantalus's punishment for all the pain he had inflicted on the camp. Before concluding his offering, he whispered a promise to himself, "Tomorrow, I'll bring you a piece of chocolate cake, if you can hear me, my father. And maybe, if things go well, for you too, Lord of the Underworld." Chapter 15. Talia. In the depths of the Underworld, where lost souls wandered endlessly, a cold, amused laugh broke the silence that cloaked the darkness. It was a sound that echoed through the shadowy halls of Hades' realm, a laugh that belonged solely to him, the Lord of the Underworld. Hades, with an almost sinister smile, was entertained, as much as a god like him could be. The thought of inflicting further punishment on Tantalus brought him a certain satisfaction. Another cruel twist of fate, a never-ending torment, mirroring the suffering Tantalus had inflicted on Camp Half-Blood, trapping demigods in a cycle of inescapable agony. What a vindictive little boy, Hades mused with a grin. He's got some spirit, I'll give him that. But he has no idea what it truly means to play with someone who masters rote amusement in the thought of Damien. Young and often quiet, nurturing that spark of anger that might one day make him a formidable adversary. It wasn't common for a demigod, even one raised at a place like Camp Half-Blood, to approach him so directly, almost boldly. Damien still had a long way to go, but his revenge, small as it was compared to the gods' games of power, did not go unnoticed. Hades paused for a moment, considering whether to reach out to Tantalus and make his punishment even more unbearable. He could make him suffer more, he deserved it, and then some. But not now, not yet, because vengeance is often sweeter when restrained, like a flame that never fully extinguishes but waits for the perfect moment to erupt. With a sadistic smile, Hades sent his thoughts toward the world of mortals and demigods, where the boy who had made the request continued living his life. Let him enjoy his little victories for now, Hades thought, before the fires of hell let him feel their heat. And so, in the depths of the darkness, the laughter of the Lord of the Underworld echoed, while another demigod, unaware of his role in this divine dance, followed his destiny. Back at Camp Half-Blood, Dami, and finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Life at the camp had resumed its routine, with days passing peacefully, as though the storm of dramatic events was now a distant memory. The tension that had gripped the camp after Luke's betrayal and the poisoning of Talia's tree had slowly dissipated, leaving behind an air of apparent calm. Damien had found solace in his usual routine, the one he knew by heart. Each morning, he woke up, attended lessons in Greek, Latin, and music with Gray, and then spent his afternoons drawing, as always. But there was something different now. The peace he sought, the one that always seemed to elude him, finally wrapped around him like a warm and comforting blanket. He spent more time at the big house, in the company of Mr. D and Chiron. Despite the ASM and irritated demeanor of the god of wine, Damien found that their presence offered him a sense of stability. The Pinnacle games had become a habit he looked forward to. They weren't just games moments of relaxation and companionship, far removed from the worries that still occasionally troubled him. Mr. D and Chiron seemed to appreciate his presence. There was no need for many words. Our company alone was enough to make him feel less alone. Sometimes, Chiron teased him about his attempts to maintain a serious demeanor, but Damien had grown used to such moments. It was as if, through the game, he could finally let go of his worries and focus solely on the present. His thoughts were less crowded. The constant feeling that something terrible was lurking had slowly begun to fade, and the daily routine allowed him to breathe. A part of him still couldn't let go of the past, but that part was now quiet, buried under the weight of more peaceful days. Peace had finally returned, though it felt fragile and precarious. Damien no longer felt like a person torn between countless fears and impossible hopes. He had found his place at camp, a place that, while not perfect, finally offered him some serenity. The arrival of Talia, the daughter of Zeus, sent a shockwave through the camp. The scene that unfolded before everyone's eyes was almost surreal. The girl, seemingly emerging from the roots of Talia's tree, rose as if nothing had happened. The golden fleece had had an even more powerful effect than anyone had imagined. Not only had it healed the tree, but it had also brought Talia back to life. Years after she had been transformed into a tree to save the camp. Damien, watching the scene in wonder, immediately noticed the air of astonishment that hung over the demigods. He hadn't expected such a reaction. And yet, in that moment, the camp once again felt like a place of miracles. Disbelief was etched on everyone's faces, but above all else, there was joy most evident in Annabeth. As soon as Talia stood, Annabeth couldn't contain her happiness. Without hesitation, she threw herself into a warm embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. It seemed that, for Annabeth, this moment marked the end of a long-awaited dream finally coming true. The friendship between the two girls had never faded, and now Annabeth could once again hold her long-lost friend. Cairo, and the camp medics quickly rushed Talia to the infirmary for checks, ensuring she was healthy after all she had endured. Damien found himself reflecting on the power of the golden fleece and how she had changed not only the fate of the tree but also Talia's. He had heard of her story, of how she had been transformed into a tree to save the camp, but seeing her alive before him felt almost unreal. News of Talia's return spread quickly, and soon the camp buzzed with chatter and speculation. Everyone wondered what her resurrection would mean for the camp and the demigods. Damien couldn't take his eyes off the infirmary door, pondering how Talia's presence would surely bring new hope and strength to the camp. For Annabeth, especially, Talia's return meant so much. It was a bond being rebuilt, and Damien watched their interaction with curiosity, understanding how important Talia was to Annabeth not just as an ally but also as a friend. Amidst the joy, a sense of uncertainty lingered in the air. What would Talia's return mean for the camp? Would it be a sign of hope or a harbinger of new challenges? Damien, though reluctant to admit it, felt that his world was shifting once again. But this time, for some reason, he didn't feel as uneasy as before. Chapter 16. Nightmares. When Damien met Talia for the first time, it was an encounter filled with mixed emotions. Annabeth, ever eager and willing to share, introduced her as one of her closest friends. But Damien, as usual, felt anxious and slightly intimidated by someone so strong and determined. Talia had a presence that couldn't be ignored, and for a boy like him, who preferred staying in the background, that first meeting left him feeling small and out of place. However, contrary to his expectations, Damien soon discovered that Talia wasn't as unapproachable as she seemed. Despite her fierce spirit and determination, she displayed a genuine curiosity about others and an incredible ability to adapt. Her presence brought new energy to the group, and little by little, she became part of the daily routine. Under the tree, with Annabeth and Gray, Talia seemed at ease. She didn't need to dominate or force things, she simply joined the conversations, listened, and occasionally shared her firm opinions. Though Damien often felt uneasy, he watched with amazement how Talia interacted effortlessly, never creating tension. Sometimes, she observed him from afar, intrigued by how the usually quiet Damien carved out his place among them, responding with calmness and humor. Her strong character, which initially intimidated him, turned out to be a blessing. Talia didn't try to embarrass Damien, instead, she made him feel comfortable with her reassuring presence. Together, under the tree, they found a quiet rhythm, a balance that seemed impossible in a camp so chaotic and often dangerous. Annabeth, thrilled to have her old friend back, and Gray, always ready with light-hearted jokes, made those moments special. Damien realized that, in a world where everything felt like an ongoing battle, there was still room for genuine friendships. What initially seemed like a relationship bound to stay in the real M of fear and uncertainty became one of the strongest connections Damien had ever formed. And although their temperaments were different, Talia taught him not to fear the strength of those around him but to value it and grow from it. As the year at Camp Half-Blood came to an end, Damien reflected on how much he had changed. The camp's atmosphere was peaceful as the demigods prepared to say their goodbyes or settle in for the winter. During the ceremony, he received his third terracotta bead, decorated with a ram, symbolizing the golden fleece and the UPH the camp but ultimately brought Talia to them. Damien accepted the bead with pride and gratitude. Back in his cabin, he grabbed the leather cord he wore around his neck. The two previous beads already hung there, each with an important story to tell. The first, a deep purple bead with a bow and arrow, symbolized his first year at camp when he learned to use the magical bow Chiron had gifted him. The second, a blue trident on a black background, was tied to Percy's return and the struggle to save the camp and Talia's tree. Now, with the new bead, the cord told a story of 3 years of growth, friendship, and survival. He gazed at the ram painted on the terracotta bead, recalling the hardships of that year, the poison tree, Tantalus's incompetence, the anxiety for Annabeth and Percy on their quest, and finally, the joy of having Talia back with them. Each bead wasn't just a symbol but a reminder that, despite his fears and insecurities, he had managed to overcome it all. With a small smile, Damien added the bead to the cord, tied it around his neck, and felt a little stronger, a little more part of the chaotic world he now called home. That evening, under the starry sky of the camp, he made his offering to the banquet fire, thanking the gods, but especially his unknown father, for protecting him once again. That night, the atmosphere in the Hermes cabin grew heavy. Damien had fallen asleep peacefully but was consumed by a nightmare so vivid it left him breathless. He was surrounded by towering shadows, faceless creatures chasing him. He felt the pain of his scars burning and the chill in his bones as he tried to run. But each step brought him closer to an endless abyss. A deep, cruel laugh filled the air, and a hissing voice called his name. He woke up screaming, his heart pounding like a frenzied drum. The others in the cabin jumped up, and Simon was the first to reach him. Damien clung to him with all his strength, trembling like a leaf and crying uncontrollably. It was as if the terror of the GHT mare had followed him into the waking world. Simon held him tightly, murmuring words of comfort, but Damien was too shaken to hear them. "It's okay, Damien, I'm here," Simon kept repeating, his voice gentle yet firm, trying to reassure him. Around them, the other kids in the cabin watched with concern, unsure of what to do. Some exchanged glances, while others whispered, but no one dared come too close. Gray entered shortly after, drawn by the noise and the lights. Seeing Damien in that state, he approached calmly, speaking with Simon to understand what had happened. "It's just a bad dream, Damien. You're safe, I promise," Gray said in a soothing voice, trying to convey a sense of protection. It took a while for Damien to calm down. His body was still tense, and the trembling wouldn't stop. Simon insisted he drink some water, while Gray placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You're not alone, Damien," Gray said with a half-smile. "Whatever you saw, it can't hurt you here." When Damien finally managed to speak, his voice was shaky and uncertain. It felt so real. "I don't know what it was, but it was looking for me." His companions' expressions grew more serious. Nightmares were never just dreams for a demigod. That night, Damien didn't sleep alone. Simon stayed by his side, ensuring he wasn't left alone with his fears. Gray also decided to remain in the cabin, sitting near the bed to keep him company. Though still frightened, Damien felt a certain comfort in knowing he wouldn't have to face it all alone. Chapter 17. Visions. Damien woke up late in the afternoon, still groggy and haunted by the memory of his nightmare. The usually noisy and chaotic Hermes cabin was unusually quiet, as his companions tried not to disturb him. When he opened his eyes, Simon was seated next to his bed, carving a small piece of wood but glancing at Damien occasionally. Finally awake, Simon said warmly, setting the carving aside. Annabeth and Chiron came by to check on you, but we told them you needed rest. Damien stretched slightly, feeling the lingering fatigue in his body. I'm sorry, I caused trouble for everyone. Simon shook his head firmly. Don't say that. Bad dreams are normal, especially for us demigods. And don't worry about the cabin, we've got everything under control. While some are training, others are here keeping an eye on you. Damien looked down, touched by their care. You didn't have to do all this for me. Simon gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. We're family, Damien. Even if we're messy and chaotic, we look out for each other. Shortly after, Annabeth entered the cabin with a small bag of chocolate chip cookies. Chiron told me what happened, she said reassuringly, sitting next to Damien and offering him the cookies. Don't feel guilty about scaring anyone. We're here for you. Damien took a cookie, nibbling on it slowly, comforted by Annabeth and Simon's presence. Gray joined them shortly after, carrying an ocarina to lighten the mood. The Hermes cabin rotated shifts, ensuring Damien was never left alone, a gesture that reminded him how lucky he was to have found a home amidst the chaos of Camp Half-Blood. The visions began appearing suddenly, often while Damien was drawing. As he worked on his sketches, his hand seemed to move on its own, frantic yet precise. The drawings that emerged were detailed and unsettling, scenes of ancient battles, mythical monsters that seemed alive, and fragments of places Damien had never seen before. The first time it happened, Damien froze, staring at the drawing with his heart pounding. It depicted a battle between a dragon and a group of armed heroes, the details so vivid it felt more like a memory than imagination. Simon noticed his unease. Hey, are you okay? He asked, moving closer to look at the sketch. When he saw it, Simon's eyes widened. Damien, this is incredible but also terrifying. How did you draw this so quickly? Damien shook his head, his hands trembling. I don't know. It's like it wasn't me. My hands just moved on their own. When Annabeth was informed, she examined one of the drawings closely. These aren't just random sketches. They're historical representations, she said seriously. Some of these events match ancient tales. But how do you know about them? Damien couldn't explain. He had never heard of those battles, yet He portrayed them with remarkable accuracy. Every stroke seemed to hold a piece of a forgotten story. Chiron, alerted to the phenomenon, studied the drawings thoughtfully. This could be prophetic visions are a connection to memories of a past life, he explained. Many demigods develop unique abilities, and this might be a manifestation of yours, Damien. Pay attention to everything you draw, there may be valuable clues. Despite Chiron's reassurances, the visions left Damien exhausted and uneasy. Each time it happened, he felt like he was seeing the world through someone else's eyes. Annabeth helped him catalog the drawings, searching for hidden meanings, while Gray used music to ease the tension those visions brought. Damien began carrying a small journal, noting every vision and detail he could recall. Though frightened, he knew there was something significant about these drawings, something that might prove crucial in the future. Talia had truly committed herself to training Damien with the spear. Despite her impatient and straightforward nature, she seemed intent on teaching him not only the techniques but also how to face a fight. Damien, initially enthusiastic, quickly realized that his teacher was anything but lenient. Every time he tried to dodge Talia's sharp blade, he ended up closer to the floor than to victory. When the lesson ended, with Damien sprawled on the ground and his hoodie torn in several places, he quickly sought refuge next to Annabeth, trying to hide behind her. Annabeth looked at him, chuckling, and said, "Don't worry, you just need a bit more practice." Talia, with a triumphant smile, said, "You did well, but remember, Damien, fighting isn't just about strength. It's also abnodded but couldn't help squinting at what seemed to be a rather dangerous spear. I hope cunning is enough to survive you," he muttered under his breath, trying not to be heard. Annabeth gave him an understanding smile. "It's not the spear, Damien, it's Talia's determination. But you'll see you'll improve quickly." Damien looked at himself in the mirror, observing his arms marked with bruises and cuts from Talia's tough lessons. Each day seemed worse, but no one had ever really worried about how hard it was. Annabeth, as always, encouraged him with her usual smile, but there were moments when Damien felt utterly exhausted. "You know, Annabeth," he said, trying not to let his irritation show. "Sometimes it'd be nice if you just kept quiet." Annabeth looked at him, surprised, before bursting into laughter. She knew Damien was trying to act tough, even his skin told a completely different story. "I really can't," Annabeth replied with a mischievous grin. "The truth is, you're making incredible progress, but I can see Talia's spear is driving you crazy." Damien sighed, glaring at the spear propped up next to the bed, his ever-present training companion that never seemed to leave him alone. "Yes, because every time I see it, I'm reminded I don't want to die this young," he said sarcastically, though with a forced smile. "Don't worry, it'll get easier," Annabeth reassured him, still laughing. "And besides, the important thing is you've learned one fundamental lesson: never challenge Talia when she's holding a spear." "But don't worry," Damien added, trying to sound more relaxed. "I made Talia promise she'd buy me a new hoodie, the one she practically shredded." Damien had begun to notice something strange during his training sessions with Talia. Every time the spear brushed against his body or she executed a particularly sharp move, he felt a small burst of electricity, as if an invisible energy coursed through the air. Each time she touched him, it felt like his muscles were hit by a slight but irritating jolt. Once, during a break between training sessions, Damien looked around to make sure no one was watching, then furtively approached Talia's spear to examine it closely. There, between the gleaming metal and the air that seemed to grow heavier, he began to understand. Talia was using her thunder power, but she hadn't told him. "That's not fair," Damien thought to himself. "Bad Talia, using your powers against me. It's not right to exploit your godly powers on a kid who's barely 6 years old." The next day, during another training session, Damien decided it was time to confront Talia. He wasn't the type to stay silent, especially when something didn't sit right with him. He stopped during a break and looked Talia straight in the eye. "Talia," he began with a determined voice, "you know that's not fair. You're using your power, the electricity, the jolts. I can't fight against something I can't control." Talia stared at him for a moment before smiling, almost amused. "Oh, you noticed, huh? I had no idea you'd pick up on that. But don't worry, it's just a little trick. It helps you focus." Damien crossed his arms. "I don't need tricks. I want to learn to fight on my own, not with your powers." Talia regarded him for a moment and, instead of getting angry, leaned down with a more serious expression. "You're right. Maybe I overdid it a bit. I promise, from now on, no more tricks." Damien nodded but couldn't help thinking that, even though he had managed to stand up for himself, he would need to keep a close eye on her in the future. With Percy, Talia, and Annabeth away on a mission, Damien found himself facing unusually lonely days. Although he was relieved not to endure Talia's grueling training sessions, he couldn't ignore the emptiness his friends left behind. The days felt longer, and without Annabeth to keep him company or Talia to tease him, the camp seemed strangely quiet. Damien threw himself into his routine, trying to fill the sense of solitude. He spent more time drawing, letting the pencil glide across the paper as he tried not to dwell on how much he missed his friends. Still, he couldn't shake the hollow feeling when he saw the other demigods training or having fun together. Gray and Simon tried to keep him busy, suggesting games or challenges involving the ocarina or archery. But even those activities quickly lost their charm without the familiar presence of Annabeth and Percy. Damien often found himself wandering around the camp, searching for a sense of belonging. One evening, as he sat alone by the brazier fire, offering something to the gods, he heard Chiron's voice behind him. You'll see them again soon, Damien, said the centaur with a gentle smile. But in the meantime, remember that you're never truly alone. The camp is full of people who care about you. Damien nodded, trying to find comfort in those words. Despite everything, though, he continued counting the days until Percy, Annabeth, and Talia returned. He hoped they would bring good news and maybe a bit of chaos to break the monotony. Damien stood still, as if the world around him had plunged into a deafening silence. Talia and Percy's words echoed in his mind. Annabeth, taken. Manticore. He couldn't process them. His eyes, already glistening with restrained tears, betrayed the storm of emotions he was feeling. Fear, anger, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness consumed him. What do you mean she's been taken? Damien whispered, his voice breaking. Percy stepped toward him, trying to offer reassurance, but Damien pulled away, shaking his head. Why didn't you save her? Why couldn't you protect her? Talia knelt beside him, trying to steady the trembling in his shoulders. Damien, we did everything we could. It's not your fault, or ours. Annabeth is strong, and we'll do everything we can to bring her back. Damien wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, but the tears kept falling. What if it's too late? What if we can't find her? She's the only one who really understands me. Talia and Damien were deeply affected by Percy's words. They all knew how much Annabeth meant to him, like an older sister and a patient guide. Percy placed a hand on Damien's shoulder. I won't let anything happen to her, Damien. I promise you, we'll bring her back. But we need to stay united and strong for her. Damien nodded slowly, though his gaze remained fixed on the ground. He knew Percy was sincere, but the pain of Annabeth's absence was almost unbearable. He turned to Talia. Is there anything I can do? I don't want to just sit here while she's in danger. Talia studied him for a moment, then sighed, shaking her head. Damien, it's better for you to stay at camp. It's not safe for you to come with us. But I promise we'll keep you informed. And as soon as we hear anything, we'll let Chiron know. Damien didn't look entirely convinced but eventually agreed. He felt powerless, but he didn't want to be a burden. Percy and Talia left him on the porch of the big house, where he sat for a long time, hugging his knees to his chest and staring into the distance. That night, Damien made another offering to the fire, silently praying to his unknown father to protect Annabeth and bring her back to camp safely. Damien watched the hunters of Artemis with a mix of curiosity and unease. Their elegant bows and proud demeanor made him feel slightly intimidated, but he couldn't help admiring them. They weren't just formidable, they radiated an aura of mystery and strength that fascinated him. He often tried to approach them, but the moment one of the hunters fixed him with an impenetrable gaze, he quickly retreated, returning to observing them from afar. During meals, he noticed how the hunters sat at the table dedicated to Artemis. Separate from the other demigods, they seemed to exist in a world of their own, untouchable and focused, as if the rest of the camp didn't matter. Damien wondered if it was their bond with Artemis that made them this way or simply their individual personalities. He was tempted to ask questions point their austere atmosphere. Chapter 18. La Prophecy. Then came the announcement of the flag hunt. It was an event that Damien loved to watch, even if he almost never attended it. But this time, the tension on the ground was palpable. The arrival of the hunters had completely changed the atmosphere. During the announcement, Damien noticed that Chiron looked particularly nervous, with his tail moving restlessly behind him. Damien quietly approached Percy, curious to know more. Why does Chiron seem so worried? He whispered. Percy looked up from his plate and grimaced. He's probably thinking about the last time the hunters participated. It didn't go too well. What happened? Damien insisted, his eyes wide open. Percy hesitated for a moment, then answered heavily. Well, let's just say there was a small fire. And some trees didn't survive. The smile that followed was anything but reassuring. Damien swallowed, the thought of a fire disturbing him. He turned to the porch, where Chiron seemed to be muttering something about accidents and girls with bows too impatient. Even Mr. D, who usually seemed indifferent, seemed somewhat interested in the upcoming game, probably only because he wanted to see some chaos. Damien decided to watch the game from a safe position, away from the line of fire. However, Part of him was eager to see the hunters in action. Maybe it won't be as disastrous as they say, thought with a glimmer of hope, even if a voice in his head suggested otherwise. The hunters had dominated the flag hunt with a combination of brutality and elegance. Damien had observed everything from above, next to Chiron, and he could not help but feel a mixture of admiration and a little fear for the precision with which they moved. The demigods in the field, despite their efforts, seemed completely overwhelmed. The air was thick with tension as Damien and Chiron descended towards the battlefield. Now deserted. As soon as they arrived, Damien immediately noticed Percy and Talia in the middle of a heated argument. Their voices overlapped. "If I hadn't own yourself in like a bolt from the blue," Percy began. "Oh yes, and you, genius of the sea, thought it was a good idea to freeze everything, including me," retorted Talia, her fists clenched. Seaweed head, pine cone face. The tension between the two was about to explode. Percy raised a hand and water began to bubble from the ground beneath him, while around Talia an electric spark lit up the air. Damien watched wide-eyed, his heart pounding. Their powers were incredible, but also terrifying. He hid behind Chiron, seeking comfort in the centaur's calm presence. "Enough, you two," shouted Chiron, his authoritative voice echoing across the field. "You are wasting your energy with these pointless discussions." But before Percy or Talia could resist, an unnatural cold descended on the field. Damien felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end and a wave of fear overwhelmed him. A figure slowly advanced towards them. A mother, wrapped in tattered bandages that reeked of dust and death. The mummy moved with a chilling slowness, each step accompanied by the faint creaking of its joints. Damien felt panic rise inside him and clung to Chiron, trying to merge with him. "See Chiron," he stammered, his voice trembling. The mummy stopped in front of them and raised his head. His empty eyes and dry lips moved, and a voice, inhuman and chilling, filled the air, pronouncing the prophecy. 5 will go west to the goddess in chains, 1 will be lost in the earth without rain. The ruin of Olympus shows the trace, campers and hunters prevail together, we must resist the curse of the Titan. And 1 will perish at the hands of a parent." Damien remained motionless. He hadn't fully grasped the meaning of the words, but Percy and Talia's heavy atmosphere and shocked express Ions made him realize that it was something extremely important, and terrible. Then, as if nothing had happened, the mummy turned and sat down on a boulder nearby. He remained motionless, like a statue. Damien continued to tremble, his heart pounding as he hid behind Chiron. His trembling voice whispered, What? It was that, what? The oracle, Chiron replied in a serious tone, his gaze fixed on the mummy. And that was a prophecy. Damien couldn't imagine how such a prophecy could affect the future, but one thing was certain, the unease that pervaded him would not be easily diminished. Percy, with an expression that mixed disgust and resignation, he was charged with putting the oracle back in its place in the attic of the big house. Damien, as he walked away, the mummy looked even more disturbing in the dim light of the sunset. Even Percy, usually so sure of himself, could not hide the shivers that ran through him. Damien, still trembling, settled down beside Talia, seeking comfort in her constant presence. Although she could seem a little intimidating at times, she was incredibly protective. Being close to her gave him a sense of security, even if he didn't say anything. As she watched Percy walk away with a look that mixed amusement and worry. Soon after, Artemis hunters approached. Damien watched them with curiosity and a little nervousness. Their leader, Zoe Nightshade, exuded a proud and authoritative air, but it was the newcomer, Bianca D'Angelo, who caught her attention. Bianca had a gentle smile that broke the intimidating atmosphere of the others. He approached slowly, as if not to frighten him, and waved to him a little goodbye. "Hello," he says in a calm and friendly voice. Damien, however, hesitated. He moved a little closer to Talia, looking down. He didn't feel ready to talk to someone he didn't know, especially after everything that had just happened. There was nothing personal against Bianca, he seemed kind. But there was something too new, too uncertain in the situation. Bianca seemed to notice his discomfort and did not insist. "It was a pleasure to meet you," he added softly, before turning back to the other hunters. Talia patted him lightly on the shoulder. "Don't worry, they don't bite." "Well, almost never," he said with a half smile. Damien managed to smile faintly in response, but said nothing. He preferred to stay close to Talia, observing the camp around them. Everything seemed calm for now, but in his heart he knew that the prophecy would change everything. Talia was urgently summoned to the Council of Cabinla, aiders with the leaders of the Hunters and Chiron. The girl's normally determined gaze turned serious as she made her way to the big house. Damien throws it away, with a growing weight in his stomach. He knew it was something important, but he couldn't help but, suddenly feeling alone. He found himself walking aimlessly through the camp, the cool evening wind ruffling his long hair. He passed by the forge of Hephaestus' sons, where the sounds of the hammers and sparks, then beyond the now empty training ground. He was looking for someone he knew, but it seemed like everyone was busy or somewhere else. Finally, he sits under his favorite tree, near the lake. It was a place that made him feel safe, a small refuge from the chaos of the camp. With a deep sigh, he pulled out his sketchbook and began doodling. Drawing helped him find calm, although lately, those moments of peace were often interrupted by strange visions that got out of hand. The silence was broken by a voice. "Can I sit here?" Damien looked up, recognizing Bianca D'Angelo. The new huntress appears serene, with a curious but respectful air. Damien hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Bianca sat at a distance that was not too intrusive. "I also sometimes like to be alone," she said softly, looking at the lake. Damien didn't respond right away, continuing to draw while casting occasional glances at Bianca. It didn't seem threatening. In fact, there was something reassuring about his presence. "Do you like to draw?" he asked after a while, noting the notebook. Damiano nodded. "It helps me to think," he murmured, in a barely audible voice. "Bianca, I'm sorry, it's beautiful. But my brother Nico loves it. He would probably ask you 1,000 questions about your drawings." Damien relaxed slightly at the sound of his gentle voice. Bianca seemed sincere and wasn't trying to force a conversation, which he appreciated. He continued to draw in silence, while Bianca remained there next to him, looking at the lake. Although Talia was far away, for the first time that evening Damien did not feel completely alone. Chapter 19. Visions and Dreams. Damien was wandering through the camp, trying to clear his mind, when he bumped into Nico D'Angelo. The boy, with his dark hair and piercing gaze, observed him curiously as soon as he saw him. Nico seemed to have something to say and, indeed, had a question ready. "You're Damien, right? The one who draws and has strange visions?" Nico asked, his voice full of interest but devoid of the usual coldness one might expect from him. Damien nodded slowly, still a bit surprised by Nico's interest. He wasn't used to receiving much attention, but there was something friendly about the boy despite his air of mystery. "Well, yes, I draw," Damien replied, trying not to appear too embarrassed. "But I'm not sure they're just strange visions. It feels more like something happens when I draw. I can't control it." Instead of pulling away or laughing, Nico stepped closer, a curious smile on his face. "You know, I also have a special connection to the world of the dead," Nico said, almost as if sharing something personal. "Maybe what happens with your drawings is similar. I have some cards, mythamagic cards. Would you like to see them?" Damien hesitated for a moment but then nodded. "You know," he said shyly, "I'd like to learn how to use those cards. They might help with my drawings, and maybe with the visions too." Nico looked at him for a moment, as if considering something. Then, without saying anything, he handed him the deck. "Try using them. But remember, they're not a game. Mythamagic is powerful. You have to be ready for what it might reveal." Damien took the cards with trembling hands, feeling a shiver down his spine. Each card seemed to hold a piece of a larger puzzle, something he was about to uncover, but only if he was ready to face it. "Thanks, Nico," Damien said, smiling gratefully. It was the first time someone had offered him a key to better understanding his experiences, and for Damien, it meant more than he could express in words. With his heart racing, Damien hid behind Talia as everyone's eyes turned toward him. Zoe Nightshade, the lieutenant of the Hunters, took the drawing with a skeptical expression. Despite her reserved and unreadable demeanor, Damien sensed a slight tension in her movements as she looked at the paper. In the drawing, Zoe recognized herself with striking accuracy. The details of her armor, the bow in her hands, her wavy hair tied back. Before her stood a towering, monstrous figure, a man with a lion's head and a massive axe. It looked like a scene from an ancient legend, yet Zoe knew Damien couldn't have known anything like it. "Who showed you this?" Zoe asked, her voice calm but laden with intensity. Her posture grew rigid, as if she were trying to suppress a stronger reaction. Damien lowered his gaze, trying to hide even further behind Talia, who was watching him with concern. "I don't know," Damien murmured in a barely audible voice. "It just came on its own. When I draw, it happens, like I'm not the one controlling my hand." Percy stepped closer, taking the drawing from Zoe's hands to examine it more closely. "Well, this is unsettling," he commented, casting a worried glance at Talia. "You don't think Damien is predicting the future, do you?" Talia scoffed, though her expression betrayed a flicker of unease. "I don't know, but I do know that if he ran all the way here to show us this, there's got to be a reason." Zoe raised her hand, reclaiming the drawing. She studied it carefully before looking back at Damien. "This isn't the first time you've had visions like this, is it?" she asked, her tone softer but still resolute. Damien shook his head, biting his lip. "Sometimes. I don't know if their visions are just drawings. But this one felt important. I didn't want anything bad to happen to you or the others." A heavy silence fell over the group. Even the hunters, who usually stayed on the sidelines, were watching the drawing with serious expressions. Zoe folded the paper carefully and tucked it into the pocket of her jacket. "I'll take this into consideration," she said finally, her tone gentler than expected. "Thank you, Damien." Damien nodded faintly, relieved but still nervous. Talia turned to him and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You did the right thing," she whispered. "Even if we don't know what it means, it's better that they're prepared." Damien watched as the group headed toward the edge of the camp. Still feeling partly responsible, he hoped the drawing was just a warning and not an inevitable fate. As he walked back with Talia, her voice broke through the tense silence, trying to lighten the mood. "Hey, seer boy, now I get why you wanted my protection. You're full of surprises." Damien couldn't help but smile shyly. Maybe he couldn't fight like the others, but in his own way, he could still try to make a difference. When the news came that Percy had managed to join the hunters group thanks to a Pegasus, Damien didn't know whether to feel worried or relieved. On one hand, the thought of Percy sneaking off scared him. On the other, he hoped that with Percy and Talia there, they had a better chance of bringing Annabeth back safely. Damien stayed in the big house, watching Chiron pace nervously, his hoof striking the floor in a near-hypnotic rhythm. The centaur was clearly frustrated, though his expression also showed a certain resignation. "I can't decide whether it's more irritating that he disobeys or that he always manages to get away with it," Chiron muttered. Then he stopped and looked at Damien, who was watching him from a nearby chair. "And you, how do you feel about all of this, Damien?" Damien lowered his gaze, nervously fidgeting with the sleeve of his hoodie. "I just hope Annabeth comes back, and that Percy and Talia are okay," he murmured. "I know they're strong, but it's all so scary." Chiron stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. "I know, my boy. But you have to trust them. Percy, Talia, and the hunters are a formidable group, and I'm certain they'll do everything they can to bring Annabeth home." Damien nodded slowly, though the anxiety still gnawed at him. In the days that followed, he tried to keep busy, training a bit with Simon, listening to Gray's ocarina lessons, and helping out in the greenhouse with the children of Demeter. But his thoughts often drifted back to the drawing and the scene he had depicted. He was afraid that something might go terribly wrong. Every evening, Damien stopped by the campfire to make an offering to the gods. Alongside his unknown divine parent, he prayed to Athena to protect Annabeth, to Zeus to watch over Talia, and even to Poseidon to keep an eye on Percy. When he burned the piece of food, he would whisper a silent prayer, asking for his friend's safety. Meanwhile, Chiron seemed increasingly worried. Though he tried to maintain calm for the sake of the other demigods, Damien noticed the agitation in his eyes and gestures. It felt like the entire mission was hanging by a thread, and there was no way of knowing how it would end. Chapter 20. The Ophiator and Hermes. Damien didn't tell anyone, but every night before falling asleep, he thought about Annabeth's hug and hoped to see her again soon. One day, he was sitting near the beach, lost in thought and absently drawing in the sand, when a commotion nearby caught his attention. A group of demigods had gathered, whispering and pointing toward the waves. Curious, Damien approached, staying behind the taller ones. His jaw dropped when he saw Grover, soaked but relieved, accompanied by a strange creature emerging the body of a bull and the tail of a sea serpent. "Grover," Damien called, stepping closer. What are you doing here? Weren't you with Percy and the others?" Grover, exhausted but determined, replied, "Damien. It's a long story." He gestured to the creature beside him. "This is the Ophiatorus. I need to speak with Chiron immediately." Damien, intrigued, followed Grover to the big house, where Chiron listened with growing concern. Grover explained the creature's ancient power, how whoever sacrificed it could destroy Olympus itself. Later, Damien bonded with the Ophiatorus, often sketching it while pondering its mysterious nature. Despite its ominous reputation, the creature's gentle demeanor made it hard for him to see it as a threat. Yet, the weight of its significance lingered in his thoughts. When they arrived at the big house, Grover immediately turned to Chiron, who greeted them with a worried expression. "Grover," said the centaur, his tail swishing nervously. "What happened? Where are Percy and the others?" Grover quickly explained what had occurred, how he had found the Ophiatorus and why it was so important to keep it safe. Damien listened in silence, unable to take his eyes off the creature. Even though Grover's words frightened him, he couldn't help but feel fascinated by the idea of such an ancient and powerful being. Chiron looked even more concerned after hearing the story. "Grover, you did well to bring it here," he said finally, though his voice betrayed his tension. "But this complicates everything. We must be even more careful. If anyone or anything finds out it's here." Damien couldn't stop himself from asking, what happens if someone actually sacrifices it? Chiron fixed him with a serious gaze. "Then it could mean the end of our world as we know it." The Ophiatorus seemed to have taken a particular liking to Damien. Wherever he went, the creature followed, letting out a soft lowing sound and swaying its serpentine tail. After some initial hesitation, Damien began to relax in its presence. He found the creature's behavior incredibly endearing and often sat beside it on the beach to draw. With his sketchpad in his lap, Damien let the creature inspire him. He drew it in playful poses, trying to catch a butterfly with its snout or curling up like a sleepy snake. Other sketches showed the Ophiatorus watching the sunset or swimming in the calm waters of the lake. Damien would study his drawings and then the creature, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't understand how anyone could see you as a threat," he murmured, gently scratching behind its ears or whatever those little protrusions on its head could be called. The Ophiatorus let out a contented sound, almost like a purr, making Damien smile. Every time Damien looked at the Ophiatorus, it seemed less and less likely that such a peaceful creature could truly destroy Olympus. But then Grover and Chiron's words would echo in his mind, bringing with them a faint sense of unease. Perhaps it wasn't the Ophiatorus itself that was dangerous, but what it represented, the power others might seek to exploit. Despite it all, Damien couldn't see it as anything but a new, curious friend. Hermes arrived at the camp like a bolt of lightning, his theatrical entrance accompanied by the cheerful sound of the wings on his sandals. With his usual carefree grin, he made his way toward the Ophiatorus, which waited with its calm, serene expression. Damien, watching the scene from a corner, widened his eyes as Hermes approached the Hermes cabin to greet his children. "Hello, my dear ones," Hermes exclaimed enthusiastically, spreading his arms as if to gather everyone into a great embrace, though no one seemed particularly inclined to rush into his arms. Then the god noticed Damien, who had instinctively hidden behind Simon, and offered him a cheerful greeting. "Ah, who do we have here?" "Damien, right, I've heard about you. It's not every day someone befriends a creature like the Ophiatorus," Hermes said lightly, tilting his head to get a better look at the boy. Damien gave a small nod in acknowledgement, shrinking further behind Simon, who was trying to suppress an amused smile. Hermes, however, didn't seem the least bit bothered by the boy's shyness. "No need to worry, kid. I'm just passing through," he said, glancing at his children. Then he turned to chat briefly with the other demigods in the cabin, asking about recent news and scattering jokes and smiles. Finally, he returned to the Ophiuchorus, ready for his task. "Well, little friend, it's time to take you to Great Olympus," he said, lightly stroking the creature. Before leaving, Hermes glanced at Damien and gave him a knowing wink. "Don't worry, kid, your father is more attentive than you might think." With those enigmatic words, he rose into the air with the Ophiuchorus by his side, disappearing into the sky above the camp. Damien stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the spot where Hermes had vanished, a mix of curiosity and confusion in his eyes. His heart pounded as he stared at the sky, the god's words resonating in his mind. "Your father is more attentive than you might think." It was a simple phrase, but it carried immense weight. Damien clenched his hands into weak fists, almost hoping those words would reveal what he had always longed to know. Simon, standing beside him, noticed the turmoil within the boy. He placed a hand gently on Damien's shoulder, squeezing it lightly. "Are you okay, Damien?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern as he looked at him. Damien turned slowly toward him, his eyes still lost in thought. "He knows who my father is," he murmured in a faint voice, almost in disbelief. "Hermes knows who." Simon nodded with a reassuring smile, keeping his hand on Damien's shoulder. "He probably does," he said, choosing his words carefully. "And if Hermes said that, it must mean something. He wouldn't say something like that without a reason." Damien lowered his gaze, struggling to make sense of his confusion and the glimmer of hope within him. "Why won't anyone tell me? Why doesn't he come forward?" Simon crouched down to be at his level, meeting his eyes. "Maybe the right time hasn't come yet. The gods work on their own schedule, as frustrating as that might be," he said with a compassionate tone. "But I believe that when it happens, you'll be ready. You're stronger than you think, Damien." Damien remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, though he still felt an emptiness in his heart. He leaned slightly into Simon's hand on his shoulder, drawing some comfort from the gesture. "Thank you," he whispered softly, trying to calm the storm within him. Simon smiled and gave his shoulder one last pat before standing up. "Now let's head back to the cabin. I'm sure we can find something to take your mind off things. Maybe another card game, what do you say?" Damien nodded and followed him slowly. But those words kept echoing in his mind. He didn't yet know who his father was, but one thing was certain: sooner or later, he would have his answer. Chapter 21. Damien awoke slowly, confused and weak, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself back in the big house, but the atmosphere was heavy. The light filtering through the window was dim, as though the world had been wrapped in shadow. "Damien," Gray's nervous, worried voice broke through. "Are you okay?" The satyr watched him anxiously, his gaze darting between Damien and Chiron, who looked shaken. Damien tried to sit up, but his head spun. "Zoe," he murmured, his heart racing. The image of the battle, Zoe fighting the monstrous man, was burned into his mind. He couldn't forget it. Zoe, is she okay?" Chiron approached slowly, his expression concerned yet calm. "You had a vision, Damien," he said softly. "A vision of what's happening far from here." Damien nodded, trembling as he tried to piece together the experience. "It was like I was there with her," he whispered. "Zoe was fighting that monster. She couldn't win. She was going to lose." Gray stared at him. "You do? Did you try to stop it?" Damien shook his head, still grappling with the meaning of it all. "I couldn't do anything," he said, his voice breaking. "I couldn't." Chiron sighed, his face grave. "Your visions aren't easy to understand, Damien, but they're powerful. This one may be a warning. That monstrous man you saw, he could be a serious threat. We can't let Zoe and the others face danger alone." Damien bit his lip, struggling to focus. I have to do something. I can't just sit here and watch." "It's not that simple, Damien," Chiron said firmly. "But we must prepare the camp and the others. If this threat is real, we need to be ready." Damien met Chiron's eyes, a newfound determination rising within him. "I want to go with them," he said, his voice stronger now. "I can't stay here while they risk their lives." Gray stepped back, visibly concerned. "We can't let you go alone, Damien." Chiron nodded slowly, It's not a decision to take lightly, but we can't ignore what you've seen. We need to find Zoe and stop that monster. And we need to do it soon. The weight of responsibility pressed on Damien, but so did the desire to help. Too many times he had felt useless. But now he knew he had to make a difference. As preparations for the mission began, Damien felt ready to plunge into the heart of the action, determined to save those who were fighting even if it meant facing danger head-on. While relieved to hear Percy and the others were safe, his thoughts lingered on the vision and the fear for Zoe's safety. The couch in the big house felt both too big for him and too small to hold all his worries. He felt tired, yet he couldn't find peace. The couch in the big house seemed too large for him, yet too small to hold all his worries. "Are you okay?" Gray's voice brought him back to reality. The satyr was sitting beside him, his expression worried but with a slight look of relief on his face. Damien nodded, trying to ignore the heaviness pressing on him. "Yes, the just need to rest, but we can't let anything happen to Zoe, right?" Chiron, who had been silent in the corner of the room, calmly approached. "Zoe is strong, Damien. And Percy, Annabeth, and Talia are doing everything they can to protect her. But you're right to be concerned. Your instincts are rare and powerful, and we must take them seriously. But right now, you need to rest. You can't face anything if you're not at your best." Damien knew Chiron was right, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the battle he had seen was about to happen. What if Zoe couldn't win? What would happen then? "I can't just sit here and do nothing," he muttered, as exhaustion overwhelmed him again. His eyes nearly closed against his will, but his mind never stopped. He kept dreaming of the battle, the monster, and Zoe fighting. Gray, noticing Damien's inner conflict, placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're not alone in this. When you're ready, we'll be here. For now, try to rest. You, Annabeth, Percy, and Talia have been through so much." Chiron approached Damien, crouching next to the couch. "Rest, Damien. The hour of battle will come, and when it does, you'll be ready. But first, you need to recharge your strength. Don't let fear consume you." Damien, though conflicted, eventually gave in. Exhaustion enveloped him completely, and soon he fell asleep, surrendering to the sleep he so desperately needed. Even as his mind kept racing, wondering if he would be able to protect those he loved when the right moment came. The scene in San Francisco was charged with tension. Zoe, with all her strength and determination, was fighting against Atlante, the immortal hunter, but she seemed on the verge of giving up. Atlante's fatal blow was about to strike her, when an invisible, powerful, and unexpected force hurled her away from him. Her salvation came in a flash, and Zoe found herself out of the attack's path, thanks to an energy she couldn't fully comprehend. Atlante, furious, turned and snarled at the air, as if communicating with someone invisible. "Chaos, stay out of my business," he shouted, his tone filled with rage. And then, as if those words had summoned a response, an even more powerful force struck Atlante, pulling him away and casting him into a dark prison, invisible to the eyes of others. Atlante struggled, but he couldn't break free. In that moment, something changed in the air. Chaos, the primordial entity that had given birth to the world and the first titans, had finally made its move. An ancient and infinite energy permeated the atmosphere, an energy that seemed to come from the very heart of the universe. It was as if the sky had torn open to reveal a force that no one, not even Artemis or the demigods, could fully comprehend. Meanwhile, Percy, who had been trying to intervene in the battle, was thrown back, as if he had been pushed by an inescapable fate. His fall seemed endless, but eventually, his body stopped, suspended in the air, with nowhere to land. As if he too were part of a design that went beyond his understanding. Artemis's eyes, usually infallible and stern, widened in surprise. It had never happened before, that an intervention from chaos was so apparent, yet there was something strangely protective in its gesture. Why had chaos, the entity that birthed the world, chosen to intervene in this battle? What was it trying to safeguard? Artemis approached slowly, her eyes full of questions and concern. "Chaos, why?" she whispered, as if waiting for a response, but from the void came no answer. It was as if the fate of Zoe, of Atlante, of Percy, and perhaps of all the demigods, was now intertwined with forces greater than they had ever imagined. But why at this moment? And what did this mean for the impending war? Chaos's protection was not just a blessing, but also a heavy question about the future of them all. What would the intervention of a primordial force that had given life to the universe mean? And why, at this moment, had Chaos chosen to alter the course of events? These questions crowded Zoe's mind as she tried to recover, but she felt a growing unease. The path ahead of her was marked by something she couldn't fully understand. Chapter 22. Return to camp. When Artemis and the demigods arrived on Mount Olympus, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The storm clouds that had surrounded the mountain during the battle were slowly dispersing, but the sense of unease lingered. The air was filled with an unusual energy, a force unlike anything felt before. Chaos, the primordial entity that had created the world, had become involved, but why? What was its goal? The gods' council room, usually a place of serenity and authority, was now crowded with worried demigods and deities. Athena, Zeus, Artemis, and the others sat silently, waiting to hear the report from Percy, Zoe, and the others. Percy stepped forward, his expression serious. He wasn't one for long speeches, but he knew this moment required one. "We found Zoe and Orion," he began, his voice betraying some breathlessness. "But during the fight, something strange happened. Orion tried to kill her, but he was stopped by an invisible force. We don't know what it was, but Orion was thrown back and trapped, as if struck by a power greater than his own." The demigods exchanged confused looks, but Percy wasn't finished. What happened next was even stranger, he continued. A primordial energy invaded the battle. Chaos. It's not just a legend. It existed, and it stopped Orion, protecting Zoe. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt everything change when that force arrived. Chaos decided to intervene. The gods fell silent. Zeus turned to Artemis, who was at the center of the group, and nodded. The goddess of the hunt stepped forward, her face serious. Chaos chose to intervene, she said, her voice steady but filled with concern. But it has never been a direct intervention before. Chaos never acts without reason. We don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. We don't even know why it chose this battle. Artemis studied the faces of the demigods and gods. But one thing acts without a clear purpose. What it did wasn't just to protect Zoe. It's for all of us. Athena stepped forward, her face as solemn as ever. The primordial forces are ancient, powerful, and unpredictable. House played a role in the creation of the world, but its goal may be more complex than we can understand. If it chose to intervene, it means there is something we must face, something none of us anticipated. Zeus stood up, gazing at the other gods and demigods. If chaos is involved, it means a great danger is approaching. We can't ignore it any longer. The war that is brewing is not just about titans or monsters, but something much larger. The gods' eyes grew more serious, while the demigods exchanged worried glances. None of them had ever imagined that such an ancient and powerful force could become part of the ongoing conflict. Artemis, Zeus continued, we need to understand why chaos acted this way. It's crucial to find answers. And we must prepare for what lies ahead. Everything related to chaos may prove to be critical for the fate of Olympus and the world. Artemis nodded gravely. I will do my best. But know that this may not be a sign of salvation. Chaos has never acted with clear intentions. We can't predict what awaits us. When the group returned to Camp Half-Blood, the atmosphere was heavy. The mission was over, but not without losses. Fortunately, Annabeth was safe, and the relief of her return was palpable among the demigods. However, Bianca's sacrifice in the desert weighed heavily on everyone. Nico, who had never wanted to be part of that world of battles and danger, reacted devastatingly when Percy told him what had happened. The young demigod could not contain his anger and pain. You promised, Percy, he shouted, tears streaming down his face. His voice was filled with an energy never seen before. The ground beneath them began to tremble, and as if guided by a dark and primordial force, a chasm opened up. Percy tried to approach, but Nico pushed him away with a look full of bitterness and suffering. Before anyone could intervene, Nico disappeared into the chasm. The ground closed behind him, leaving the group frozen and stunned. No one spoke. There were no words for that moment. Meanwhile, Damien was still sleeping in the big house, his face pale and serene as though he was recovering all the energy the vision had drained from him. Annabeth, back at camp, hurried to find him. She knew how worried he had been for her and how much the situation had tested him. Despite her fatigue, she sat next to him and waited. Damien moved slightly in his sleep, murmuring something incomprehensible. Annabeth gently stroked his long hair, smiling affectionately. "I'm here," she whispered, more to herself than to him. "I'm back, Damien." She knew how happy he would be to see her when he woke up. And in that moment, with the camp still burdened by the mission just completed and new threats on the horizon, Annabeth found comfort in simply waiting by the side of the boy who had become part of her family. Damien slowly woke up, his eyelids heavy as if he were emerging from a long and difficult dream. At first, everything was blurry, but as his eyes adjusted to the soft light of the big house, he saw a familiar figure next to him. "Annabeth." His voice was hoarse, almost disbelieving. Annabeth, sitting next to the couch, smiled gently at him. "Hey, sleepyhead." Damien sprang up suddenly, ignoring the weakness still in his body, and threw himself into her arms, sobbing. "You're back. You're really back." The thoughts. "I thought I had lost you forever." Annabeth hugged him tightly, one hand stroking his hair to calm him. "I'm here, Damien. I'm back, and I'm fine. Thanks to Percy, Talia, and the hunters. You don't have to worry anymore." Damien continued to cry against her, all the weight of the weeks of anxiety and fear finally lifting. "I was scared you wouldn't come back. I don't want to lose you too." "You won't lose me," Annabeth replied with a determination that came through in her voice. "I'm stronger than I look, you know that, right?" Damien nodded slowly, but didn't pull away from her. In that moment, he felt that everything was as it should be. Annabeth was there, alive and safe, and for now, that was all that mattered. Chiron and Gray watched the scene from the door, exchanging a knowing glance. "That boy has a big heart," Gray said softly. "I know," Chiron replied with a light smile. "And he's becoming stronger than he even realizes." Damien woke up with a start, his breath ragged and his body covered in cold sweat. The room around him seemed to shimmer, as if it were trying to adjust to the reality he was in but couldn't quite manage. His heart pounded in his chest, as if he were still running from something terrible. The nightmare he had just experienced was vivid, too real. The faces of the men and the woman, the incomprehensible words they had shouted, it all had overwhelmed him in a whirlwind of confusion. The crib, the danger, that green light that had blinded him, then the darkness. What did those visions mean? Who were those people, and what did they have to do with him? After another deep breath, Damien tried to calm himself. But the anxiety wouldn't leave him. His eyes quickly shifted from the room around him to the figure of Simon, who was by his side, still worried. "Simon." Damien's voice was hoarse, almost a whisper. "What's happening? Why did I see those people? It was all so real." Simon leaned in towards him, his eyes full of concern. "It was another dream, Damien. A nightmare, maybe. You've had visions again, haven't you? Something that shook you?" Damien nodded slowly. "Yes, I was in a dark place, and I saw men. One was getting closer to a crib. He said, 'Stay away from my son.' And then a woman was protecting him, but the man was still there, ready to hurt. Then there was a green light, and everything went dark." Simon seemed thoughtful, but not surprised. "Have you ever heard of a prophecy?" he finally asked. "Or any special connection to your family?" Damien shook his head. "No, I don't understand. Why is this happening? I don't know what these visions mean." Simon sighed and sat next to him, trying to comfort him. "Sometimes, dreams and visions can be our way of receiving warnings. There might be a connection between you and these people. And if that vision was so clear, it's possible that fate is calling you in some way." Damien looked at Simon, frustration and fear evident in his eyes. "But what should I do? I don't want anyone to die. I don't want anything bad to happen." Simon looked at him with a sad smile. "We can't change destiny, Damien. But we can choose to face it. And you're not alone. We don't have to understand everything right away. But we have to stay united and face together what lies ahead." Damien tried to catch his breath and calm himself. He didn't have all the answers, but one thing was certain: the visions wouldn't stop. And he had to find the meaning behind them. He had to figure out what that green light meant and who the person in the crib was. And most importantly, he had to be ready to face whatever was hiding behind the destiny that now seemed somehow tied to him. Simon looked him in the eyes with determination. I'll find a way to stop what's happening and protect anyone who's in danger. Simon smiled at him, proud of him, even though the weight of the future hung over both of them. Chapter 23. Artemis and the Divine Oddities. Days at Camp Half-Blood seemed to have returned to calm. But for Damien, everything felt more fragile. He clung to Annabeth like a shadow, following her everywhere. He didn't dare leave her alone, fearing she might vanish again. Annabeth didn't complain. Instead, she tried to reassure him with her presence. Damien often spent time in silence, thinking about Nico. He had seen him flee, furious and shattered by the loss of his sister. He knew the pain must be unbearable, too great for someone his age. He tried to imagine how he could help, but every thought only led to frustration. He confessed to Gray one day as they sat near Talia's tree. But I don't know how. What if Nico doesn't even want to see me? Gray nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes, people who are hurting need time. But knowing someone cares can make a big difference. It's not always about doing something extraordinary. Being there, when they're ready, is enough. Damien thought about those words, twirling a twig between his fingers. What if he never comes back? Gray placed a hand on his shoulder. He will, Damien. And when he does, he'll need people like you, people who never forgot him. Damien nodded slowly, though his heart still felt heavy. He kept thinking of Nico, hoping the boy was finding some peace, even if only for a moment. Meanwhile, Damien immersed himself in his drawings, capturing memories of the camp, the group who had set out on the quest, and even Nico. In every stroke, there was hope that things would get better for everyone. Damien sat beneath Talia's tree, the same spot where they had spent so many days together, staring into the distance with a sad expression. Annabeth had told him the news that morning. Talia had decided to join Artemis Hunters. Why did she leave? He had asked, his voice trembling, disappointment clear in his eyes. Annabeth explained that it had been Talia's choice, that she wanted to escape the burdens of destiny and feel free. But Damien couldn't shake the thought that Talia had abandoned the camp, and him. It's not fair, he murmured to himself, hugging his knees to his chest. Gray sat beside him, trying to offer comfort. Talia didn't leave you, Damien. She made a choice for herself. It's what she wanted. But I won't see her anymore, Damien replied softly. I'll miss her. What will I do without her? Gray sighed, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. Sometimes, the people we care about take paths different from ours. It doesn't mean they don't care about us. And Talia isn't gone, she's still out there, and I'm sure she's thinking of you. Damien nodded slowly, but the emptiness in his chest didn't fade. The days without Talia felt quieter and less lively. There were no more impromptu spear training sessions or sarcastic quips to exchange. As time passed, Damien began dedicating his drawings to Talia. He captured the moments they had shared, and in a way, it brought him some comfort. Annabeth, noticing he was quieter than usual, tried to stay close to him. But she knew it was a wound only time could heal. One day, as he burned an offering to the gods, Damien whispered, I hope you're doing well, Talia. And I hope one day you'll come back to visit us. The night was peaceful, illuminated only by the light of the full moon, when Artemis made her graceful appearance in the big house. Chiron, seated by the fireplace, looked up in surprise to see the goddess of the hunt enter. It was rare for Artemis to visit Camp Half-Blood, and the centaur immediately rose to greet her respectfully. Lady Artemis, he said, bowing his head slightly. It's an honor to have you here. To what do we owe this visit? Artemis nodded, her expression serious yet calm. Chiron, I'm here to discuss one of your young charges, Damien, if I'm not mistaken. Chiron tilted his head, puzzled. Damien, what brings your interest in him, my lady? The goddess approached the table and placed her hands on its polished surface. Zoe has spoken to me about him. She showed me a drawing, a vision she had, and spoke with great seriousness. Talia, as you can imagine, never stops mentioning him. She describes him with a tenderness she rarely shows anyone. Even the other hunters, despite his being a male, have spoken positively of him. Chiron smiled faintly, sensing the curiosity accompanying the goddess's visit. Damien is a special boy, that's true. He's not a warrior, at least not yet. But he has an incredible sensitivity and a deep connection to something we don't fully understand. Artemis scrutinized him carefully, her eyes shining like stars. It's unusual for my hunters to feel affection for a male. I don't want them to be misled by him or his nature. Tell me more about him, Chiron. I want to understand who he truly is. Chiron took a moment to reflect. Damien is different from other demigods. He doesn't seek glory or battle. He's more interested in understanding, in observing. He's an artist and, in a way, a seer. His visions are often tied to events happening around him, though he doesn't control them. Artemis was silent for a moment before asking, and his character? Is he worthy of my hunter's trust? Absolutely, Chiron replied firmly. Damien is respectful, even shy, and not the kind to betray someone's trust, least of all that of your hunters. He's attached to Talia, that's certain, but I see no malice in him. The goddess relaxed slightly. Very well, I want to meet him. May I see him? Chiron hesitated. He's sleeping right now. He's had a difficult day. But I can have him come here tomorrow. Artemis nodded. So be it. I want to see for myself the boy who has impressed my hunters so much. With that declaration, the goddess vanished into the night, leaving Chiron deep in thought. The next morning, Damien received a message from Simon informing him that Chiron was waiting for him in the big house. Though confused, Damien quickly dressed and headed there, his thoughts swirling. As he entered the big house, he found Chiron, who greeted him with his usual reassuring smile, and a majestic, solemn-looking woman. Damien's eyes widened as he immediately recognized her Artemis. The goddess observed him with a curious but not hostile expression. Damien felt his face grow hot and instinctively stepped back, hiding behind Chiron's imposing figure. Damien, Chiron said in a calm tone. The goddess Artemis wishes to speak with you. Damien gulped, clutching at the folds of the centaur's shirt. Me. Why? Artemis stepped forward, her face lacking the impatience typical of other gods. She seemed genuinely interested in meeting him without judgment. You've impressed some of my hunters, she said, her voice firm but gentle. Particularly Zoe and Talia. They've spoken of you, and I want to understand who you are and why you matter to them. Damien shrank further behind Chiron, clenching his fists in an attempt to steady himself. He wasn't used to being the center of attention, especially in front of a goddess. I don't know, he murmured. Chiron leaned down slightly toward him. Damien, there's nothing to fear. Lady Artemis simply wants to get to know you. Speak to her as you would to me. Damien peeked out from behind Chiron, looking at Artemis with hesitation. Her presence was intimidating, but her eyes held genuine curiosity, not judgment. Taking a timid step forward, he clasped his hands nervously in front of him. I don't think I'm important, he said, his voice barely audible. I draw things, and sometimes I see things. But I'm not strong like Talia or skilled like Percy. Artemis raised an eyebrow. It's not only physical strength or skill in battle that defines a demigod. I've heard that you've had visions, that you've foreseen future events. Damien nodded slowly. Yes, but I don't know how it works. It just happens. Artemis studied him for a moment before offering a faint smile. Talia has spoken of you with great affection. She says you have a kind heart and always try to protect those around you. Even Zoe, who is not easily trusting, has seen something special in you. And I believe their trust is well placed. Damien's mouth fell open, his cheeks flushing red. Really? I didn't know that. Artemis nodded, her expression less stern now. There's still much for you to discover about yourself, Damien. But never doubt your worth. Even the quietest souls can have a profound impact on the world. Damien lowered his gaze, clasping his hands tightly to contain his emotions. Thank you, my lady. The goddess gave a brief nod of farewell before turning to Chiron. Continue guiding him, Chiron. I believe this boy has an interesting future ahead of him. With Onan, Artemis vanished, leaving him with a racing heart and a newfound glimmer of hope. Chiron, with his usual patient and reassuring tone, leaned slightly toward Damien. You did well, Damien. Lady Artemis only wanted to know you better, and I think you left a positive impression. There's nothing to worry about. Damien nodded weakly, though his gaze kept darting nervously toward the entrance of the big house, as if expecting another deity to appear out of nowhere. He was about to say something when, as if to fuel his fears, a familiar figure appeared before them, holding a glass of Diet Coke. Mr. D. Damien jumped so hard it looked as if he might climb up Chiron. And who's this now? He exclaimed in a trembling voice, ducking behind the centaur for protection. Mr. D raised an eyebrow and sighed, clearly unimpressed. Ah, such high regard for the camp director, he said sarcastically. Sipping his drink. Then, with a smirk, he added, yes, Damien, it's just me. Nothing to be afraid of, at least not today. Mr. D, this isn't the time, Chiron said with a forced smile, trying to calm Damien, who was clinging nervously to his tail as if it were a lifeline. Oh, come now, old friend, Mr. D replied, glancing at Damien with a mix of boredom and amusement. The boy just spoke with Artemis. I don't think I could be more intimidating than that. Damien peeked cautiously from behind Chiron, swallowing hard. Why are you here? Ah, excellent question, Mr. D said, raising his glass for another sip. But the answer isn't any of your business, little one. Anyway, relax. If I were here to cause chaos, you'd already know. Damien didn't feel reassured at all. It's not fair that all these gods just show up like this, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Chiron placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his smile warm and fatherly. Damien, remember, you're in a camp for demigods. The presence of gods is part of our reality. But it doesn't mean they're here to harm you. You're safe, I promise. Damien nodded slowly, though he stayed hidden behind Chiron until Mr. D finally left the big house, muttering something about everyone being too nervous for his liking. When he was gone, Damien let out a sigh of relief and looked at Chiron with wide eyes. Does this happen all the time here? He asked in a small voice. Chiron chuckled gently. Not quite, Damien, but for you, it might become a little habit. Damien didn't look convinced. I hope not. Damien rushed toward Annabeth, finding her sitting in her usual spot under Talia's tree, engrossed in a book. As soon as she saw him, she looked up with curiosity, noticing the boy's distressed expression. Damien plopped down beside her, crossing his arms and muttering something she couldn't immediately understand. What happened this time? She asked with a slight smile, accustomed to his melodramatic ways. Gods, Damien blurted out, waving his hands nervously. I swear they enjoy scaring me to death. First Artemis, then Mr. D. I was just trying to mind my own business, and they just show up out of nowhere. Annabeth chuckled softly, closing her book. Well, you're at a demigod camp, Damien. Gods do that sort of thing. Damien grimaced, shrugging. I know, but, why do they always have to do it when I'm around? Artemis interrogated me like I was a criminal, then Mr. D just appeared out of thin air, and I can't take it anymore. Artemis, Annabeth repeated, raising an eyebrow. Wait, what did she want with you? Damien recounted everything. His encounter with the goddess, the questions she asked, and how he'd hidden behind Chiron the entire time. Annabeth listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and eventually smiled. You know, it's actually a big deal that Artemis wanted to meet you. She's a powerful goddess, and if she chose to speak to you, it means she considers you important. Quote, Damien shook his head, making his long hair sway. If being important means getting interrogated by gods and scared half to death, I'd rather just be normal. Annabeth laughed softly. Damien, you've never been normal. You're a demigod, but if it makes you feel any better, I can tell you that at least Artemis isn't one of the worst. Damien stared at her with wide eyes. Not one of the worst. She was terrifying. If it weren't for Chiron, I don't know what I'd have done. Annabeth placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smiling warmly. You made it through, Damien. Despite everything, you handled it. Gods are unpredictable, but you're stronger than you think. And if they ever scare you again, remember you can always come to me. Damien nodded slowly, feeling a bit more at ease. Thanks, Annabeth. But, I really hope I don't have to deal with another god for at least a month. Annabeth smiled. I hope so too. Damien was overwhelmed with emotion as he unwrapped gifts, one after another, surrounded by the people who meant the most to him. His smile never left his face, though it occasionally wavered, like when he flipped through photos of Luke in the album Simon had given him. The emotions were intense, but he felt loved and appreciated like never before. When it was time for Annabeth's gift, Damien opened the package curiously and found books about languages. He flipped through them eagerly, already imagining himself learning Italian and French. Thank you, Annabeth. I'll become the best linguist at Camp Half-Blood. I'm sure you will, Annabeth replied with a laugh. And maybe one day, you'll even manage to correct Percy. Gray then handed him a long, narrow case, and when Damien opened it, he found a harp made of dark, intricately carved wood. A harp, it's beautiful, he exclaimed, running his fingers over the strings to produce a delicate note. Thank you, Gray. Will you teach me? Gray nodded, a shy but pleased smile on his face. Of course, but I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. Chiron approached with a package wrapped in cloth. Damien carefully unwrapped it to reveal a set of celestial bronze throwing knives. These are amazing, he whispered, picking up one of the knives and admiring its balanced weight. Thank you, Chiron. Remember, precision matters more than strength, the centaur advised with a smile. When Percy handed him a small box, Damien didn't know what to expect. Inside, he found a figurine of a Pegasus carved from coral, its vivid colors almost glowing. It's mesmerizing, he murmured, studying the intricate details. Thank you, Percy. It's stunning. Finally, he opened Talia's gift. Inside was a spear made of celestial bronze, polished and finely crafted. The note included express lane that the spear would grow with him, adjusting to his height as he got older. Damien clutched the note to his chest, deeply moved. Thank you, Talia, he whispered, knowing he would treasure the gift always. The day had been perfect, filled with love and thoughtful presents that showed how much everyone cared for him. For Damien, it was the best birthday he'd ever had. Chapter 24. Mrs. O'Leary, Quintus and the Labyrinth. Damien stood still for a moment, the letter trembling in his hands. He reread the words carefully, searching for a hidden meaning, a clue about who his father was. But all he found was a mix of warmth and melancholy. Even though he still didn't know the answer, that gesture made him feel like he hadn't been forgotten. He gently set the letter down beside him and opened the package. Inside, he found a bracelet of intertwined cords, simple yet incredibly beautiful, adorned with glossy black beads that seemed to absorb the light around them. He touched them lightly with his fingertips, sensing a familiar and comforting energy emanating from the gift. Thank you, he whispered softly, even though no one was there to hear him. He fastened the bracelet around his wrist, noticing how it seemed perfectly made for him. Then he lay down on the bed, clutching the letter to his chest. Even though he still didn't have the answers, the gift made him feel closer to a part of himself he often felt was missing. That night, Damien fell asleep with a faint smilacellet secure around his wrist, like a silent promise of a bond that would one day be revealed. Damien couldn't decide what to make of Quintus. There was something unsettling about him, something that put Damien on edge. But Mrs. O'Leary was the complete opposite. Enormous, yes, but incredibly sweet. Very time Damien tried to keep his distance from Quintus, Mrs. O'Leary seemed determined to foil his plans. Why are you always following me? He asked one day when the gigantic creature appeared suddenly beside him, making him jump. Mrs. O'Leary tilted her head to one side and wagged her tail, as if there could be no more absurd question in the world. Damien couldn't help but smile. He patted her head, her soft, furry ears seeming made for such attention. You're so strange, he murmured, without a hint of resentment. From that moment on, Mrs. O'Leary became almost a constant presence. Damien realized that with her by his side, his fears about Quintus seemed a little less oppressive. Sure, he still watched him from a distance and hid behind Chiron or Annabeth whenever he crossed paths with him, but now he had a huge, loyal ally who made him feel less alone. And one evening, as Damien sat sketching beside Mrs. O'Leary, the massive hellhound curled up next to him, he wondered for a mom. And if there was more to this unusual bond. Damien watched Percy and the newcomer from a distance, sitting near Mrs. O'Leary. The curly-haired redhead seemed a little out of place, yet fascinated by her surroundings. Percy was leading her toward the big house, probably to meet Chiron. Who is she? Damien whispered to Gray, who had just sat down beside him. No idea, Gray replied with a shrug. But she looks interesting. Maybe she's a new demigod. Damien nodded absent-mindedly, but his gaze quickly shifted to Annabeth, who was walking toward the camp's edge with Clarice. Something was wrong. Annabeth had changed lately. She seemed distant, quiet, and above all, nervous. Damien had noticed it whenever he spent time with her. She always seemed lost in thought, her usual confident smile gone. What's going on with her? Damien murmured, clutching the bracelet on his wrist, a habit of his when he was anxious. Gray shook his head. I don't know, but something's up. Maybe it has to do with Quintus. Percy seems worried too, but he's not saying anything. Damien stayed silent, watching Annabeth disappear into the trees with Clarice. A sense of unease twisted in his stomach. Maybe it was just a feeling. But he sensed that something was very wrong. And that red-haired girl, who knew what role she might play in all of this. Percy continued to watch Damien and Mrs. O'Leary with a mix of disbelief and concern. The hellhound, enormous and intimidating at first glance, seemed completely tamed under Damien's gentle scratches, as the boy smiled softly. Damien, what on earth are you doing with a hellhound? Percy asked, still struggling to process the scene before him. Damien looked up innocently, still scratching behind Mrs. O'Leary's ears. Oh, this is Mrs. O'Leary, he explained, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. She came here with Quintus, a new, guest at camp. But she's nice, you don't have to worry. Percy opened his mouth to argue but couldn't find the words. Hellhounds were infamous for being terrifying creatures, used by Hades and other dark entities to strike fear or attack. And yet, this enormous creature was wagging her tail like a happy puppy, resting her gigantic head on Damien's knees. Quintus, Percy finally managed to ask. Yes, Damien nodded. He's a strange guy. I don't like him much. But Mrs. O'Leary is adorable. Percy frowned, glancing between Damien, the hellhound, and the big house where Quintus was likely staying. And Chiron is okay with all of this. Damien made a face. I don't think he likes Quintus much, but he hasn't said anything. And Mrs. O'Leary hasn't done anything wrong. She always tries to stay with me, though sometimes she shows up suddenly and freaks me out a bit. Percy rubbed his forehead, Ying to figure out how to handle the situation. You know she's a hellhound, right? The mean hell isn't exactly comforting. Damien shrugged. Yes, but look how cute she is. Percy glanced at Mrs. O'Leary, who stared back with big, affectionate eyes, her tongue lolling out of one side of her mouth. In that moment, she didn't look threatening at all. Yes, cute, Percy muttered, shaking his head. But I'm keeping my sword ready. Just in case. Damien watched Percy walk away with Chiron, confused and slightly worried. The adults always seemed to know something he didn't understand, and that feeling didn't sit well with him at all. He continued to scratch the ears of Mrs. O'Leary, who let out a low sound, almost like a satisfied growl. I wonder what they're up to, Damien murmured, more to himself than to the creature. Mrs. O'Leary wagged her tail enthusiastically, causing the ground around them to vibrate. Damien chuckled, trying to shake off the dark thoughts that had been haunting him. Still, the unease that had followed him since Quintus arrived at camp lingered. With a sigh, he rested his head on the soft back of the hellhound. I wish they'd stop keeping secrets, he muttered. Wouldn't it be better if we all knew what was going on? Mrs. O'Leary responded with a slight bark, as if expressing her disapproval. Damien smiled weakly, affectionately stroking her muzzle. At least you're not hiding anything from me, right? The hellhound licked his face in response, making him laugh. For a moment, Damien was able to forget his doubts and focus solely on the company of that gigantic, but incredibly sweet creature. Mrs. O'Leary trotted up, her big wagging snout near Damien. Annabeth had a firm grip on his arm, her gaze fixed on his injured side. Are you all right? she asked, her voice filled with concern. Damien grimaced but nodded. It's nothing. Just a scratch. He tried to stand up, but the pain took his breath away. Annabeth shook her head. Not just a scratch. Stay still. I need to check how bad it is. Meanwhile, Percy stayed alert, his nervous gaze scanning every corner of the dark place they had fallen into. We need to get out of here, fast. I don't like this place at all. Damien, holding back a grimace of pain, reached out to Mrs. O'Leary. You can get us out of here, right? Please, Mrs. O'Leary. The hellhound tilted her head, as if considering, then barked energetically. With a leap, she trotted over to the three of them, crouching beside Damien. Percy watched the scene in confusion. Wait, you mean she'll take us away? How? Vanishing into the shadows. Probably. Annabeth replied, helping Damien climb onto Mrs. O'Leary's back with swift but gentle movements. She then climbed up as well, casting a determined glance at Percy. Get on, we don't have time to waste. Quote. Percy hesitated for just a moment, casting a worried look at the rocks above them and the dark tunnels surrounding them. Then he climbed behind them, gripping the hellhound's collar tightly. Okay, Mrs. O'Leary, take us out of here. Mrs. O'Leary shook her large body and, with a deep bark, dashed toward a nearby shadow. The world around them suddenly grew dark and silent, as if they were enveloped by nothingness. Damien closed his eyes, holding Annabeth tightly to avoid falling. In a moment that seemed eternal, the darkness dissipated, and the three found themselves outside again. The sun casting a reassuring warmth on the camp. Mrs. O'Leary carefully set them down on the grass, then sat quietly beside them, wagging her tail as though nothing had happened. Never again, Percy exclaimed, stepping off the hellhound with a dazed expression. No more shadows. Annabeth turned to Damien, studying his side closely. We need to take you to the infirmary. No arguments. Damien nodded slowly, the relief of being out of that place outweighing the discomfort of his injury. He looked at Mrs. O'Leary with gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. O'Leary. You're amazing. Mrs. O'Leary responded with another energetic bark, her nth from Damien despite everything. In the big house, Damien collapsed onto one of the armchairs, clutching his bandaged side. Percy leaned against the edge of the table, while Annabeth, standing in front of Chiron, explained everything with her usual precision and determination. There's no doubt, Annabeth said, pointing at the map spread out on the table. We've found the entrance to the labyrinth under the fist of Zeus. It's just like in the myths. Vast, constantly expanding, and impossible to map without Ariadne's thread or an expert guide. Chiron rubbed his forehead, visibly concerned. This complicates everything. If the labyrinth can be used to enter the camp, then our shelter is no longer safe. Damien shifted in the chair, watching Annabeth. I know. The labyrinth is like a shortcut for the enemies. They can get here without being seen. Annabeth nodded. Exactly. It's a system of tunnels that spans the entire world. But the problem is, it's not just enemies who can use it, the labyrinth itself can play nasty tricks. It's alive, in a way. It adapts, changes, deceives. Percy crossed his arms, his expression serious. And now, what's the plan? We can't just close that entrance, can we? No, Annabeth replied, determined. If we try to seal it, the labyrinth will find another way to open. The only solution is to find the heart, Daedalus's room, and figure out how to stop or control it. Chiron nodded slowly. That explains why you were chosen for this mission, Annabeth. But it's a risky task. No, one knows what lurks in the depths of the labyrinth. Daedalus himself designed it to be deadly. Percy huffed. Danger is our second name. Then he turned to Annabeth. But if we decide to go, we need to be ready. And we won't let you go alone. Annabeth looked at him, a spark of gratitude in her eyes, but also worry. Percy, this isn't a simple mission. I'm not even sure Damien should. I shouldn't, Damien interrupted, cutting her off. I don't even want to go into that labyrinth. But if you need me, if I can help, I won't back down. Chiron observed the group closely. Before making any rash decisions, we need to prepare and gather anyone necessary for this mission. Annabeth, you will lead it, but we must consider every risk. The centaur moved toward the window, gazing at the sunset that painted the camp in gold. You'll rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll decide how to proceed. For now, be cautious, and stay united. The labyrinth is only one of the many dangers that await us. Damien nodded slowly, his hand pressing against his bandaged side. He knew the days ahead would be anything but peaceful. Chapter 25. Fever and Dreams. The stillness enveloped the big house, interrupted only by the crackling of the fireplace and the slow, deep breath of Damien, who slept peacefully on the little couch. The blanket that Chiron had placed over him had slightly shifted as the boy curled up in search of comfort. At the foot of the couch, Mrs. O'Leary was a massive, calm shadow. Despite her threatening appearance, the hellhound behaved like a large guard dog, keeping watch over her young friend. Her large paws were stretched out, and every now and then, she let out a low growl of satisfaction in her sleep, as if she, too, were dreaming. Chiron watched the scene with a mixture of affection and concern. Damien had already faced too much for his young age, and the labyrinth would only add more difficult trials to his path. The centaur sighed, knowing that the boy would need all the support he could get in the days to come. Rest, little hero, he murmured, adjusting the blanket over Damien's shoulders. You'll need it. Then he silently withdrew, leaving the boy and the hellhound to their peaceful nighttime vigil. As outside the camp prepared for another night under the stars, Damien's days followed a quiet routine, though not without its peculiarities. Mrs. O'Leary seemed to have taken her job as transportation for the boy very seriously. With surprising gentleness, she would lie down on the ground to let him climb onto her sturdy back, carrying him around the camp without a single growl or protest. Gray and Simon couldn't help but chuckle every time they witnessed the scene. Damien, despite his shyness, was getting used to this strange company. As he recovered from his wound, he spent time with his friends in light activities. Gray entertained him with funny stories and anecdotes from camp, while Simon tried to distract him with card games or puzzles. Mian's bandaged side still made him limp as he walked, but Mrs. O'Leary seemed to understand perfectly. If Damien hesitated too long on his feet, the hellhound would appear next to him, gazing at him with large, caring eyes as if to say, "Come on, it's easier if you ride." Damien often found himself thinking about Percy, Annabeth, Tyson, and Grover, wondering how they were doing in the dangerous labyrinth. Despite everything, he tried not to show too much worry. He preferred to focus on what he could do in the present, even if it was just drawing new scenes of the camp or listening to Simon improvise a silly story. It was a moment of peace, but Damien knew that tranquility at Camp Half-Blood was always temporary. Gray and Simon watched with concern as Damien, for days now, appeared more tired and listless than usual. Mrs. O'Leary had become his refuge, allowing him to lie on her back and nap in the sun or the shade of the trees. Every now and then, the hellhound would turn her head to make sure Damien was comfortable. With an attention that brought a smile to those watching, Gray approached Simon, lowering his voice. "Doesn't he seem more subdued than usual?" Simon nodded, casting a glance at the boy with half-closed eyes. "It's probably the wound, or maybe he misses Annabeth. He's never been good at hiding his emotions." Gray sighed, then walked over to Damien, gently clapping his hands to get his attention. "Hey, champ, want to take a walk? Maybe some fresh air will wake you up." Damien barely lifted his head, looking at him with tired eyes, then slowly shook his head. "I'm fine here, thanks." The answer left Gray and Simon even more perplexed. Mrs. O'Leary let out a low rumble, as if confirming she would take care of him. Simon crouched next to the large hellhound, leaning against her warm side. "All right, but if you need anything, we're here." Damien nodded weakly and closed his eyes. Maybe it was just a moment of recovery, both thought. But the shadow of worry continued to follow them. Simon didn't let go of Damien's hand while Will examined him carefully, a serious look in his eyes. The boy was lying on the infirmary cot, his breath weak, and his eyelids barely lifted. Mrs. O'Leary, who never left his side, was crouched next to the bed, softly grumbling as if to comfort him. Chiron arrived shortly after, his face tense with concern. He observed Damien, then turned to Will. "What's the situation?" Will sighed, drying his hands. "He's running a high fever, but there doesn't seem to be any infection. The wound on his side is healing well. I've checked every possible physical cause. Nothing abnormal. Chiron nodded, stroking his beard thoughtfully. It might not be something physical, then. Damien has had some visions lately, it's possible. His body is reacting to something deeper. Simon squeezed Damien's hand tighter, trying not to panic. So what can we do? We can't just leave him like this. Chiron bent slightly toward Damien, looking at him with gentle but probing eyes. Damien, can you hear me? The boy let out a weak groan, his lips barely moving. Annabeth, he mumbled, his voice broken. Simon exchanged a glance with Chiron. Will approached with a damp towel to dab the boy's sweaty forehead. Rest, little one, Will whispered. We'll take care of you. Chiron straightened up, his expression serious. We need to monitor him closely. If the fever doesn't go down, we might have to seek more divine help. Simon stayed next to Damien, determined to watch over him all night if necessary. The night passed slowly and anxiously. Simon didn't move an inch, frding the boy's hand and whispering reassuring words every time he heard him stir. Will, on the other side, constantly checked his temperature and made sure Damien was comfortable. Even though the fever showed no signs of decreasing, Damien kept murmuring names in his sleep, some clear, others indistinct. Annabeth, Percy, Nico. Every now and then, a tear would fall down his feverish face. Simon gently wiped the boy's face with a wet cloth, his heart full of worry. Simon exchanged a glance with Chiron. Will approached with a damp towel to dab the boy's sweaty forehead. Rest, little one, Will whispered. We'll take care of you. Chiron straightened up, his expression serious. We need to monitor him closely. If the fever doesn't go down, we may have to seek more divine help. Simon stayed next to Damien, determined to watch over him all night if necessary. The night passed slowly and with anxiety. Simon never moved from Damien's side, holding the boy's hand and whispering reassuring words every time he heard him stir. Will, on the other side, kept checking the temperature and made sure Damien was comfortable, though the fever showed no sign of decreasing. Damien kept murmuring names in his sleep, some clear, others indistinct. Annabeth, Percy, Nico. Occasionally, a tear would fall down his feverish face. Simon gently wiped his face with a damp cloth, his heart full of concern. Annabeth wasted no time and ran toward the infirmary. As soon as she entered, her heart clenched at the sight of Damien. He was lying on the bed, pale, his face marked by a feverish flush. While Simon held his hand and Will monitored him carefully. Damien, Annabeth whispered, approaching the bed. Simon looked up at her, visibly exhausted. He hasn't woken up yet. He keeps murmuring names in his sleep. He even called for you. Annabeth sat beside Damien, gently taking his free hand. I'm here, Damien. I'm back. Will gave her a hopeful glance. Maybe hearing you will help. It seems like the fever isn't just physical. It could be something deeper, related to what's happened. Annabeth nodded, her heart filled with fear and determination. We won't leave you, Damien. We'll fight together, as always. Percy arrived at the camp in a moment of great confusion, just as his banner was about to be burned in mourning. He jumped off the Pegasus-drawn cart, running toward the group of demigods gathered around the bonfire. Everyone stop, he shouted, making Annabeth turn with a look of disbelief, followed quickly by an explosion of relief mixed with irritation. You're alive. Annabeth stared at him, then hit him on the shoulder with her hand. You idiot. You made us worry. Percy rubbed his shoulder with a grimace. I'm glad to see you too, Annabeth. Despite the comments, the atmosphere quickly relaxed. Percy was back safe and sound, and the collective relief was palpable. However, Chiron's expression remained concerned. Percy, we need to talk, said the centaur, gesturing for the boy to follow him into the big house. Percy nodded but turned to Annabeth first. I found someone who could help us with the labyrinth. Her name is Rachel Elizabeth Dare. She can see through the mist. She's our best shot. Annabeth raised an eyebrow, surprised. Rachel Dare, the mortal. Percy shrugged. It's complicated, but I'll explain everything. Entering the big house with Chiron, Percy sat down, finally relaxing a bit. But the centaur didn't waste time. Percy, there's something important you need to know. Damien is seriously ill. Percy's eyes widened in shock. Damien. What happened? He was injured before we left, but he seemed stable. Chiron shook his head. It's not an injury, Percy. It's a high fever with no clear cause, and we haven't figured out why yet. Will is constantly monitoring him, but I'm afraid there might be something more, maybe something magical. Percy ran a hand through his hair, feeling an oppressive weight on his chest. I need to see him. Now. Chiron nodded. Go, but I warn you, Damien is very weak. Prepare yourself. Percy rushed to the infirmary, his heart in turmoil. As soon as he entered, he saw Damien lying on the bed. Pale and still, with Annabeth by his side and Simon sitting nearby, visibly exhausted. Damien. Percy approached slowly, looking at the young boy with a mix of pain and guilt. Hey, I'm back. You'll make it through this time too, I promise. Annabeth looked at him, her face tense. We need a solution, Percy. We can't lose him. Percy nodded resolutely, realizing this time his mission was not only to find the labyrinth but also to save Damien, whatever the cost. Despite their sorrow and worry, Annabeth and Percy prepared to leave the camp to continue the mission. Damien was in the capable hands of Will and Simon, but that did little to ease Percy's guilt. Percy, we have to go, Annabeth said firmly, though her eyes betrayed the same concern. Rachel is our only chance to navigate the labyrinth without getting lost. Percy nodded slowly, casting one last glance at the big house, where Damien rested. I know, but leaving Damien like this, it makes me feel like garbage. Me too, admitted Annabeth, but we're doing this for him too. If the enemy uses the labyrinth to invade the camp, no one will be safe, not even Damien. Those words pushed Percy to focus on the mission. Despite the weight in his heart. In New York, they met Rachel Elizabeth Dare and explained the situation. Even though she was mortal, Rachel agreed to help them without hesitation, proving that she could see clearly through the mist. Meanwhile, Tyson and Grover continued to explore the labyrinth, following the faint trace of Pan. The satyr felt that the goal was near. The labyrinth seemed to play with them, constantly changing the paths and confusing them. Tyson, with his strength and positive spirit, tried to encourage Grover, but their journey was anything but easy. Percy, Annabeth, and Rachel ventured once again into the labyrinth, fully aware that every minute spent there was a race against time, both to save the camp and to return in time to be with Damien. The days passed with an increasing sense of anguish at the big house. Damien remained feverish, his skin pale and his breathing labored. Will did everything he could, using his healing skills and every remedy available. But the fever showed no signs of easing. Simon never left his side, constantly checking on him and trying to comfort him with gentle words. But the worry was evident on his face. One evening, while Will changed the bandages on Damien's side, he knelt beside the bed, his hands clasped in a desperate prayer. Father, please, help me heal him. Tell me what I need to do. I can't lose him. Simon watched silently, his eyes glistening with helplessness. The tension in the room was palpable. Even Mrs. O'Leary seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, crouching beside the bed, her muzzle gently resting on the edge of the mattress, watching over Damien with almost maternal care. Every now and then, Damien would stir in his sleep, murmuring confused names, calling out for his friends, and even Nico. These words broke the hearts of Will and Simon, who did their best to calm him. Chiron, normally calm and wise, began to show signs of worry. He consulted old tomes in the hope of finding an answer. But it seemed that Damien's condition was defying even his vast knowledge. The situation was becoming desperate, and the tension at Camp Half-Blood was rising. Damien found himself in a landscape bathed in a golden light, warm and reassuring, despite the imposing figure standing before him. The woman was of extraordinary beauty, but her presence emanated an aura of ancient power, almost primordial. Her long hair seemed to reflect the starry sky, and her eyes were like two endless wells of wisdom. "Hello, little one," she said with a voice that was sweet, yet as powerful as distant thunder. Damien wrapped his arms around his chest, intimidated, but not in danger. He felt his heartbeat quicken as he looked at her. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice a mere whisper. The WS lightly to be at his height. "I am someone who watches over you, Damien. Your journey is long, and the path will not always be easy. But I know you will make it." Damien felt a lump in his throat. "I don't want to lose my friends," he confessed, his voice broken with emotion. The woman reached out a hand, but did not touch him. A warmth enveloped him, reassuring him. The bond you share with them is strong. But, little one, war is coming. Cronus, the titan of time, is moving. Soon, a war will begin that will put the camp, Olympus, and everything you love at risk. Damien's eyes filled with tears. But what can I do? I'm just a kid. The woman's smile grew gentler. Even a small spark can ignite a great fire, Damien. Don't underestimate your worth. Your strength is not just in battle, but in your heart and your ability to bring people together. Remember, even in the darkest times, you are never alone. Damien felt as though a massive mountain had fallen on him. Every movement was a struggle, but the noise of chaos coming from the infirmary filled him with a sense of urgency. He remembered the woman's words, "War is near." He struggled to rise, ignoring the throbbing pain and weakness that enveloped him. But his legs gave way immediately, and Damien fell heavily to the floor, drawing Will's attention. "What are you doing, Damien?" Will exclaimed, rushing to help him back into bed. He gently settled him back down, but his gaze was stern. "You're still weak. Isn't the high fever and the days of battling it enough for you? You need to rest." Damien, however, grabbed Will's arm with surprising strength. His pale face determined. "The war, they're coming. Cronus is moving. We can't lose." Will sighed, shaking his head. "Damien, I know you want to help, but in this state, you can't do anything. Stay in bed, that's an order. It's already complicated out there without having to worry about you falling again." Damien gritted his teeth, frustrated, but ultimately obeyed. Will made sure he was comfortable before heading out to face the chaos. Meanwhile, Percy found Nico as he was leaving the camp. Percy ran after him, stopping him before he could disappear into the shadows. "Nico, wait," Percy called, grabbing his arm. Nico turned, his face dark with repressed anger. "What do you want, Percy?" "I have more important things to do." Percy looked at him with a seriousness Nico hadn't expected. "Damien, he's sick. Very sick. He's been battling a high fever for days, but now he's awake. He kept calling for you while he was unconscious." Nico seemed to hesitate for a moment, his face softening with an emotion he tried to hide. "Damien is sick," he murmured, almost to himself. "Yes," Percy confirmed, "and I know you care about him. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. But I thought you should." "No." Nico lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he nodded slightly and disappeared into the shadows without saying another word. Nico entered the infirmary with silent steps, the darkness of his emotions almost tangible in the air. There, on a bed, Damien lay, wrapped in blankets and still pale. The dim light highlighted his feverish, flushed cheeks. He was asleep, his breathing light but irregular. Nico approached cautiously, studying Damien's face. He didn't appear to be in immediate danger, but his condition was clearly precarious. For a moment, Nico felt guilty for having thought of leaving without knowing how he was. Damien shifted slightly, then opened his eyes. At first, he appeared confused, but when he saw Nico, his face lit up with relief. "Nico," he whispered, his voice hoarse and weak. Nico stopped beside the bed, crossing his arms. "How do you feel?" he asked, keeping his tone neutral, though his eyes betrayed a subtle concern. Damien smiled faintly, though it was clear he was exhausted. "Better, now that you're here." Nico seemed taken aback by the response, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "You should rest. You shouldn't even be awake." Damien looked at him with eyes full of hope. "Can you stay? Just for a little? I don't want to be alone." For a moment, Nico seemed about to refuse, but then he relented. Pulling a chair beside the bed and sitting down with a sigh. "Just for a little," he said, pretending indifference. Damien closed his eyes, his smile still present. "Thank you," he murmured. And soon his breathing became more regular as he slipped back into sleep. Nico watched him for a long moment, then leaned back in the chair, a thoughtful look on his face. "Don't worry, Damien, I won't leave you alone," he murmured, more to himself than to him. Chapter 26. War Against Time. The atmosphere in the infirmary immediately became tense when Michael Yu entered. His face flushed with anger and his eyes filled with frustration. Damien, still lying on the bed with a pale face and Slow movements, raised a confused gaze toward the son of Apollo. I can't believe it, Michael exclaimed, gesturing vehemently. The Ares cabin pulled out. They don't want to join the battle. Clarice and her people refuse to fight. Damien blinked, trying to grasp Michael's words through the feverish haze. His foggy mind took a moment to understand what was happening. They don't want to fight, he murmured, his voice weak but incredulous. But why? Michael stopped for a moment to look at him. Frustration evident. Because they're stubborn, and Clarice is throwing a tantrum for some stupid reason. They don't get that without them, we're doomed. Damien lowered his gaze, his heart heavy with the news. He had never been particularly close to the Ares cabin, but he knew how crucial they were in battle. Their support could have made the difference. Will entered the room shortly after, probably drawn by Michael's shouting. Michael, lower your voice. Damien needs rest, he said, in a firm but not angry tone. Michael rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to calm down. Sorry, Damien, he said, though his voice still betrayed a hint of exasperation. But it's ridiculous. We need them. Damien tried to lift himself a little from the bed, but Will stopped him immediately. Don't exert yourself, he gently warned. Maybe there's a way to convince them, Damien whispered, in an uncertain but determined tone. Clarice isn't bad, she just needs a reason to trust again. Michael scoffed, but didn't respond. Will gave Damien an encouraging look, then escorted Michael out of the room, leaving Damien alone with his thoughts and the hope that somehow everything would work out. Damien turned in bed, clenching his fists against the sheets. The news of Grover's disappearance hit him like a bolt from the blue. How could this happen? He murmured, his voice cracked with a mix of worry and frustration. Grover, he's always been so careful. It's not like him to just disappear. Will, sitting beside him with a calm and reassuring look, tried to soothe his worries. Grover is strong, Damien. He's a scout, he knows how to take care of himself. I'm sure he'll come back. But Damien couldn't find comfort in those words. I should be out there doing something, he said, clenching his jaw as he tried to lift himself from the pillow. The movement made his head spin, and Will was immediately by his side, placing a hand on his shoulder to help him lie back down. Damien, no, Will said in a firm but gentle tone. You can't help anyone if you risk your health. You need to trust Percy, Annabeth, and the others. They know what to do. Damien lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed not just from the fever, but also from shame. I feel so useless, he whispered. Everyone's doing their part, but I'm just a burden. Will shook his head, grabbing a chair and sitting beside the bed. Stop saying nonsense, Damien. Even the strongest need to rest and recover. And trust me, everyone here appreciates what you do. You're not a burden, never. Damien remained silent, Will's words slowly making their way through his insecurities. Even though the fever kept him there, inside he promised himself that once he felt better, he would help Grover and the others. Despite the fever and his body feeling as heavy as lead, Damien made his way through the chaos. The commotion in the camp was palpable. Shouting, commands being bellowed, demigods running with weapons in hand. Their faces marked by determination or fear. He moved slowly, hiding behind carts and blending into the groups heading toward the battle. He carried Talia's spear, shortened for more discreet transport, the celestial bronze knives gifted by Chiron, and his unknown father's bracelet on his wrist. He felt his heart pounding, but it wasn't just because of the fever. The idea of fighting, not knowing what awaited him, terrified and exhilarated him at the same time. I can't stay behind, he murmured to himself. I can't be useless while the others risk their lives. Manhattan loomed ahead, the city an intertwining of lights and shadows, with the distant sounds of battle vibrating in the air. Damien knew he had to be careful. He wasn't at his best, and the chances of being overwhelmed were high. He approached the bridge leading into the city and stopped, watching the demigods lining up in formation. His legs were trembling, but he gritted his teeth. There's no turning back now, he thought, taking a deep breath and moving forward with the group. He wasn't sure if anyone had noticed or recognized him, but he hoped they hadn't. Damien was determined. He would find a way to help, no matter the cost. Damien moved almost in a trance, following the path laid out by his visions. Every step brought him closer to Olympus, through a city devastated by war. He hid from the monsters patrolling the streets, holding his breath every time he heard heavy footsteps or guttural voices nearby. He wasn't ready to fight, he knew that. He just had to get there, guided by the invisible thread that pushed him forward. When he looked up, he realized he was already at Olympus. His heart stopped for a moment at the sight of the sacred place reduced to rubble. Destroyed statues, broken columns, and the sky itself seemed to reflect the tension of the ongoing battle. Then he saw them. Annabeth was on the ground, pale and covered in blood, her hair scattered around her face. Percy was in front of her, holding his sword tightly, his face marked by determination. But it was Luke who captured all of Damien's attention. He was standing a little further away, holding a dagger, a look of torment in his eyes. Damien couldn't understand what was happening, but time seemed to slow when Luke moved the dagger. "No!" Damien shouted, the sound broken and desperate, as he saw Luke collapse to the ground. The dagger was bloodied, and Luke held a hand to his chest, his breath labored, and his eyes turned toward the sky. Damien ran toward him without thinking, his heart pounding and his eyes filled with tears. The only sound he could hear was his own breathing and the deafening beat in his ears. "Luke!" he cried. He knelt beside Luke, tears streaming down his face as his chest shook with sobs. He tried to stay calm, but it was impossible. The person he had always considered a brother was about to leave him forever. Luke, his breath growing more labored, looked at him with a gentle smile. The same smile Damien remembered all too well. "Don't cry, little brother," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Everything will be okay. My action will protect you." Damien shook his head, his heart shattered. "No, I don't want you to go. I can't lose you too." Luke weakly raised a hand, but Damien, determined, took it and guided it to the left side of his face, the side he had always hidden behind his hair. For the first time, Luke revealed what he had never shown to anyone. The hair shifted, revealing a long scar that started from his forehead, crossed his eyelid, and curved toward his ear. The left side of his face bore the marks of an ancient battle, but what struck Damien the most was the eye, golden, gleaming like a gold coin in the sun, so different from the other. Luke looked at him with awe and tenderness. "My sweet little brother," he murmured, his voice growing fainter. "No matter where I go, I'll protect you, wherever I am." With those final words, Luke's breath stopped, and his hand slipped from Damien's. Damien remained still for a moment, his face streaked with tears, unable to accept what had just happened. He bent over Luke, holding his now cold hand, and cried, his pain echoing through the ruins of Olympus. In that moment, under the starry sky that bore witness to the end of a battle and the sacrifice of a hero, Damien understood that the pain would stay with him. But Luke's words would accompany him forever, a memory of love, protection, and courage. Damien's scream rose high and heart-wrenching, resounding like a powerful echo throughout Olympus. The earth beneath them shook violently, as if responding to the unbearable pain pouring from the broken heart of the boy. Statues and columns wavered, some chipping, while those present on Olympus froze, their faces marked with surprise and concern. Damien, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed against Luke's still chest, tears sliding down his face uncontrollably. His small figure trembled as he held tightly to the now lifeless body, desperately searching for warmth that no longer existed. "Don't leave me, please," he whispered between sobs, his words muffled by the rumbling of the earth beneath them. "You can't go. Not you." Percy and Annabeth watched him, their hearts heavy. Percy took a step forward but had to stop when another tremor shook the ground. It was as if Damien's pain had awakened something ancient and powerful, an energy no one could understand. Annabeth, despite her injuries, tried to approach, but each movement required extraordinary willpower. "Damien," she called gently, trying to reach him with her voice. Damien didn't respond. It was as if the world around him had vanished, leaving him alone with his pain. His hand tightened around the I see of Luke's shirt as he continued to sob, his shoulders shaking with despair. An unnatural silence fell over Olympus, broken only by the boys crying and the dull sound of the earth still trembling. It was a moment of mourning, but also of fear. Something deep had stirred, and no one knew what would happen next. Damien was like an empty shell, unable to react as Percy gently lifted him. His body, still weak from fever and stress, seemed to weigh much less than usual. Percy held him tight, trying to protect him from the chaos surrounding them. Damien offered no resistance, but his eyes were filled with tears. His gaze fixed on Luke, now motionless. Percy felt the weight of Damien's pain but said nothing. He knew that, in this moment, words wouldn't make a difference. As they made their way through the devastated Olympus, Annabeth, injured but determined, followed closely behind. The silence that surrounded them was heavy with emotions. When they reached Chiron, the centaur greeted them with visible concern. "Damien," Chiron murmured, noticing the boy's condition. Percy passed Damien gently into Chiron's arms, as if afraid he might break him. Damien barely had time to recognize the familiar presence of the centaur before the world around him dissolved into an enveloping blackness. He faded away, leaving behind the painful reality and the chaos of the battle. Damien was trapped in a feverish fog, unable to move or open his eyes. His body felt like lead, but his mind clung to the sounds around him. "He's still so weak." Will's voice was tense, filled with worry. "He's been through too much, and the fever shows no sign of letting up. I don't understand how he's holding on." "He's strong," Simon replied, just as anxious. "But no one should carry this burden alone, especially a child." Another voice, calm and solemn, joined the conversation. It was Chiron. "Damien has faced things that even many adult heroes couldn't endure. The loss of Luke, the battle, all while already in critical condition. We must be patient and give him time." Damien heard movement nearby, then Annabeth's sweet but firm voice. "We should Neve wasn't ready, and now look what's happened to him." "Annabeth, it's not your fault," Percy replied, closer. "Damien made his choice. He has incredible courage, but, yes, we should have protected him better." Damien's heart ached hearing the regret in his friends' voices. He wanted to speak, reassure them that it had been his decision, that they shouldn't blame themselves. But his body wouldn't respond, and all he could do was listen to the fragments of their conversation. The warmth of their concern wrapping around him like an invisible blanket. Damien found himself in deep darkness, a place where reality seemed suspended. Before him appeared the female figure he had already seen in his visions, an aura powerful and serene, radiating comfort and wisdom. "I feel your pain, little one," she said gently, her voice like a whisper in the wind. "Hermes' child, you were very close." Damien felt the knot in his throat tighten. He sobbed softly and nodded, unable to find the words. The memory of Luke was still too vivid, too painful. The deity knelt beside him, brushing his face with an ethereal and gentle hand. "O little one, perhaps it will comfort you to know that the son of Hermes has made it to the Elysian fields. His soul is safe and he has found peace." Damien paused, the sob dying on his lips. "The Elysian fields," he whispered, finally finding the strength to speak. The woman smiled tenderly. "Yes, Luke made a great sacrifice. An act that redeemed his spirit. You need not fear for him, he is in a place of eternal serenity." Tears fell again on Damien's cheeks, but this time they carried a sense of relief mixed with pain. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart feeling a little lighter. The deity tilted her head, her figure gently fading into the darkness. "You will find your way, little one. Your light shines even in the deepest darkness. Never stop fighting." And with those words, Damien found himself wrapped in silence again, the comfort of the revelation still warm in his heart. In the infirmary at the camp, the silence was broken only by Damien's slow, labored breathing. Annabeth sat beside him, her face tense and her eyes filled with worry. She hadn't left for a moment, watching her friend as if her gaze could offer him protection. It was then that she began to hear the screams from outside, a voice that was familiar to her, filled with anger and despair. "Where's Damien? I want to see him now." Talia was shouting, her tone making the walls of the camp tremble. Annabeth ran a hand over her face, exhausted. She knew she couldn't ignore Talia and decided to intervene before the children. N of Apollo became the target of her fury. She stood up and left the infirmary, finding Talia practically pulling one of the healers, while Zoe stood just behind her, visibly worried. "Talia, calm down," Annabeth exclaimed, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. "Come with me, I'll take you to Damien, but you have to promise to stay calm." Talia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Zoe stepped closer in silence. With the same tense expression, the three entered the infirmary. As soon as Talia saw Damien, pale and motionless on the bed, all her anger disappeared. She slowly approached, kneeling beside him. "Oh, Damien," she whispered, her voice breaking as she gently touched his hand. Zoe moved closer, looking at Damien with an expression of sincere sadness. "How is he?" Zoe asked softly but directly. Annabeth crossed her arms, her face full of concern. "The fever's going down, but he's still very weak. Will says he's improving, but it'll take time." Talia lowered her gaze, gently holding Damien's hand. "It's not fair. He shouldn't have ended up here, not in this condition." Zoe moved even closer, placing a hand on Talia's shoulder. "He's strong, Talia, we all know that. He'll get through this too." The three of them stayed silently beside Damien's bed, sharing the weight of their concerns in that moment. Chapter 27. Worsening in Visions. Talia sprang to her feet as soon as she heard her name. Even though Damien's voice had only been a whisper. "Damien," she exclaimed, kneeling next to the bed. "I'm here, do you feel better?" Damien gave a weak nod, but his gaze was still confused. And his voice fragile. I thought I dreamed you." Talia shook her head, holding back tears as she gently caressed his hand. "No, little one, I'm here, and I won't leave until you're better, I promise." Quote. Zoe approached calmly, her face reassuring. "Damien, you're safe. We're all here for you." Damien shifted his gaze to her and then back to Talia. "Luke was here." Talia lowered her gaze, biting her lip to hold back her emotions. "Yes, Damien, you were there with him. He was good, and so are you." Damien closed his eyes for a moment, the pain in his heart evident even on his tired face. Then he slowly reopened them, looking at Talia. "He'll protect me, right?" Talia nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. "Always. He will always protect you, Damien." Damien seemed to calm at those words, and a small, uncertain smile appeared on his face. "I'm glad you're here. I missed you so much." "I missed you too, little one," Talia replied, gently squeezing his hand. "Now rest. Zoe and I will stay here with you." Damien, still weak and lying in bed, squinted as he tried to focus on the voices coming from outside. The steady, authoritative voice of the goddess Artemis was unmistakable. "Why do my hunters not answer my call?" she asked calmly but firmly. Zoe was the first to respond, with a respectful and somewhat hesitant tone. "My lady, we apologize for not responding sooner, but there is a situation that requires our attention." Talia intervened immediately. "It's about Damien, my lady. He's seriously weakened, and we both I'd here to make sure he wasn't alone in this moment." There was a pause. Damien imagined the goddess's stern gaze as she assessed the response. Then Artemis spoke, her voice softer, almost understanding. "Damien, the little ward of Hermes. I've heard of his condition. I wonder what keeps him so bound to this world, despite his suffering." Zoe replied solemnly. "He's strong, my lady. But he's suffered greatly. He's struggling with the loss of Luke and the weight of everything he's been through." Talia added with a more heartfelt tone. "Damien isn't just any demigod, my lady. He's special. We can't leave him alone." Damien felt overwhelmed. He struggled to move a little in the bed, but his body protested. Despite his weakness, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Knowing that Talia and Zoe were standing up for him in front of a goddess filled him with gratitude. Artemis was silent for a moment, then spoke decisively. "I understand your bond with him, but remember that a hunter's duty is with her goddess. However, I will grant you some more time. Make sure Damien recovers, he is a powerful boy." Damien felt almost overwhelmed by Artemis's words before sleep claimed him once again. Damien sat up in bed, wrapped in blankets, with a tired but clearer look than usual. Chiron was beside him, arms crossed, his expression shifting between concern and severity. "Damien," Chiron began in a firm yet gentle tone, "I know you have a brave heart, and you always want to do the right thing. But what you did, leaving the infirmary in that condition, was madness." Damien lowered his gaze, nervously fiddling with a corner of the blanket. "I know, Chiron. I'm really sorry. Do you realize how weak you were? You could have put yourself in danger, or worse, been killed. We can't afford to lose anyone. Especially not you. Damien nodded slowly, then lifted his eyes to the centaur, clearly remorseful. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like something was pushing me, dragging me. I couldn't ignore it. It was like a force guiding me, even though I knew I wasn't ready. Chiron watched him carefully, his face softening slightly. A force that was dragging you, you say. Did you feel something? Or someone calling you? Damien thought for a moment, then shook his head. It wasn't a voice healing. Like there was something I had to do, a place I had to be. I don't know if it makes sense. Chiron sighed, lowering his gaze. Perhaps it was fate guiding you. Or perhaps something else. Whatever it was, Damien, you need to understand that your well-being is important. You're not alone in this fight, and there are people who care about your welfare. Promise me that next time, you'll listen to those around you. Damien nodded quickly, feeling the weight of Chiron's words. I promised. I don't want to worry anyone anymore. Chiron placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone softening. I know you want to help, Damien. And you will, when the time is right. But for now, focus on your recovery. Damien gave a weak smile, grateful for the centaur's understanding. Thank you, Chiron. I'll do my best to recover. Chiron nodded in approval, then stood. Good. Now rest a bit more. There's a whole team ready to help you. Damien adjusted himself more comfortably in bed as Chiron left the room. Although the reprimand had been harsh, he felt a sense of relief. He still had much to learn. But he knew he wasn't alone. He was surrounded by his closest friends. Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Simon, and even Will, who had insisted on staying. The looks he received ranged from concern to reproach, and Damien felt smaller under the weight of their words. Have you completely lost your mind, Damien? Annabeth began, crossing her arms and looking at him sternly. Do you realize the risk you took? You could have died, not just from the fever, but from everything you faced out there. Annabeth is right, Percy added, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Do you have any idea how worried we all were? That wasn't a smart move. Talia was no different. I've always told you to use your head, Damien. You knew you weren't in shape to fight, yet you went anyway. That doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. Damien lowered his gaze, unable to meet his friend's eyes. Shame tightened his throat, but he knew he had to explain. I know, you're right, all of you. But I couldn't stop myself. It was like something was pulling me, a force. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't a choice, it felt like a duty. A force. Simon stepped closer, his tone softer but with palpable curiosity. What kind of force, Damien? Did you hear something? See someone? Damien slowly shook his head. Not a voice, not an image, just a feeling. Like my body knew where I needed to go. Even though I didn't understand. It was like I was being guided. Will sighed, placing a hand on Damien's shoulder. That explains why you acted the way you did, but it doesn't make what you did any less serious. Damien, we need to know when to trust those feelings and when to stop and ask for help. There are things we can't face alone, Annabeth said, her tone softening. And that's okay, but you need to learn to trust us, to let us know when something's wrong. Damien nodded, his voice trembling. I promised. I don't want to make you worry anymore. I'm sorry, really. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. Talia approached, placing a hand on his head and affectionately messing up his hair. You're not a burden, Damien. But next time you do something like this, I swear, I'll drag you by your ear straight to the infirmary. Percy chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. And I'll give you a hand. Damien gave a small smile, feeling slightly relieved. The scolding had been tough but full of affection. He understood how important it was not to act alone and how much his friends meant to him. Damien, still pale and visibly weak, gripped the pencil with trembling hands. With an absent and almost feverish expression, he began to draw. Will stayed by his side, watching carefully, ready to intervene if necessary. The pencil strokes were uncertain at first but became more deliberate as Damien focused. He traced intricate and precise lines, almost without lifting his gaze. Will examined the drawing Damien had completed before collapsing on the pillows. The stylized figures were unsettling in their simplicity. 8 people, 4 females and 4 males, arranged in a way that seemed almost ritualistic. No faces were clearly distinguishable, but there was something dark and oppressive about the composition. Will felt a shiver down his spine as he tried to interpret the meaning of the drawing. "Damien, who are these people?" he murmured softly, though he knew he wouldn't get an answer. Damien was completely exhausted, his breath slow and steady, but his face showed deep emotional weariness. Will turned to Simon, who had just entered the room, also visibly concerned. "Look at this," Will said, showing Simon the sheet. "I don't know what it means, but I don't like it at all." Simon examined it closely, his brows furrowed. "Do you think it's a vision? Or something he dreamed?" he asked, trying to find a rational explanation. "I'm not sure," Will admitted. "But considering what Damien's been through and how he was guided to Olympus, I can't ignore it." The two exchanged a tense glance. Will carefully folded the sheet and set it aside. "We need to show this to Chiron. And maybe Annabeth, when she's ready." Meanwhile, Damien seemed peaceful in his sleep, but his face was marked by an expression of deep worry, as if even rest couldn't free him from the torments of his visions. Will took the drawing carefully and headed toward the big house, where he knew he'd find Chiron. Annabeth was there with him, discussing the next moves for camp. When Will entered, they both immediately noticed his concerned expression. "Will, what's wrong?" Chiron asked, noticing the folded paper in the boy's hands. "It's Damien," Will began, placing the drawing on the table in front of them. "He had another vision, I think. He drew this and then collapsed, exhausted." Annabeth approached, studying the drawing carefully. The 8 stylized figures, arranged enigmatically, sent a chill down her spine. "What does it mean?" she murmured, her mind already working to decipher the possible message. Chiron leaned slightly forward to examine the sheet more closely. His face grew serious. "Damien has shown time and again that he's a channel for important visions. This isn't just a random drawing." Annabeth pointed to the figures. 8 people, 4 males, 4 females. "We can't know who they are, but this arrangement, it almost seems like a ritual or strategic formation." "What if it's a warning?" Will suggested. Damien looked so drained after finishing it, as if this was something big, something dangerous. Chiron was silent for a moment, then turned to Annabeth. "We need to consider every possibility. It could involve the camp, or something bigger. You could try talking to Damien when he's more lucid. He might give us more details." Annabeth nodded, still focused on the drawing. "I'll do my best, but if this is an omen, we need to prepare for anything." Chiron turned to Will. "Keep me updated on Damien's condition. Any further information he can give us could prove crucial." Will nodded and took the drawing, ready to return to the infirmary. Annabeth, meanwhile, stayed at the table, her eyes fixed on the 8 figures, trying to unravel the mystery they seemed to hide. Damien was restless, his body trembling and his forehead burning despite Will and Simon's efforts to lower the fever. Both looked extremely worried, their hands moving quickly to change the cloth on his forehead and monitor his condition. "This isn't good," Simon muttered, gritting his teeth. "He's getting worse." Will nodded, furrowing his brows. "It's as if his body is fighting something deeper than just the fever. It's not just physical, but also mental or spiritual." Damien began to thrash around, gripping the sheets tightly. His breath became irregular, and soon a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "Percy!" he cried, his voice filled with terror and desperation. Will and Simon tried to calm him, but it seemed like Damien was trapped in a nightmare from which he couldn't wake. "Damien, we're here, you're safe." Simon tried to reassure, struggling, his body shaking and his mutterings turning into a confused language. Will made a decision. "Simon, go call Annabeth and Chiron. This isn't normal, it might have to do with those visions." Simon nodded and rushed out of the room, while Will knelt beside Damien, taking his hand. "Damien, listen to me," he said in a calm but firm voice. "If you can hear me, fight. Come back to us." Damien thrashed again, his eyes closed and his face contorted in pure terror. Will stayed by his side, trying to transmit calm and assurance, while anxiously waiting for Chiron and Annabeth's arrival. Annabeth and Chiron rushed into the infirmary, drenched from the torrential rain that had hit the camp. Annabeth wrapped her soaked cloak around herself, her hair stuck to her face, while Chiron, despite his usual composure, showed visible signs of concern. "What's happening?" Annabeth asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Her gaze immediately landed on Damien, whose body was trembling under the blankets, his face flushed with fever. Will quickly got up from the chair next to Damien. "He's getting worse," he explained urgently. "His fever spiked suddenly, and now he seems trapped in a nightmare. He keeps calling for Percy and mumbling incoherent words." Chiron approached the bed, placing a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. "The storm, it might not be a coincidence," he said, observing the young boy with a serious expression. "There might be a connection to what he's going through." Annabeth bent over the bed, her heart heavy. "Damien," she called gently, taking his trembling hand. "I'm here. Percy will be back. You need to hold on." Damien thrashed at the sound of her voice, his eyes moving beneath his closed eyelids. "Don't let him go. Don't let he take Percy," he mumbled between labored breaths. Will ran a hand through his hair, visibly frustrated. "I've done everything I can to lower the fever. But it seems like there's something bigger at play. It's not just sickness, Chiron." Chiron nodded slowly, his gaze growing more serious. "It could be a manifestation of Damien's latent power. He might be involved in something much bigger than we thought. We can't leave him like this," Annabeth said with determination. "We need to figure out what's tormenting him and stop it." Chiron sighed, looking out the window at the storm. "Someone has to face this storm, both literally and metaphorically. Annabeth, you might be right. We may need to search for answers beyond what's visible." Damien, even on his most troubled nights, felt a familiar presence that brought him comfort, Nico D'Angelo. Although he was a silent shadow, Damien could sense his distinctive aura, had mix of darkness and protection that only Nico could emanate. One of those nights, Damien woke for a moment, still weak and feverish, and saw Nico sitting next to his bed. His dark eyes were fixed on him, filled with concern that Nico tried to hide behind his usual impassive expression. "You're here again," Damien murmured in a hoarse voice. Nico looked down, a slight flush coloring his cheeks. "I couldn't sleep," he replied simply. "And I wanted to make sure you were okay." Damien smiled faintly. "Thanks, Nico. I'm glad you're here." Nico didn't respond but stayed there, his gaze somewhat distant. Every so often, he adjusted Damien's blanket or checked that the cool cloth on his forehead was in place. Even though he wouldn't admit it, Damien's condition deeply worried him. On those silent nights, with only the two boys' breathing filling the infirmary, Damien found a certain peace. Even though they didn't speak much, Nico's presence was enough to make him feel less alone. Nico looked at his father in disbelief, his heart pounding in his chest. "Condemn him. But he's already condemned. He's alone, sick, and vulnerable. And you're hiding behind the fear of your brothers." Hades remained impassive, but a flicker of pain passed through his dark eyes. "You don't understand, Nico. It's not just about me. If I claimed Damien, it would be like a thunderbolt out of the blue for the entire Olympus. Zeus and Poseidon wouldn't tolerate such a violation of the oath. It's too soon. If we want to protect him, I must stay in the shadows." "Damien doesn't need a shadow. He needs a father," Nico retorted, his voice trembling with anger. Hades moved closer, his dark cloak shifting as if moved by an invisible breeze. "I understand your frustration, Nico, but Damien can't know. Not yet. His very existence is already a danger. Until he is strong enough to defend himself, the secret must remain." Nico clenched his fists, his heart torn between anger and understanding. "I can't leave him alone. He's my brother, whether you like it or not." Hades sighed, his face serious. "If you want to protect him, be careful. Don't get discovered, and keep him away from the battles that will inevitably come." "I can't promise anything," Nico replied, gazing at his father with determination. "I won't let Damien face all of this alone." Hades looked at him in silence for a moment, then gave a slight nod. "If that's how it must go, be careful, Nico. You're too important to me to risk it for no reason." Nico didn't reply, but his mind was already focused on Damien. He would do whatever it took to protect him, even if it meant going against his father's will. Chapter 28. Damien, son of Hades. Apollo looked at his son with a gentle smile, but there was a certain worry in his eyes. "Will, my son, When you call me with such urgency, I know something serious is happening. Speak. Will pointed to Damien, the pale, motionless boy in the bed, whose breath was weak. Father, I can't understand what's happening to him. His fever keeps coming back, and his body isn't responding as it should. I've tried everything I know, but nothing seems to work. Please, help me save him. Apollo moved closer to Damien's bed, carefully observing the boy. A heavy silence filled the room as the others watched the sun god. Apollo examined Damien with a serious gaze, his usual bright smile replaced by a thoughtful expression. Gently, he placed a hand on the boy's forehead, which seemed to sink into the pillows, his pale and sweaty skin cold to the touch. This is no ordinary illness, Apollo declared, his tone grave. The problem is deeper. Damien cannot fully heal because his bond with his divine parent is sealed. This is weakening him, as if he's trapped between two worlds. Will's eyes widened. But, I don't understand. Why don't they claim him? Don't they see how much he's suffering? Apollo shook his head thoughtfully. There are reasons that sometimes cause us to delay claiming a child. Fear, protection, or even higher orders. But in this case, that delay is putting his life in danger. Annabeth stepped forward, her eyes filled with concern. Then we have to act. If we can't wait for his divine parent, what can we do to help him? Apollo paused for a moment, looking at Damien's fragile face. I can give him some temporary strength, something that will allow him to hold on a little longer. But I cannot replace the divine bond he needs to heal completely. This is a problem only his parent can solve. Chiron, always calm even in the most difficult situations, took a step forward. What if we tried to contact his divine parent directly? We can't leave him in this state. Apollo nodded slowly. It's a possibility, but I can't guarantee they will respond. And in the meantime, Damien will need all the support he can get. In a dark corner of the infirmary, Nico listened carefully to every word. His fists were clenched, his heart filled with anger and determination. He now knew that his father, Hades, was the only one who could save his brother. But why was he refusing to intervene? Apollo placed a hand on Will's shoulder, looking him in the eye. You're doing everything you can, my son. Don't lose hope. With a golden aura emanating from his hands, Apollo touched Damien, transferring a healing warmth that caused the boy to relax slightly. The god stood up again, but his face remained somber. This is all I can do for now. Ho has the power to claim this child. And with one final glance at Damien, Apollo vanished in a flash of golden light. Nico rushed to the underworld, the shadow cloak around him billowing with each determined step. Upon reaching the throne room, he found Hades sitting with his usual severe posture, his hands clasped beneath his chin. Nico, the god said calmly, without even looking up, what brings you here in such a hurry? Damien, Nico growled, his voice heavy with anger. You're letting him suffer. You know he could die if you don't do something. Hades slowly raised his gaze to his son, his dark eyes fixed on Nico's face. Damien is strong. He's held on so far. Not enough. Nico shouted, fists clenched. Apollo sighed. Clearly that his healing is blocked because you refuse to claim him. Why are you condemning him to this suffering? Hades sighed, leaning back in his throne. It's not that simple, Nico. You know that claiming Damien would put a huge target on his head. My brothers would never forgive a violation of the oath. And you know what that means. It means he'll die anyway. Nico snapped, tears and rage flashing in his eyes. How can you call yourself his father if you don't protect him? If you won't even do the bare minimum to save him? Hades's face darkened, his voice booming through the room. Do not dare question my love for him. Every decision I make is to protect you both, you and Damien. You cannot even imagine the consequences of a mistake on my part. Then do it anyway, Nico replied with unwavering determination, stepping closer to the throne. For once, choose to be a father, not just a god. Damien needs you, now, not later. If he dies, I'll never forgive you. Hades stared at him for a long time, the silence in the room broken only by the distant sound of an underground river. Finally, he lowered his gaze. You know this could condemn him to a life of running in danger. Hades asked, his tone softening slightly. I don't care, Nico responded firmly. Damien is my brother. We'll find a way to keep him safe. But at least give him the chance. Hades remained silent for a moment, then stood up. His imposing figure cast a shadow that seemed to fill the entire room. Very well. But know this: once this is done, there will be no turning back. With a wave of his hand, Hades opened a portal to the mortal world, his gaze dark and resolute. Like, Nico, it's time to claim your brother. Nico watched his father intently, anger and concern mixing in his eyes. Hades sat beside Damien's bed, his usually impassive face now showing deep unease. The god of the underworld leaned forward slightly, examining the boy's pale face, his breath weak and irregular. I didn't think it was this bad, admitted Hades, his voice low and filled with regret. I told you, Nico hissed, standing near the door, arms crossed. We don't have time to waste. Hades nodded slowly, raising a hand above Damien. By calling him, I will break the bond that holds him in this state. But this could also attract unwanted attention. I can't guarantee he'll be safe. We'll take care of him, Nico replied with determination. Do it, now. Hades took a moment to look at Damien again. The door to the infirmary suddenly opened, echoing down the hallway. Chiron was the first to enter, followed by Annabeth, Percy, Talia, Zoe, Will, and Simon. They all stopped dead as they crossed the threshold, struck by a presence that seemed to bend the very air. Hades, Lord of the Underworld, stood beside Damien's bed. The silence was so thick that Will's breath could be heard. Annabeth's eyes widened, unable to hide her surprise. Percy gripped his sword tighter, as if the mere sight of the god required a defensive gesture. What's he doing here? Talia hissed, exchanging a glance with Zoe, whose expression was unreadable. The atmosphere in the infirmary immediately became tense. Chiron stopped, his eyes scrutinizing Hades's imposing figure. The demigods quickly took their positions, drawing their weapons, ready to fight, though reverence and fear were evident in their gazes. However, Hades did not seem disturbed at all. With a calm expression and a slight smile, he nodded to the centaur. His deep voice resonated in the room, full of authority. Chiron, he said, it's been a long time. Chiron, still calm, couldn't completely hide his concern. What are you doing here, Hades? What's your purpose? The god of the underworld raised a hand in peace, trying to calm the situation. There's no need for drama, he replied calmly. I'm here to resolve a matter. Hades's cryptic words left everyone silent. The looks shifted from him to Damien, who lay on the bed. Hades simply made a gesture with his hand. The shadows in the room swirled around Damien like a cloak, responding to Hades's majestic gesture. A bright flash split the dim light as the symbol of a black scythe appeared above Damien, marking him unmistakably as the child of the god of the dead. You didn't expect this, did you? Hades said with a cold smile, observing the surprised and stunned expressions of the others. His tone was amused, but there was a spark of defiance in his eyes. Talia clenched her fists, electricity crackling around her as she tried to maintain control. Hades turned toward her, his penetrating gaze fixed on her. I had no choice, he continued, his voice more serious now. And believe me, you know how impulsive your father can be. Do you think he'll accept this? No, Zeus will do everything he can to eliminate him. Talia stared at him, a mix of anger and worry in her eyes. I won't let that happen, she said firmly. Hades looked at her for a moment, then nodded with a mysterious expression. We'll see. But remember, every choice has its consequences. With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving the room in an eerie silence. Nico, who had been standing aside until then, slowly approached Damien's bed. The symbol of the black scythe still faintly glowed on the boy, almost pulsing with its energy. Nico knelt beside him, his face serious and worried. You're not alone anymore, little brother. Nico whispered. I'll be here, always. The others remained silent for a long moment. Annabeth looked at Damien with a mix of sadness and understanding, while Chiron rubbed his chin thoughtfully, already concerned about the consequences of that recognition. Sure, here's the translation. The storm raging outside the infirmary seemed to be easing slightly, as if even nature was holding its breath. When Damien woke up, his eyes opened slowly, still veiled with fatigue and confusion. The voices of the others in the room seemed distant, but slowly became clearer as updates were explained to him. Discovering that Hades was his divine parent left him stunned. After a long silence, Damien turned his head toward Nico, who was sitting beside him with his arms crossed, his expression betraying deep concern. Damien stared at him with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. "So, you're my brother," he finally said, his voice faint but filled with an emotion difficult to describe. Nico looked at him, a faint smile appearing on his face, momentarily softening his usual grim expression. "Yes, little brother. I never would have imagined it, but we are." Damien stared at him for a moment longer, trying to process the revelation. "And, did you know?" he asked, a slight note of insecurity in his voice. Nico shook his head. "I only found out recently. But once I figured it out, everything became clear. You've always had that determination and strength. It's in our blood." Damien lowered his gaze, his fingers nervously fiddling with the sheets. "I know, now I'm a target too, right?" Nico placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice growing serious. "We both are, but I'll never let you face it alone. We're family, Damien, and I'll always protect my brother." Damien nodded slowly, a small, shy smile starting to form on his face. Even though the revelation had struck him, hearing Nico's support gave him a strength he didn't know he had. For the first time, he didn't feel so alone. Damien's still idea of staying confined to the infirmary was driving him crazy. He looked at Nico with a pleading gaze, his voice barely a whisper. "Nico, please, just give me a little fresh air. I can't stay in here anymore." Nico, who never strayed far from Damien's bed, looked at him for a moment, undecided. "Damien, you shouldn't overdo it. Will's going to kill me if I let you out." "I don't have to walk," Damien replied with a weak smile. "Just take me outside. I promise I'll stay calm." Nico sighed, running a hand through his black hair. In the end, he gave in, pulling out his aviator jacket and carefully wrapping it around Damien. "All right, but just for a little while." With a fluid motion, he gently lifted Damien. Damien curled up into the jacket, the warm and smell of the leather making him feel safe. Nico stepped out of the infirmary, his footsteps silent as they brushed against the floor. As soon as they were outside, the fresh evening air enveloped them. The sky was clear, the stars shining above the field, and a gentle breeze caressed Damien's face. "See, it's not so bad, right?" Nico said with a light smile, stopping near a quiet corner of the field, away from the bustle. Damien nodded, closing his eyes for a moment and letting the calmness wash over him. "Thanks, Nico, really." Nico looked at his younger brother, his face showing a protective expression. "No need to thank me. I'll make sure you're always all right." When Nico and Damien returned to the infirmary, they were met by the imposing figure of Will Solace, arms crossed, giving them a stern look. "And where do you think you've been?" Will asked, his voice calm but filled with reproach. Damien shrank into Nico's jacket, trying to avoid Will's gaze. "Uh-oh, we're in trouble," he whispered with a nearly amused tone, though it was clear he was holding back a nervous laugh. Nico raised an eyebrow, keeping his usual calm demeanor. "He just needed some fresh air. I couldn't say no." "You couldn't say no," Will repeated, incredulously. "He's still recovering, Nico. Do you know what could happen if he overexerts himself?" Damien cleared his throat, trying to interrupt the argument before it got out of hand. "Will, I'm fine." Nico was careful. "He carried me the whole time, I didn't even walk." "That's not the point, Damien," Will responded, pointing at him. "You should be resting. If you worsen again, it'll be a disaster. And you, Nico," he added, turning to the older brother, "you should know better than anyone else." Nico huffed, but there was a slight sense of guilt in his gaze. "All right, I get it." But Damien was going stir-crazy in there. "Just 5 minutes outside," Will sighed, massaging his temples. 5 minutes, huh? Next time, ask me before doing something like that." Damien gave a weak smile. "So, you're not too mad?" Will stared at him, his face softening slightly. "Mad? No. Worried? Yes, damn worried. I just want you to get better, Damien." Damien nodded, his smile becoming more genuine. "Thanks, Will, and sorry." Will huffed, shaking his head. "All right, now get back to bed before something else happens." Nico gently laid Damien back on the bed. While Will expertly arranged the blankets. When everything was in place, Will looked at them both. And the next time either of you decides to get some air, take me with you. Damien stared at the ceiling of the infirmary. Lost in thought, he missed Annabeth and the way she kept him updated, even though he knew she was too busy searching for Percy. He felt guilty for not being able to remember anything useful, for not being able to offer his help. Time seemed to move slowly, but at least he was never truly alone. Nico was almost always there, sitting beside him, sometimes lost in his thoughts or reading quietly. Will took care of his condition, while Simon and Gray tried to make him smile with jokes and stories from Camp Half-Blood. "Do you feel better today?" Simon asked, adjusting the pillow behind him. Damien nodded weakly. "A little, but I feel bad being such a burden. Annabeth needs help, but I can't remember anything else. It's frustrating." Gray smiled and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. "Damien, you're not a burden. You're healing, and that's what matters. Annabeth knows you'll do everything you can when the time comes." Nico, who had been silent until then, finally spoke up. "Gray's right. You don't have to push yourself. The answers will come when you're ready. And in the meantime, you have us." Damien looked up at him, a faint smile beginning to form on his face. "Thanks, Nico." As the day continued, Damien couldn't stop thinking about Talia. Her departure to return to Artemis had left him with a sense of emptiness, but he knew her bond with the goddess was essential. "Do you miss Talia?" Will asked, noticing his distant gaze. "A lot," Damien admitted. "But I know she had to go. I hope to see her again soon." Will smiled softly. "You will, and when you do, she'll be proud of you. For now, though, focus on getting back on your feet. There's still plenty you can do." Damien closed his eyes, letting the comforting presence of his friends surround him. Maybe Will was right. He just needed patience and trust. Will approached Nico while Damien, still weak but stable, rested. They were organizing Damien's transfer to the new cabin of Hades, hastily built after his proclamation as the son of the god of the Underworld. Nico watched every preparation closely, eager to make sure everything was perfect for his brother. "Nico," Will began in a serious tone, catching the attention of the son of Hades. "What is it?" Nico asked, crossing his arms. "I need to tell you something I found out about Damien while we were treating him for the fever," Will said, locking eyes with him. "It's something you might want to know now that you'll be spending more time with him." Nico raised an eyebrow, worried. "What did you find out, exactly?" LL hesitated for a moment before continuing. "When we checked his body for injuries or infections during the high fever, we noticed scars, very deep ones. They're not recent, but they don't seem to have been treated properly in the past. Damien never talked about them, and given their location, I don't think they were accidental." Nico felt a sharp pain in his chest. "Where are these scars?" Will pointed to Damien's upper body, on his shoulders and along his back. "They look like whip marks or something similar. The scar on the left side of his face is concerning too. I think he's been through something terrible before coming to camp." Nico clenched his fists, a mix of anger and sadness flooding his heart. "Why didn't he ever tell me?" "Maybe he's not ready yet," Will replied calmly. "Don't push him, but if you notice him acting strange or needing help, try to stay close." Nico nodded, his jaw set. "I will. Damien's my brother. Whatever he's been through, he's got me now, and I'll never leave him." Will placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture of comfort. "I know, Nico, and you're exactly the person he needs right now." As they approached the bed to prepare Damien for the transfer, Nico watched him sleep peacefully. The thought of those scars hidden beneath his shirt struck him hard. He promised himself that he would protect his brother from anything, and one day, he would find out the truth about what had happened to him.